probably see that there's a lot of particulates in the water column here, and that is a good sign for corals because these are the type of food that they actually eat. And they are filter feeders. They are looking for pieces of organic matter in the water column, and so you can see some of that here. And with the swift currents of the Gulf Stream, all of these particles get delivered to the corals on a very regular basis. And so those are some of the habitat characteristics that we associate with coral habitats. And Leslie might be able to tell us a little bit about how these currents will also shape the features on the seafloor.
Yes, most people think of geology as just we look at rocks, but we also look at the sediments that when they get buried and compacted and cemented together, they become the rocks, or some of the types of rocks called sedimentary rocks. So when we're looking at the modern environment that would be interesting for a coral, they would want to know what's going on in the modern. We look at what the sediment is doing, and in the case of very strong currents can carry particles of all sizes. The stronger the current, the larger the particle on the seafloor, or what we call the sediment. And a few days ago, we saw very large, several centimeter pieces of what we refer to as gravel as a size of sediment. And that indicates to us very strong currents, maybe periodic currents, maybe not perpetual, always happening. But they are an indicator of at some point having had a very strong current. In very low current areas where very fine particles like what you are seeing in your view right now,
right a little bit, and then
with no current, they're able to settle to the seafloor. And if over a long period of time there's no current, you get a buildup on the seafloor of very fine particles that we refer to as clay and silt-sized particles. If those particles are made of the shells of organisms that have died, and those shells are settling to the seafloor, then often the composition of that clay and silt-sized particle would be calcium carbonate in this region. Sometimes it's more silica-rich. The organisms that lived once leave that record behind of when they lived and where they lived. And so much of the deep sea is covered with this very fine, small particles. And we call that, it's a great name, we call it a calcareous ooze.
Starting to get swung out.
That really is a term we use in marine geology. An ooze is a fine-grained sediment. It's a mud from most people's perspective, but to the eyes of a micropaleontologist, it is a treasure trove of information. And the muds that are made of particles from organisms, we refer to that as a biogenic sediment. Biological in origin, biogenic. And so it's a biogenic ooze, or a calcareous ooze is more specific. It tells us that all of those organisms, most of them, had a calcium carbonate shell.
Great.
So we use all that information to understand what organisms used to live in that area. And most of the organisms that we're talking about that make up the seafloor sediments live in the surface waters. So some of those organisms like very warm temperatures, tropical conditions, and subtropical like we have in this area, and some really prefer the polar and subpolar regions. So when we find their shells in the seafloor, in the sediment record, it gives us an indication of climate. And we're getting our first look at the seafloor now, and we are coming down to a depth. This waypoint is at 530 meters, the one that we're heading to.
We're actually at 725, I believe.
Yeah, so we're getting close to it, as you can see. But in this area, we have a very swiftly flowing, significant current, long-term persistence. It has changed over the course of geologic history. It's changed its location. It's changed its strength. Right now, we know it's very strong. We're being affected by it. So that strong current is likely
give me more.
preventing those very fine particles from settling. They're just sticking in that current and traveling along with it. They're still suspended. So what we will likely see is a coarser grained material, and the grains are probably going to be biogenic in origin. They're probably going to be mostly the hard part remains of organisms that lived in the surface waters.
Yeah,
We're a little far from shore to receive any of the, well, we'll receive some maybe, but the material that you think of on beaches, the sands that are made of quartz and other mineral matter, as opposed to the microfossils of organisms that once lived. So we'll try to zoom into this sediment once we touch down, or different points along the way, to see if we can see some of these larger microfossils.
And one thing that the corals, the scleractinian corals, colonial corals that build a framework, they baffle some of those particles and actually knock them out of the water column, which helps build these mounds over time.
Go ahead, Arvinav.
Just wanted to let you know that the vehicles are on the bottom, and I would like to confirm that the center rotation is set to the A-frame, please.
I will shift the center rotation to A-frame now.
Copy that. Thank you, Pidge.
Center rotation is now A-frame. Do we have a bailout?
Yes, we would like to head dead south as a bailout plan, if that works with you.
Yeah, bailout is set to south.
Either south or forward ahead, anywhere between south and southeast will be fine.
Sounds great.
Thank you.
So it does look like we have some coral. We have a little bit of dead coral structure we see right below us and a little bit to the left. And it looks like we're looking at quite a steep slope here. And we're going to let the...
What is that fluttering down there?
Looks like we might have a sponge or two and maybe a little fish in the center. Again, we have to let the ROV kind of settle out here and get their bearings before we can start exploring. But this is an exciting start.
All right, pilot, navigator.
How's it going,
and
pilot?
Our pilots informed us that we have about a knot of current down here on the bottom, a knot to a knot and a half, where the surface was more like 2 knots. And so one of the games we have to play this whole dive today is the ship is getting pulled by a stronger current than the ROV on the bottom. And so we're going to have to balance those forces and movements. And we have a sponge here, white demo sponge most likely on the left. And you can see basically old fragments of coral are the darker things that you see all over the seafloor here.
1 sec video. We're still
and that's typical for the mounds in this area. The bases of the mounds are eroded coral and older coral that has fallen down from the top of the mound where most of the live coral is. And it's probably growing best up there because of the swifter currents and being so elevated in the water column. The two little red dots you see in the middle of your screen are lasers, and they are 10 centimeters apart, and we use those for sizing. So even though we have those for measuring, we seem to still be surprised about how tiny the collections we make are when they come to the surface compared to what they look like on our video monitors here, because we have such great zooming ability and everything looks more grand in general.
Hey, Nav. So Nav, I'm going to back up a little bit in the
Roger.
Copilot because I think the layback keeps pulling him away from me.
It does. Especially, it's looking like you don't have very much on
Oh,
bottom
and there's
here.
a nice big sponge and
Yeah.
another
So I suspect now that you guys
part
are
of
acting
dead
as
coral
a
and
kite,
maybe one live
we're gonna
little
continue
branch
to see
or
that
two.
layback decrease.
Copy that.
Oh, and a chimera.
Hello.
Video, you want to go
Wow.
for this?
Morning.
Absolutely.
That sure is a great thing to see
That's
at first.
nice to see.
Pretty.
Wow, beautiful.
nice.
He looks kind of
The
small. Is that
lasers.
kind of a juvenile? How beautiful. Oh, that's a great shot of
That
all
is
the
a
dead
great
coral
shot.
behind him,
Yep.
too.
Is that kind of coloration normal?
I think the coloration pattern looks different than what I'm used to seeing. And again, this one is quite small compared to what I've seen in the past. Also, this appears to be a juvenile.
Hey, Copilot, so what I think's happening right now is layback is pushing you back, so away from me.
I don't know if we have
So
any
just keep an eye out.
fish
Let me
experts
know
on the line or in the chat room that could tell
if
us,
it,
confirm that.
Yeah. I backed up a little bit, but
We also
As
have
we
some
settle, it
octocorals
might-
right
Current
behind
layback
him
200 meters.
or her.
yeah.
Yeah, once you're done with this, Sean, go ahead, come back in towards Sirius.
Copy that.
Center on the front of the face.
Yeah.
You can see how he is.
Video's clear.
All right,
Most of the
great.
time
Come
he's
wide
been
video.
facing toward the camera because he's facing into the current. And you can see from these
All right, I'm going to center
octocorals
back
in the
up.
foreground that they are being swept with the current. We have the current behind us. We're facing almost due north at this point.
He really seems to be interested in you.
Yeah.
Wow, and that's a gorgeous scene he's swimming through too. Trying to see what kind of coral that is. Wow, look at that. The big stands of mostly dead coral.
All right, watch
Few
leads.
bright
We
yellow
are
sponges.
on bottom, as you can see. I'm just centering up with Sirius as we settle. But after that,
Yeah,
we should
very
be good to
large
start the dive.
sponges.
Yeah, the sponges seem to be doing well here, but not as many coral. But
And-
the coral are still holding on to some of these dead bundles of coral.
And we're quite far away from the
Clusters.
corals, but to me that looks more like Analopsamia profunda than
Alright,
Lophelia
Copilot, how's that
pertusa,
look?
but we'll have to get a closer look to confirm that.
Come back down. Yeah, it works. Yeah, you can, if you feel better keeping it up, go for that.
You can see that there's this whole mound is covered by little fragments of
Sounds
dead
good.
coral. All the pieces you see on the seafloor.
All right, watch leads. If you see anything, just
Lots of
let
nice
me know.
sponges. And the sponges are also filter feeders, so they're looking for a similar environment that the
pushing pretty
corals
hard,
are
Sean?
as far as
Is
being
there a fair amount of current
elevated
there?
off
There's
the
a current,
seafloor
I
and
see too many
trying
particles
to
going
get as much
Around this way, you
real
can feel
estate
it.
into the water column
Ah,
to
I can go off
capture
Still pushing into it?
food that's passing by.
Oh, you're talking about on high pack. Well,
No, relative D2. You can feel.
kind of
Well,
east,
now it's going kind of that way.
east to west. Huh?
Yeah. It's a decent amount, though. You do have to fight it.
Well, this is great to already see so much on the seafloor. You can really see the topography here.
Yeah.
What we're trying to
Okay.
accomplish here, if you're just joining us, is to characterize these mounds that occur throughout
for a
a
ship move?
huge region
Yeah,
of
I am.
this part of the Blake
All right, let's
Plateau
do,
off of the
30 meters.
Florida, Georgia coast, referred
great.
to as the
And then we're going
Stetson
north.
Mesa.
Yeah, we're generally
right.
heading north.
They're like
I'm going to put the first one at
Yeah, watch
individual
one, go ahead.
mounds as well as strings of mounds that sort of coalesce and undulate along the path of the current. And we were hoping to find just this. You can see the mound topography.
co-pilot. Do you have a bearing towards
The biologists
Well, I'll
had
just send you a little bit
How
to the
far up
left.
on-
hypothesized
how far up,
we'd
Washley?
find living corals and sponges on top of dead remains of these organisms.
Yeah, we could do the one in the middle. We're not
And
quite far
that
enough to get
perhaps
to the
this
top.
entire mound
Sean,
may
if you
be
untag
a
it.
very
Yeah, we can do
slow
the middle.
accumulation of these organisms and
Don't
their
listen to Nav, then I
their
won't
remains,
be speaking
basically.
in your ear.
So it looks like we have
Oh, I have you.
an
Yeah.
octocoral
I
here,
like to listen.
Oh, okay.
a little bit
All right, video, go ahead.
a little
Andy,
bit
I'm
to
gonna
the top of the
send you
screen,
towards
and a
D2 right
cutthroat
now,
eel
so
coming in.
315.
And here's our first good close-up of the coral.
Is this what you wanted,
Yeah.
Washley? Great.
Bridge, RV Nav.
Let's see.
Go ahead, RV Nav.
Yes, can I please get a ship move
Ship
of
move on.
30 meters, bearing 315 degrees, 0
This does
decimal
look
2.
like an alapsamia to me.
That is 30 meters bearing 315, speed decimal 2.
Good copy.
But it actually, the coral to the left in the back looks more like madrepora.
I think you're starting to pull me.
Looks like there are multiple species here of the
I might
white
just have to move back a little
stony
bit.
coral.
RV
Then we
Nav,
have an
bridge, move
octocoral
initiated.
behind that.
Copy, Bridge.
All right, video, come wide. Thanks. Just gonna go off stick for a second.
Both sonars set to 30.
Great.
And I don't know if the octocoral looked like a bamboo, didn't get quite a good look, but we have lots of things to look at, so I'm sure we'll see more.
All right, Washley, I just need to back up for a second to align myself better with Sirius, and we'll be back on the ground in a second.
We're at the top of one of 3 mounds that we hope to cover during this dive. We had intended
back is
to
closer
begin
to
at the base of the
195,
mound,
so
but the Gulf
about
Stream was
10
already
10 meter
changing
change.
our plans. But
Copy.
once
All
now that we're down here, we should probably be able to
Back a little more.
complete the rest of the dive without too much
All right,
havoc.
going back
or-
down.
We'll see.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed.
But even this view is
This is
great as we fly along, because you can
tremendous.
see the extent of the live and dead coral, and the cover of this whole mound is at least dead coral. So again, it kind of points to a biogenic origin of this.
Definitely.
All right, Washley, I'm back down on the ground. Just let me shout out if you want any zooms.
On the chat room, we have some of our geologists, Jason
that.
Chater from the USGS, Scott Harris from the College of Charleston, and Amanda Demopoulos, also from the USGS. And they're curious about the sub-bottom profile. When we run our transits to and from sites and sometimes across the sites, we also use a sonar type of instrument that can penetrate
Video, wanna come in on this
beneath
one?
the surface sediments and give us an idea of the character beneath the seabed to see if there are layers of rock or if it's a biogenic mound, and a fuzzy return tends to at the surface tends to tell us that it is not well consolidated, and
Sorry,
that
video.
these might be
Rocking.
Partial.
these might be biogenic in origin. I'm not an expert
Video
on
come
this.
wide again?
We're hoping to
Sorry,
find
it's kinda
the
being
records
blown.
from the 1402
Let me align
Okeanos
myself a little
Explorer
bit with the current.
expedition that had one of those, and I know we have them on board. I just don't have them on hand, and we'll try to get them to our geologists online so they can give us a great interpretation of them. These mounds definitely have a very different character as far as that sub-bottom profiling indicates that the areas between the mounds are flat-lying and have
Alright,
different
video, let's go back for zoom.
sediment layers, which is likely characteristic
The
of
kill
most
lasers,
of
go
this
pilot.
very broad, expansive Blake Plateau area.
And now that we get a good look at this coral, and you can see the
Sorry,
way
video, I'm still
it
being-
is formed, it does look like
bang
Lophelia here.
around.
Very, very thick skeleton
Alright, video,
Lophelia.
just come wide.
But that white coral in the middle is the Scleractinian colonial coral, Lophelia pertusa, most likely.
And that's one of the stony corals that you find in abundance on the shallower edges of the continental margin. Is that
Yep.
right? Yeah.
And
I know
especially
we've seen it north of here and shallower.
Mm-hmm. It's quite abundant from here up to about North Carolina, and then
Yeah,
we
cart
had
keeps
a
spinning me counter.
we had a gap in its known distribution in the Mid-Atlantic region until our Mid-Atlantic Canyons work a couple of years ago, and we found it in the
Alright,
canyons,
so ship move was north.
but in a
is that
very
right?
different growth form. It was actually
-315.
growing, hanging down
315.
from ledges.
Copy.
Really?
And so it was very hard to find until you could go and look under ledges with something like an ROV. You weren't going to find it by just dropping
So,
a camera
to help
or
you out,
trawling.
you might want to try a little more mowing of the lawn
Yeah.
back and forth along this ridge. And that way you can kind of cheat a little bit. And
I think a
point
lot of
into the
people who
current
might
when you
be
come down
watching are
on bottom, that way all that stuff's
maybe
not
new
gonna
to the
come
idea of this
into
deep
view.
sea
Pointing
coral.
in's
You
almost
think
looking
of
at
corals
Sirius
as
is the only
something
issue.
that must live in a shallow environment with lots of light, tropical conditions, and here we are on the seafloor where
Very
there's
Charlie
no
Knight.
light.
Go ahead, RV Nap. I was actually
Definitely
just about
not
to tell
tropical
you.
temperatures
I was
down
gonna say, it
here.
sounded like you
I was
clicked in
looking
there.
for what the
I didn't want to
temperature
interrupt
is,
you.
but,
Position complete.
Roger,
it's
thank you.
quite cold, definitely not tropical. Strong current flow, and these are what are referred to as deep sea corals. So Cheryl, can you just give a quick overview of what a deep sea coral
Move-
is and the
move complete.
definitions that
Copy.
you all
Yeah.
use?
So a deep sea coral is any coral that lives below 200 meters. So it's below the photic zone in areas where there's no light, cold, stably cold and dark places. And so the tropical corals have zooxanthellae,
Just like
which
you're doing, you can
photosynthesize
achieve 90
and
degrees. Now,
create
if you sit
food for the
down,
coral.
everything should
Those
be
are
going off to
algae,
your left, right?
microscopic algae.
Right,
Yeah.
microscopic algae. And of course, those aren't going to help the corals that live in the dark and the cold down here in the deep sea. So they do not have those, and instead they rely solely on capturing food particles from the water column.
Copy. I'm not going to come back
So
anymore. If you wanna keep me on
it's
timer.
amazing the diversity of corals that are down here in the deep sea. Over half of the known species of corals actually
Great,
live
thank you.
below 200 meters. And of course, they're a bit more of a mystery because we're still trying to identify all of them that live down here. We especially know less about the octocorals. They're very diverse, and those are the fan type corals, the gorgonians, and we've been identifying species of gorgonians at a faster rate than we have been of the scleractinian corals in the last 10 years or so. But we're still finding new scleractinian corals
Co-pilot, you want
also,
another?
and a lot of the diversity of these stony corals, scleractinians, are in the solitary cup coral
except that
form,
it does
and so
tend to go
keep
off
your
there. It
eyes
looks like on
peeled
port
for
side,
little
so
bitty corals on
same
the
direction,
seafloor or
315?
attached to other things.
Okay, let's
And
do
those
another
are
30.
those might be cup corals that are
Bridge, RV nav.
that add a lot of the diversity that we
Go
see.
ahead, RV nav.
Can we repeat
You
that
can
move,
see
please?
a
Sure, 30
Sedaris
meters
pencil
during
urchin
315
in the
decimal
upper
two.
right.
That's a good copy.
Sorry, we have a request if we could zoom in on the non-scleractinian corals when we get another chance, just so
Yeah,
when
that's
you
great.
see one, if we can zoom in.
Yeah, just
Sorry
let
to
me know
interrupt.
while she's.
Right next to the sponge.
Yeah, sorry. Video 1 sec.
Yeah, because they are fewer than the others.
1 sec video. Let me try to spin.
There's a great
RV nav,
pencil
bridge
urchin
move initiated.
off to the
Thank you, Bridge.
upper right of center, too. We might want to take a look at that while we're here.
Mm-hmm.
We can look at this sponge, too. Nice view of the horizon. You can see these organisms reaching up into the current.
Mm-hmm.
Nice job.
And Eric Cordes from Temple University pointed out that the coral
All right,
frameworks
video, come on in.
are very good at scattering sound, and so
so that's all you
they
have
have
to do.
had they've
Yeah.
gotten
You
some
got it.
It's a lot better.
low reflectivity returns on coral mounds with seismic data in the Gulf of
Co-pilot,
Mexico.
permission to zoom in on Sirius.
Yep, and that is a little octocoral.
Permission to zoom in on
You
Sirius.
can see the 8 tentacles on each polyp, and that's the pink organism below the sponge.
So, based on those little things, I'd say
We
current's
also
pretty
have
well
some hydroids in
into
the upper right.
looking at
I'd
some of these
say-
particles. So it's
Yeah.
it's a little more east-west down here than north-south. All right, good to know.
And this might be an Alcyanacea. Duva florida. Duva would be the genus, and Florida would be the species, is what Sandra Brook has
Hello.
commented.
Shot including the sponge.
Copy that.
It's a beautiful shot from Sirius.
Oh, and if anybody is switching between the streams, Stream 2 has a nice view of D2 from the Sirius, looking at this nice coral in front of us. So there's an amphipod. Somebody
Video's
pointed
clear.
out
All right, you go ahead and come wide.
there's an amphipod on the octocoral. Jill Bork from the USGS. That was a great shot.
Copy
Currently
that.
back 175 meters.
Copy 175.
It's decreasing.
Yeah, this current allows us to touch down, but only briefly before we have to move on.
And Chuck Messing noticed that there was a tiny feather star crinoid inside the sponge that we were previously looking at. I didn't quite see that, but so as we explore the top of this mound feature, we see more of the dark stained dead coral structure with little tips
Copilot, is the drawer in?
of
Push in all
white
the way?
coral,
Go
which
check
is
for me.
the part that's still alive.
Once you do that, pilot, confirm that's all set, then I'll zoom past the skids if that's okay.
And then probably check the rock boxes as well. Send them outboard.
Yeah, video, I copied that. All right, thanks.
Pushing past the skids.
Yep.
A little more tilt up, we can get a wider shot without the skids too.
Is that good for you?
It's improved, yes.
Go ahead, watch one. Yeah, dead just coming into view at the bottom. Is that what you want? Great. All right, video, give me 1 sec.
So it looks like we might have some more of that Duva Florida here.
All right. Video, you can go for zoom.
See the dust coming in from the left.
Yeah. It's just going to go get blown to the west.
And we have a couple of sponges.
Probably you can kill laser, or never mind. Zoom past him.
Yeah, trying to get that clump on the upper left.
One upper left clump.
And as you
copy.
notice, the more you look around and zoom in, the more organisms you see. The dead coral structure creates an amazing
More centering ability.
number of nooks and crannies for other
Copy
organisms
that.
to attach and live. So even after the scleractinian coral is long dead, it's still creating habitat for other organisms. Looks like a tiny brittle starfish on the upper left of this soft coral.
I don't think we're close enough, but can we try those extra lights?
The light bar?
The
Yeah, the fog lights.
fog lights, you guys call
If we
them.
get another look at the
Yeah.
coral
I think it'll bring more
coral
color if we're hitting
skeleton
it.
that this is growing on, it
Big
might be
core.
an alapsamia.
Yeah.
Just
As
the
I
ass
said
off
before,
light
both
bar.
analapsamia and
Yep.
Lophelia are common in this area. As we move further north, the analapsamia will
Oh,
become
there's more
less
color.
common.
Much nicer.
But here we could have a good mix of both of those corals.
Copy.
Going for full screen.
Yep.
Tilt down.
Tilting down.
And Tina is asking if it's not Dendrophilia. I'm not sure which coral she's referring to. Is that the soft coral?
And video's clear.
All right, go
Wait.
ahead.
Is there a pycnogonid at the bottom of that white sponge? Right above at the top screen.
Oh, and there's a
Top?
little crinoid at
No,
the bottom
just
that
right
we
of
just
center.
saw.
You see it? That's centered now.
Yeah, and that
Oh,
might be
yeah.
a little bitty pycnogonid
Good
on
eye.
on the sponge right in the center of the view right now. I don't think I've ever seen a pycnogonid that tiny.
Video's clear. Video's clear.
Copy. All right, video can come wide. Killed fog lights. Copilot, thank you.
ROV nav bridge move complete.
Thank you, Bridge.
You have another cutthroat eel, Synaphobranchid, in the center there. And several more coral structures ahead and sponges. And we have a yellow coral on the left here. Now, in my experience, an Ellipsamia in this region is often more yellow. So maybe that's an Ellipsamia that we're passing there on the left. But an Ellipsamia can also be white, so it's kind of tough to tell the difference between the Lophelia and an Ellipsamia when we don't get a real close-up view.
Copy that. Copy. All right, video, go for zoom.
So we're
About
taking
the
a
same
look at
size, the
this
other one.
this
Would it
guy.
kill
I don't know if
lasers
this
vid-
is the
or
same
Copot?
individual, but I
Iridescent almost.
yeah, I would.
Beautiful coloration.
I haven't seen this coloration, and also this is much smaller than any chimera I've ever seen. I don't know if there are any fish folks out here that could confirm that this is a juvenile. And this looks like a different one than we saw when we first sat down. Yeah, very different coloration.
Max zoom.
Copy.
Very nice, stable shot.
That's because I'm set. Can't take credit for that. Go ahead, watch one.
You
Copy
guys
that.
clear?
All right,
And
video
again, you can
live.
see that the sea floor here is sediments of light color, but also all these coarse, rubbly pieces of dead coral. And
Full wide.
very likely
This
this
video.
Past the
mound
skids.
is made of just
Perfect.
long-term piling upward of the dead coral pieces.
And that's exactly what we were hoping to confirm.
Exactly, yes. Because this is one of hundreds and hundreds of these mounds along this mesa, and this is the first of 3 we hope to traverse today, and we'll see if all 3 look similar.
Anything
If
specific
they
here?
do, it
Watch
gives
lights.
us a really good indication of what this whole area may hold in terms of the biological communities.
Is it white? Copy. Yeah, give
We're
me a
going to
second.
zoom in on some of these organisms to give you a close-up. Again, the laser beams you see on the screen are 10 centimeters apart. Give you somewhat of a sense of scale, even though it's really hard to fathom how, oh, no pun intended. It's really hard to imagine how large or small these organisms are.
But one thing that it would be easy to imagine is if a trawl net were dragged across this surface right here, both the sponges and the corals would likely be swept off, and both of these types of organisms are very long-lived. It might take decades for them to come back if they do at all. So that's why these habitats are so sensitive to things like disturbance from trawling.
Video, go for zoom.
A little bit left.
Copy.
So this is an octocoral. And I wonder if Rachel Bassett might be able to help us with an ID on
There's
this one.
Max
She
Zoom.
wanted to take a closer look.
Copy that video.
And it
It's not
sounds like
full
we
screen.
have the group that Rachel's working with now kind of stumped about what this octocoral is, so I'm not the only one. And while we're looking at that, we also see little kind of tree-like organisms
Copy.
that are blowing around in the current.
Copy. Thank
And
you.
Chuck Messing was noticing that some of
Great.
these are dense populations of agglutinating
Video's clear.
forams,
All right.
foraminiferans, Astrorhiziacea,
Coming up.
that are covering the dead coral
Come on,
branches.
video. Give a little push forward.
And Chuck has hypothesized that they might actually help accelerate the sediment deposition on these mounds.
Copy.
So they collect the fine particles that normally drift through the coral branches, and then they take them in and hold on and take more sediments out of the water column.
Yes, there are many, many species of foraminifera, these single-celled organisms that live on the seafloor, the benthic foraminifera.
It's like a different branch one
There are
coming straight
also
above
many
your
that live
lasers.
in the sea surface
still in
called
the distance a
planktonic
little?
foraminifera,
Just a
and their
little bit.
shells are settling down here
Is
as well.
it- Yeah.
Right there.
Dead center. Yeah, let me rotate around.
Do we want to zoom in to one of these?
Copy. Yep, you got it. Just give me one sec.
RV nav bridge.
And we'll hopefully see
Go
some more
ahead,
of these
Bridge.
agglutinated
If
benthic
possible, I would like to
forams.
adjust my heading.
They're very unusual, well, not
maybe
unual, but
about
they're in a
5 to 10
different
degrees
group
to
of the
starboard,
type that we
just to
see
keep the current
in
on
the
bow.
microfossil
Roger that, go ahead.
assemblages.
Okay, will
They
do.
are almost
Sec video.
arboretus. They grow in fronds and
How close can you
attach
get to it?
their
Yeah,
chambers,
get closer,
whatever
just
sediment
settling
is
in.
available.
Without
They
hitting
can
my
be quite
toe
large.
on its neighboring.
And we have another Synaphobranchid cutthroat eel
Friends
swimming
there.
by.
All right, video. You want to try that?
Okay.
And here's another octocoral.
Awesome. Thank you.
With hydroid in the background. And this looks like a bamboo,
Bamboo.
coral. Yeah, you can see those brown bands that alternate between the white calcareous
We try
parts of the
extra lights
skeleton.
again?
Maybe Scott France can
Copilot, you want to
identify
try
the species for
fog
us.
lights?
Is he online still?
Sorry, video. Kind of drifted a little bit. Coming back.
And Chuck Messing said that perhaps this might be a Unicella, which there's a similar species on the Miami Terrace just south of us. South of us quite a ways, actually, but... And the pink organism in the back left might be a cup coral with its tentacles retracted.
Any idea what the purplish pink thing is to the lower right? You just tilt down a little bit and
Oh,
slightly
yeah.
right.
Yeah, I'm
How's that?
not quite sure. There's a
At the bottom of
purple
right
pinkish
corner of the
organism to the lower right, and
Right there?
it might
Right
be
edge?
something like
Right
an
edge,
anthomastus that's retracted,
Lay
but
back. It's pretty steady around 190 now. Dropped
okay,
to
the
170 with these two
Unicella might have been
moves.
the white
Now it's back up at
octocoral that we
190.
looked at previously, not this one. Thanks, Tina.
Max zoom.
Copy.
Look at that little puff in the upper right corner.
Upper right. Copy that. Yeah.
Or maybe
That's
that's one
centered
of
now.
the Duva Florida that's also just contracted its tentacles. That might be what that is. So
Question
much
for the
life to look at here. It's rather
solitary hydroid in the
amazing.
back.
We have hydroids. And
Yeah, you can see the particles getting the manips right now.
Okay, pulling out for a full image of this area.
Copy that.
You can see how the
Slight
the
tilt.
remains of the dead coral have turned
Good
brown, and that brown is the iron oxides, maybe iron manganese oxides that are in the seawater as
Do you
ions,
have the
and they
ability to rotate
precipitate
to that
onto
bright object to
surfaces.
left of center?
So a freshly dead coral or a living
yeah, I think
stony
so.
coral would be bright white, and as it
And now
has
near the top
recently
of the
died,
screen.
it might be very light
That's at
brown,
the top.
It's
similar to
now
what you're seeing
centered.
Okay, I was going for the wrong
in the
one.
foreground,
Yeah.
and then as it sits on the seafloor for long periods of time, it turns a dark brown, almost black. So you sort of see the stages of fossilization. Looks like there's a brittle star also winding around the base of this, at least one, maybe two.
Yeah, I see several.
You see the arms.
And it does look like that is a cup coral of some type. They are quite difficult to distinguish to the species level without collecting them and looking at the morphology of the calyx, which is where the
Oops,
polyp
somebody's
sits.
going by.
Oops, and just got a flash of a
darn.
fish.
Jeez.
Oh, there he
it's
is.
beautiful.
It's a cutthroat eel. And also in the
Very
lower
common.
lower left are two
couple.
different types of
Two
sponges.
of
It looks like a demo sponge and a glass sponge, which is the more clear one. And then you can see several other sponge types on the horizon. And there were some small feather stars in that group that we were looking at. Again, this dead coral structure just creates habitat for so many species, and the more we zoom in and look around, the more you can actually see. Oh, but that's great. Nice big group of live coral, this white coral ahead here.
Co-pilot, ready for move? All right, this one's going to be 320.
Go ahead, Watchley.
Bridge, RV nav.
Go ahead, RV nav.
Yeah.
Another ship move, please.
Okay.
30 meters, bearing 320 degrees at 0.2.
Video, let me
30 meters.
stand
bearing
by.
320, speed decimal 2.
I think I'm gonna
That's a
have
good
another
copy.
cutthroat eel. Trying to take a closer look at this coral. We're getting pulled a bit though.
It's just me turning to try to get the dust to blow away from it, Watchley.
Okay, great.
It's interesting when you see coral reef communities in the tropical shallow regions, and you
sec,
see white
yeah.
coral.
RV
That's a
nav,
bad
Bridge, move
sign.
initiated.
Right.
Thank you,
It
Bridge.
means that they're symbionts, the microscopic algae, zooxanthellae, that live among their tentacles.
All right.
It means that they have vacated the
Video, wanna come in for
premises.
that?
Corals don't do well without
And
them.
co-pilot, you can kill
So
lasers.
that's referred to as coral bleaching. But in these deep sea corals, bright white means healthy,
Yep.
and something to get
You can
used to
coordinate
at
with
first.
video, depending what he wants
But
of
you can
lighting.
see how healthy those are, and
It doesn't
the
affect
darker
me
the
either way
coral,
too much.
certainly that crusting of the iron oxides means that the coral polyps no longer live there.
Yeah, and again, this looks like an Alipsamia profunda. And you see the dead matrix is the brownish part of the coral skeleton to the left, and then the white part with the polyps is the live coral.
Okay, pulling for full screen.
Copy.
It's a great shot. It looks like a hydrozoan growing off of the top of that coral. And I wonder if the bottom right, it looks like that might be a different coral.
Tilt it down and slightly right.
Is it on screen?
I think that's what they were talking about.
Copy. Further right, copy.
Several different sponge species here.
Do you see it, Watchley?
I think it might be that white one.
Oh,
Yeah, it's more spiky than.
copy.
There you go.
All right.
Yeah, so this is definitely a different, this actually looks like a, yeah, stylosterid, which is a hydrozoan coral. And there's a nice crinoid right next to it. So stylosterids are quite common further south in the Straits of Florida, and then become less common as we move north, at least in my experience.
Okay, video's clear.
All right. Go ahead and come wide. To the left. Yeah, is it on screen or a little further left? Copy that. That video, we're going to want to come back in.
Wasn't clear and watch lead.
Okay, video, yeah, come back in, I think. And then watch lead, if you want to lead me to... Yeah, copy.
Watch leads. Can you guys also say that on the transmit channel so people at home can hear as well?
So we had a request to look to the left on this coral, so we're panning over this way.
Do you want me to pan past this group? Or is it
Um,
just to the left, on the left side of the...
I'm not quite sure if we could have a little more info from Tina about what she wanted to look
Video,
at
you want to come out a little bit?
to the
Just
left
give
here.
a little... That's good.
There's another stylosterid coral to the upper left of the screen now. Just a little bit lower, pilots, please.
Copy.
To lower left.
What exactly are we looking for?
I'm not quite sure exactly what we're looking for. Tina said a little bit lower,
Lower.
just of screen now. So we have a glass sponge to the left of this in Alapsamia profunda, white coral. Oh, it's a hydroid colony that she was looking at, a pinnate colony to the left.
Do you
ROV
see it
now,
at
bridge
all?
move complete.
I still don't quite see
Thank
it.
you,
There's
Bridge.
so much going on in this scene.
Maybe tilt down.
Oh, it's probably, yeah, just down and a little bit right now. I see a hydroid. A little bit more to the right.
See that comb?
Kind of
looking thing?
feathery.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like it has some white, something right in the middle of it. I wonder if those might be some kind of eggs.
Egg cases, maybe.
Yeah. There's also an octocoral on the left, lower left there. Wow, that's interesting. I wonder what that is.
Looks like a fern, how they have
It
their own
does.
seeds.
Wow, that's a great shot.
Okay, video's clear.
All right.
Great, thanks, pilots.
No problem. Good. Come wide.
Full wide.
And actually work that Eric Cortez has done in the Gulf of Mexico where they sampled
Push
dead
past the
versus
skids.
live coral quantitatively has shown that the dead coral, it hosts more biodiversity of other organisms than the live coral, which makes sense because the live coral wants to keep other organisms from growing on it, but once it's dead, it's free to be colonized. Ooh, and that might be our first golden crab right there, sitting under the
Crab
coral.
left of center.
Yeah, copy that.
We saw one of these 2 days ago in our last dive at the very edge of the Blake Plateau at a depth of 1,300 meters. And
Yeah, so almost-
literally he was crawling along the precipice.
Yep. Almost double the depth that we are now.
Mm-hmm.
That one of the things that we want to learn is how reliant
Kill
these
bite and kill
golden
lasers.
crabs are on the coral. They definitely are often found on it.
Video you wanna go
but
in?
what their behaviors are, and
Copy.
it looks like this one might be missing one of its front claws. You can see how complex this matrix is
Can
on
lead
the
it to the
on the
right.
seafloor of all the dead
Yeah,
pieces of
stand
coral.
by.
Okay, he's settling in.
He's trying to hide from us, I think. Or maybe he's eating, actually.
Slight tilt up.
And again, this is oh, he actually does have two claws. I can see them now. He just had the other one hidden underneath his carapace. And this is one of the species that's a commercial fishery in the area, this golden crab.
Just lead it up to the right.
We're hoping at some point Chip Collier from the South Atlantic Fisheries Management Council might join in and tell us a bit more about the fishery and the protections of the corals in this area. And you can see that's a big dead piece of Analopsamia profunda that the crab is in front of now.
And another cup coral, looks like, right?
Video is
Yeah,
clear.
another cup
Our
coral,
video could
another
come live.
stylaster, the white coral, little tiny thing that you see there on the right, and then a bigger hydroid, the feather-looking thing to the just right of the crab now.
I don't think of hydroids as being that large.
I know that they're very large here. That's interesting.
They look much more like the corals or the sea pens.
Mm-hmm. We have one little bioturbated area of sediment there. The sediment that
Some
was
item coming right
lighter in
next to
color.
lasers
Somebody
now,
had dug that
anemone.
up recently.
Oh, yeah. Stand by one.
If they're interested.
Do you want to snap it and see?
Yeah, that would be great. Thanks, pilots.
Oh, all right.
I have an anemone here.
Kill lasers, co-pilot.
And anemones are another type of hexacoral, like the scleractinians. In the actinaria. You can see their mouth right in the center. All those tentacles that have stinging cells. They capture prey and bring them into the center mouth there.
The video's clear.
Great.
Lots of sponges that you see inhabiting the coral rubble. And it looks like we have another bioturbated area of sediment on the right here.
Maybe a slight tilt up.
You can see that we're climbing up this mound. We're now at 728 meters.
Co-pilot, you ready? You ready
And for anybody
another
just
30?
joining us, this is the Stetson Mesa South,
Okay.
I'm gonna make
which is a broad area
this
off of the
one
coast of northern Florida,
We can kill the light, extra
maybe,
lights.
with many of these mound-like
325?
features. And so this is an attempt to ground truth and figure out what these mounds are
Pretty
and
trophy
where
now.
what might have
Go ahead,
created
Abhinav.
them.
Ship move,
And
please.
from our-
30 meters.
Our
bearing.
observations so
25.
far, it looks
0
like it
decimal
might
2.
be corals that have
30
created them.
meters,
And
325 feet,
Stay
decimal
centered.
two.
that was one
Thank
of
you.
our hypotheses. Pilot, there's a yellow coral to the upper left. If we could get a zoom on that at some point.
Yeah, stand by.
We have several synaphobranchid cutthroat eels here.
Aravina bridge move initiated.
Thank you, Bridge.
Copy. Let me know. I'm just gonna go for this coral. If I tug you, just let me know.
Wonder if that's actually a sponge instead of a coral. We will soon find out. And is that a bottle on the lower left? The first marine debris that we've seen for the day?
We didn't see any yesterday, I don't
No,
think.
I don't think.
Or 2 days ago at the
We might have
edge of the
seen
Blake
one
escarpment.
piece of paper or something,
Oh,
but that was
Video
it.
that.
Yeah, that
Kill
looks
bite,
like a
you can kill
sponge.
lasers. Awesome.
Beautiful color. I hope that Shirley Pomponi will join us today, our local sponge expert. It looks like more hydroids behind this sponge.
To the back.
Okay, go for full screen.
Copy.
Another cutthroat eel, and you can see the dead skeleton of an Alipsamia profunda there on the lower left, and then at least 3 different
Video's
sponge
clear.
species it looks like, and then
Great.
maybe on the
Good, come
right
wide.
side was more of that Duvia florida, soft coral. And we've kind of reached a flat portion of this mound, flatter than we had been climbing
That fish
anyway.
in front of us looks different. It's got a black tail.
Go for
Right
zoom.
next to lasers.
Yeah, if we could zoom on the fish. I'm not sure if that's different or not. It
Sorry,
looks
video. It's gonna be a
quite
bumpy
similar
ride.
to a Synaphobranchid, but
He's
it
gonna
could
come
be a
to
different
you.
species.
Copy,
He's
stand
swimming right
by.
towards us, right through the coral. Oh, and look at that nice big hydroid that he's swimming past there. Big feathery looking hydroid. Again, it looks like there's some little white dots on the
kill bite,
center
kill
of that, like
lasers.
we saw previously. Oh, and we have another one of the white octocorals in the lower right. After we check out this eel, maybe we can look at that.
Just tilt up.
They're well adapted for poking their nose into this type of coral, aren't they?
Yeah.
Just let it swim through the screen.
Copy.
Yep, it's gonna float away. He's floating out of the
Pilot,
image.
can we get the lasers just briefly so we can get a sense of how large
Yeah.
the eel is? I think he's probably
Go by and
about
grab
10
lasers real quick.
centimeters, but we'll find out. No, he's longer.
He might. Ooh, and here comes a friend.
Yeah, so
Yeah, I
he's
do
about-
think that's
about 30 centimeters in length,
a Synaphobranchid.
30 to 40. Thank you.
Welcome. And then watch it. You wanted a view on something else in view?
Yeah, there was a white coral just straight ahead of the eel. It's an octocoral, a soft coral, and it's white.
Copy.
Immediately right of your lasers, I believe.
Is it?
Correct, just to the right of where the lasers just were. Yeah,
Okay,
right there.
Copy. Stand by. Video. Give me a sec.
I wonder if this is what we were looking at before, a little further down the mound. And Sandra Brooke commented that these Synaphobranchids are common in both Lophelia and Analipsamia coral habitats, so
Right,
this
there's
is
a lot of
exactly where we would
items.
expect to find them.
Zoom from here. And kill bite, kill lasers.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
That looks like the species we saw previously, which I think Chuck Messing thought was Unicella, maybe?
Aravina, bridge move complete.
But I think there was quite a bit of
Next.
debate.
Bridge.
I don't know if there'd be any interest in taking a small sample of this.
That looks so different with the skeletal covering being so
back.
much more opaque than the denticles. Or
Yeah,
the polyp.
this species does have a lot of tissue over the skeleton, kind of thicker tissue than some of the octocorals that we've seen.
Going full screen.
Copy.
So Rachel has commented that a sample of this would be a good addition to our collections. Pilot, would that be
Video's
something
clear.
that would be possible?
Give me 1 second. Watch lead before I answer. Video
Okay.
come wide.
Again, one of the things we have to balance here in the high current is the stability of the vehicle and the
Good
position
crush.
of the ship. So we'll have to see
A lot of
with
things
every
if I got
collection
closer. What do you
whether
think?
it's going to be feasible or not.
Unless I get it.
I think you can do it. Get up lateral a little to your right.
And Chris Kelly has joined us, and he agrees that it's Unicella.
Come at it from this angle.
Yeah, if you... I'd hold that angle and just lateral to starboard a little. Then your toes should get around those two big chunks.
Lateral starboard, you think?
Starboard.
Sorry, stand by.
Right. Just a foot or two, and then your left toe will be clear of that chunk, and the right one should be clear of that big grouping. Yeah, right about there-ish.
Alright, stand by.
Yeah, right there. I think you got it.
Alright, Copilot, can I borrow your hand and hit joy lock? Thank you, sir.
You can also see a little pink organism just back.
Alright. Yeah,
Um,
Washley, I think we can grab that sample if you'd like.
Great, roger that, thank you. So we are going to attempt a sample collection here of this Unicella, the octocoral that you see kind of left of center of the screen here.
Copilot. Is, what's ship status? Are we in
Yes,
a
and
okay
Pilot,
spot?
if there's any way to
Ship
grab
is
some of the
stationary.
coral rubble, we might be able to get a sense of what that is and even find one of these agglutinated foraminifera that are attached to it.
So grab some rubble too, Washley, from the bottom, or try to.
Yeah,
Yeah, sure, thanks.
I would
Copilot.
imagine that that would have to be two separate things because we only need a tiny piece of the octocoral.
So it's pretty small. I'll put the arm next to it so you can see.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, again,
All right,
this
arms
is
come live, 3, 2, 1.
Would there be objection to getting a little, I don't want to say a scoop, but a scoop would give us also the sediment
So
and the dead coral.
we
We
could
could
try
put
to
it in the
scoop
same
it,
bio box, potentially.
but with a current,
I guess
a
so,
lot of it
yeah.
might blow away. But I'd be
We
more
may
than
be
happy
blown
to
away
try
by
it.
the current, so perhaps we could do this at another location. We'll see if we have time.
Or if this works here, then we could get two different types of samples with one.
Yeah, it's great because we could put them in the same bio box since they obviously cohabitate.
Pilots are free.
All right, can we center?
Yeah, that's actually a lot
Zeus
smaller than I was
and
thinking.
zoom in slightly.
Once again,
So you're trying to take up whole collection of like rubble and the coral?
I was just
Opposed to
gonna-
snip?
I was just gonna still snip the coral.
Okay.
All right, watch it. Yeah, do you see the coral size now?
yeah, that's a lot smaller. If you want to just grab that from the base and grab some of the coral rubble with it, that would be wonderful.
Copy that. We will attempt that, and then we'll probably just go port inner. It's good. So I'm just gonna try to snip it, and then some of the rubble might get caught in the
So I think
Rubber.
they're saying just kind of close your jaws where you are.
I
Yeah.
don't have it,
Just
but I will.
take the whole
I'll
coral
log the
along
collection.
with the rubble.
And it's been
Just
pointed
grab a
out that this
handful and
species is actually
what that
fairly
coral's
common.
on is
So
part of the rubble, so it should go.
again, that
with
makes
it.
us feel better about taking
Right.
an entire small organism, and we can learn a lot
Yeah,
more
I
about
like
the
that.
morphology by taking a whole
Yep.
sample
like
as
that.
well. We don't do that
Nice job,
often,
Sean.
especially with larger corals, but pen.
All right.
Unicella.
All right, Copilot, do you think you can open drawer here, or do I need to move? All right. Just hold for a second.
Maybe come down on minis. That's pretty much most of the way.
We definitely got some of that coral rubble. So hopefully we'll find some agglutinated foraminifera that Chuck Messing has noted. And that is going.
So we are at 731 meters collecting this Unicella octocoral and a little bit of coral rubble, which is the habitat it's growing in.
Do you
Hiding
want
your wrist a little bit.
to zoom on HD2?
No, that's all right.
If you bring your wrist up, you'll become more vertical. There you go.
And the big vase sponge you see off in the distance in the left-hand side looks like a rosellid vase sponge. Chris Kelly gave us that information. Big, beautiful sponge. It looks like a bamboo coral on the right center.
Think you can knock that little piece in? It's right on the edge of the drawer. You don't have to. I'm giving you a chance to do a little practice. Nicely done.
All right. Copilot, you can close that.
All right. Well done, Sean.
Very nicely done,
Sample
pilot.
is marked.
We were watching on the other camera while the pilot was very gently releasing the specimen, and then there was a piece of rubble on the side of the bio box and ever so slightly tapped into the box.
That's all right.
Hard to believe that we are more than 700 meters
Video's flopping
above,
out.
and the pilot is
Thanks, video.
manipulating from the surface. All those gaming skills have come into play. So we have our first collection of the day. And we got the
All right,
bonus
coming
of some
off,
of
3,
the
2, 1.
coral rubble and maybe even some sediment attached, although I don't think there was too much of the sediment other than the coral rubble. But
It's quite hard to collect sediment
All right.
with
Yeah.
a claw like
with
that.
a claw.
Not
Hoping
the
there's
right
some
tool
No
for the
joy
task.
lock.
in between some of those rubble pieces, but
And
not
I'll
too
push out
likely.
ahead because I see we're behind. All right, watch these. I just need to do a small push for a second. We kind of fell behind a little bit with Sirius.
Roger that. So we're going to move along this mound for a bit here and catch up with the ship a bit, since we were sitting still and the ship was still being pushed by the current. But we'll get some really good views as we fly over. See some more, probably an Elipsamia there on the left. More sponges coming into view.
Copy that.
Well, I think it's pretty clear that we've confirmed that these are certainly
So you
habitat.
look like you're following the ridge. And
This
you're
is interesting
due
on
north,
the right.
So
We'll
Yeah.
have to take a look at
co-pilot, I
this.
think our next move is going to be over that direction.
Yeah, to my left or port is
And I would kind of
downslope.
agree with bathymetry as well.
These look
And we're
like some kind of
turning back
burrows.
north and
Oh,
to the
great.
east.
Alright.
All right, so
Somebody else might be here
yeah, bring your
on the
head
very
around,
top of
kind
this
of point
map.
towards D2 if you would.
So some of the fish species that are commercially fished in this area are tile fish, and I know that they make burrows, so I don't know if they'd be this deep, but I guess it's a possibility.
And I would go with that heading, so that's yeah, 0. Looks like it's still off a little bit to your port, but all right, co-pilot, I'm going to take you 010.
And
Does that
then
sound
Pilot,
alright
can we
to you?
just take a quick zoom on those burrow-like features or mounds? We can't even tell.
did you say mounds, watch it?
Yeah, right
Yeah.
in the center ahead.
Copy.
Well, actually,
You can see that fresh sediment on top
quite tell
in
if
these
that's
mounded areas.
uphill.
That's what
Yeah, it's
underlies
uphill.
this
So let's bring
slightly
you over
brownish
starboard some, actually,
overlying sediment.
because we want to stay on top
The
of this
brown
ridge line.
tint of the
So we'll do that heading.
the top
040.
sediment.
I have video. Go
30
ahead,
iron
zoom in
manganese
on mound.
coating on each grain. We'll be able to see this if we get a sediment sample, the difference between
Bridge,
surface
I'll be there.
sediments and these pieces.
Great, thank
And
you.
you also see it on the rubble of the coral,
ahead,
the dead
Arvina.
coral stalks.
Ship move,
And so the
please.
white
30
white
meters,
dead coral
bearing
has been buried and
040
recently
at
exposed.
Have
0
not been
decimal 2.
exposed. Yeah.
30 meters, bearing 040.
Yeah,
And
you
there's
can
a
see
tiny
some-
crinoid.
And a
Good copy, thank you,
pteropod
Rich.
on the sand. You see shell remains of pteropods, the planktonic snails that
Oh,
our
yeah.
colleague Stephanie
Sorry,
Bush
video.
of the Smithsonian, that's her specialty. I hope she's watching. These pteropods, they look like little winged
Arvina, bridge
organisms,
moving
which
initiative.
is where they get their name.
Thank you,
Wing
Bridge.
foot is what they are called, which is actually the soft part. Has a foot-like, is a foot-like shape, and helps them motor a little bit. They still are at the mercy of the currents, but they can maneuver somewhat when they're alive.
All right, watch leads. Are you good with that?
And Stephanie's letting us know that it's likely Cavalinia. That's great. We will try very hard to get a sediment sample, maybe as an associate with some organism that we collect.
Is this a sample? Watch it.
I don't think that we'll be able to
Yeah, I
get
think we
that.
can keep going on.
Yeah.
All right, copy that.
Thank you, though.
All right, video. Go ahead and come wide when you're ready.
But you can see that a lot of that material is quite coarse and riddled with shell material, which is what we would expect to see under the Gulf Stream, the finer materials that might be settling down from
Great,
above.
thank you. And then if you want to
just
zoom
can't
past skids,
even
you can feel free to do
deposit
so.
on the seafloor. There's too much energy here, and they're too small. So we tend to see larger grains
We're going
in a high
10
flow
or
environment like this.
040.
And those grains in this area are
040,
mostly
copy.
from
Yes,
the
watch
shell
on, go ahead.
material of organisms, such as pteropods and
So
sponge spicules. There are many of those in the
we
area.
are heading
from the
currently at
sponges. They're
040. I'll
very
point that
sharp
direction.
Silica-rich
About right there
sponge
is the general
spicules
motion of
are
ship.
very
So they,
plentiful in these types of
And our
sediments.
sonar is kind of pointing in that direction as the higher slope. So yeah, slightly to the right as I was looking, a little higher.
We also see a lot of planktonic foraminifera shells in the sediments, the larger ones, and these settled from the surface waters after the organism dies.
Yep. Copy that.
They're large enough
So what's
to
it look like
withstand
90
these
degrees to
currents,
your
I
right?
guess. They're heavy enough also.
To right.
Yeah, if you just turn your
That's
head in.
that's where it came from. That'd be downslope, I think. So
If you've
that
joined us on
is
any previous dives,
south,
the seafloor sediments
Okay,
were
so that's
very,
south.
very small
Which is
particles
opposite of
because
like
of
That's
the
where
lower
we
velocity
came.
currents,
we just came from there,
clay-sized particles, and we
So watch it.
characterize
That's south we're looking now, and that's where he came from.
that type of
So we
sediment
could-
as being mud.
Well,
and
do you want to
we
keep moving towards waypoint
really don't have
3-ish
mud
though?
here.
Yeah, let's continue on the bathymetry that it showed a dip in this region. So I think we're right on track.
So,
but
yeah.
East-west,
still-
we're on the local high.
We still have a slope this way, so
Yep.
yeah, I think it's great.
In another 50 meters or so, I think we'll be heading uphill again, if that.
Copy.
Go ahead. So we've traveled about 70, 80 meters based on our on-bottom point, but the ship we've put in 120 meters of movement with the ship, but D2 has only seemed to have covered about 80 meters on bottom. Roger that.
So just for perspective,
Also, it's about halfway.
we've
Does
moved
either one
about
of you
80
want
meters
bottom
since
time
we've
at all?
reached the bottom, and we've seen all sorts of interesting coral habitat.
Yeah.
The ship is
Sorry,
moving a
what'd you
little
ask?
faster than
I said
we
either
are
one of you
in
wanted
the
bottom
Gulf
time,
Stream.
but Andy answered first, so I can't give you any.
And we've moved off the top of the mound into a slight depression here, and you see an immediate change in the
Watch
seafloor
the
character.
snap.
We can set real quick. We can switch.
So, accounting for some of the backwards over ground motion we made right after we came on bottom, I would say we've covered about 100 meters at this point.
And after a little bit of calculation, it looks like we have covered about 100 meters
All
now.
right, Copilot, you want to
So-
hit joy lock real quick? Sorry.
And our dive track has close to
Pilot, why don't
700
you,
meters
actually keep driving for a little
altogether.
bit?
Okay.
I need to see if I can
Planned.
find someone to help me disinfect my station before I hand it off to you.
And that would basically cover at least
Oh, I could go
2
to
of these mounds.
Copilot.
And the last one being quite a bit larger than the one that we're on now.
Oh.
Well,
yeah,
we
sorry.
actually started on the
whoever-
top of the
Yeah, you
first
just
mound.
drive
Yeah,
for
yeah.
5
Okay.
minutes
So
and then find someone from the dry
We've
lab.
finished that
Sorry.
first mound, and we have
Misunderstood. Yes.
2 mounds left, each of which is increasing in size. It'd be nice to get to that top, steepest and highest mound if we can.
Right.
So we might try to get some headway here. And you'll note that as soon as we got off the top of the mound, we stopped seeing the abundance of corals and sponges, and certainly less rubble. It's probably just
Arvina,
beneath
bridge
what
move
we're
complete.
looking at. This is where some of the sediments have been able to deposit, and coral hasn't populated in these areas.
Yeah, watch it. This seems to be a little dip in the terrain, but our sonar is picking up slope just ahead of us, the way we're moving, so we should get upslope in just a moment again.
Roger that, pilot. So pilot
yeah,
has
you can see
confirmed
it.
that we just are going into a dip, but that there's another upslope in front of us, and you can just start to see that now.
It's fairly steep.
Mm-hmm. And even in this dip, you see a little bit of coral rubble. And maybe a couple of stylaster corals there, the little white guys.
Maybe a quick zoom, please, pilot.
Yeah. All right, video. Let's do a
Little
quick
tiny white
zoom.
guys.
They are tiny,
They're
aren't they?
really hard to see.
Yeah, these are.
Yeah,
The stonies.
stylasters.
Now, is
Sorry,
that one of the
video.
stony corals?
But that's
or
a
not?
hydroid, a
Okay.
hydrozoan
Oh, it's
coral.
not even.
There we go.
Okay. They look so white. They look solid.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, that's great, Pilot. Thanks.
All right, video, whatever you need to do, you can go ahead, and then when you're ready, you can come back out. Great. Something ahead. Yeah, I'm heading there. Oh, video soon from here.
Ooh, we've got a skate here coming up.
Casey flies away. Copilot, please kill lasers.
Huh, look at that. It's quite a beautiful tail.
Beautiful tail, yeah.
So, oh,
You had enough of us.
No, we're just getting a little too close for his comfort.
all right, video, you can try to push again.
These skates are cartilaginous, similar to sharks.
Yep.
We've not yet seen a shark. We often get that question.
Yes.
Have you seen any sharks?
But this is probably the
All right,
third
video, we
ray
can
that we've
let him
seen,
go.
maybe? I think we've seen about 3. None of them have been huge, but this looks like a different
Yeah, this
the different
looks
one
different from
compared
the
to what we've
others.
seen before. Of course, we were much deeper when we saw the other
All right, Copilot, I'll center with you.
rays.
Skate is following by coincidence. Pass him up though. I think we have good
Wow,
footage.
look at
whenever
this.
you're ready to
Look at this
Yeah,
mound
swap,
coming
I
up.
think
That's
I got
amazing.
most of it over
Great.
here.
Yeah, stand by. Let me just
If you want to hand off in the water, you can.
gently and set real quick. Make
Okay.
it a little easier. Stand by 1 sec. Copilot. All right, go ahead. Great.
Watch leads, Pilot.
Go ahead, Pilot.
As we do our swap here, I realize we never got a chance to introduce ourselves, so now's a good time.
Oh, that would be a great time. Thank you.
Well, hello on shore. This is Bobby Moore. I just swapped into Pilot. Your previous pilot to my left, now sitting navigator.
Sean Kennison.
And to my right.
I'm your ROV co-pilot, Andy O'Brien.
On video, I'm Emily Narrow. And on clipping, I'm Annie White.
And we are all engineers and videographers from the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration. We're tasked with managing the ROVs and video systems, highlight videos, satellite systems, and most other technical aspects of getting down to the bottom of the ocean here.
So in other words, they hardly sleep while we're out here.
And we apologize for the lack of introductions.
We'll
That's
do
what
it.
happens when we land and we immediately start to see something. We
Yep.
forget our manners. So thank you for reminding us, and we appreciate all you do. You're an incredible team, both
Roger
the
that.
ROV team and the video team.
Okay,
Amazing
stand
group
by
to work
video.
with.
Gonna come around a little. All right, can start to go in slow. It's quite all right. Sure.
Pilot, can we get a quick laser when you pull away from?
Roger that. Hit my toe. Come around.
Don't want to blind the poor fellow.
Oh,
Yeah, let's
beautiful
come
quick
wide.
shot anyway.
Yeah, let's come wide. He doesn't quite want to stay in our lights.
We're coming up to much
This is your
more
final
coral.
one if you want
Looks
it
like we
video.
have a bunch of bamboo corals on the left.
Oh, he's not going to comply. All right, let's come wide and move on.
And Pilot, this is watch one.
Go ahead.
Could we look at these soft corals, these bamboo corals on
You
the
got it.
left-hand side of the screen? Thanks. So they're all over the place, I guess. Wow.
Is there one in particular?
Whatever is your choice, whatever's easiest.
All right, we'll go with the one center with a little darker background. Go ahead, video.
I hope Scott is still here. Scott France, he said he had to dash off to a defense, a thesis defense, but maybe he's still
stand
here to
by.
tell us about these bamboo corals before he leaves. You see some a shrimp on that
Still dialing
coral
in.
skeleton there on the bottom.
Go for the one on the right here.
It looks like we have an anemone growing on the bamboo coral in the center there.
Oh, copy.
And you see one polyp is closed up on the left there, and the rest of them are open.
Oh, lost my tongue.
We have some cup corals in the background, those
Oh,
pink
sorry.
corals, and a nice big
Coming back
hydroid
to
on
it.
the right that we just looked at.
All right, go ahead, video. Let's go back in on the right one.
And Scott France says that these are likely a type of Acanella. Although no doubt some would want to call them Isidella.
We're going to get clouded out here pretty quickly. Yep.
And what we're looking at is the branching pattern,
Let's come wide.
and it looks like it's branching just post-node and
think
not
that's
at the
enough for
node,
a
which is
snap.
the way that you would tell those two genera apart.
Is the yellow behind it, is that a coral? Doesn't look like similar to the sponges we've been looking at.
I would imagine that that is a sponge you're talking about on the right side.
No, behind what we were just looking at video. Start to come in once I get this dust off my vehicle.
And I guess from that branching
Start to
pattern,
go in right here.
even Scott France is stumped about whether this is Acanella or Isidella. And it's going to remain a mystery because Scott has to run out to a thesis defense.
Okay, yeah, that's not looking like a coral behind there. All right, I think we can come wide.
But he is leaving us with his best guess, which is the B clade of Keratoisis for that bamboo coral that we're just looking at. Wow, and that's
Oh,
a
auto headings in.
very large
that explains a
skeleton
lot
of
it.
Analopsamia in the center top there. Pilot, this is watch one.
Go ahead.
Could we get a look at that pink coral that's just center now?
You got it.
Thank you.
All right, video. Hopefully I'll do better now without my auto head pushing me everywhere. Start to go in.
There's a cup coral and more bamboo coral here. Ooh. And that's a coral we haven't seen yet today.
Trying to creep around just a little.
Pretty.
It's got a golden color skeleton, which is characteristic of the chrysogorgids, but I don't remember seeing one that looks like this. Looks like there's an anemone on the right side. And a beautiful cup coral in the back, and hydroids.
It's all yours, video. Okay.
Beautiful video here. And Chris Kelly says
Trying to
this
get
might
you
be
over
a
to the right
primnoid.
side to see the skeleton.
And Rachel Bassett, she and her team agree it's a primnoid. Some brittle star arms you can see there, the pink guys.
Is that good, watch leads, for this?
Pilot, can we pan just a little to the right, just and then focus on the distance? There's some spines. I don't know if they're legs of a crab or they're down on the seabed.
On the seabed.
To the right, or if it's pencil urchin or nothing. We saw a pencil urchin earlier. I was hopeful. Okay, we're good.
All right, let's come wide.
Oh yeah, it looks like there might be a squat lobster to the left lower side, the reddish organism.
Do you want a close-up of those?
Sure, if
Yeah,
you
we
can,
haven't seen
that'd be
one yet
great.
today, so that'd be
And we'll
great.
go to the pink in the upper right.
Yeah,
So let's
and
first go to squat lobster.
Okay, and then maybe the sponge in front of it as well. Have we seen that?
Yeah, I would imagine that's a Munidopsis of some sort. And then, wow, that sponge is definitely different than anything we've seen today as well. So Munidopsis are Galatheid anamurin crabs, so they're decapods, but they're more closely related to hermit crabs. They actually have 5 pairs of legs, but the last pair is modified
Sorry,
and
video,
tucked
I'm pretty
underneath.
bouncy. Let's come out a little.
And in hermit crabs, those are used to hold on to the shell. And Steve Oshkovitz has noted about that previous coral that we looked at, the primnoid, that it's reminiscent of several species in the Narella genus, which have a golden axis.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Wow, it looks like there's a anemone and a hydroid and a stylaster and crinoids and sponges, stock sponges, and the agglutinated forams even in there, maybe?
Sorry,
wow.
video, I'm not doing very
oh,
well
wow, and
for
then
you.
there's also an octocoral, really small octocoral on the left
The
there.
long-stemmed
Yeah, the
one.
long-stemmed. I don't know if that's large enough to even be able to tell what it is.
All right, let's come wide.
That's a stylaster. The small
Stylaster.
white coral that you see on the bottom there was a stylaster like we've been seeing previously. And Chris Kelly was asking, what is that sponge growing on? It's growing on the dead Analopsamia coral
Let's
matrix.
go in here.
I believe. And then we have, wow, these are a couple of Anthomastus, I believe. There's the red octocoral that you see in the center. And then there's also another octocoral, and then a glass sponge on the right.
With a brittle star
Hydroid,
at
brittle
its
star.
base.
Yeah, and
yeah,
and then
look
some
at the
zoanthids.
Yellow this time. We
Yellow.
saw white zoanthids farther out to sea.
Yeah, so these zoanthids are growing on the glass sponge, and several people were commenting that that's actually a pretty common association, are these zoanthids growing on the glass sponges. And there's a crinoid and then a whole bunch of cup corals in the background, and more bamboo corals.
And even though these zoanthids look solitary, they're actually colonial. They're connected through what?
Through, they have basically just a connecting stomach piece of tissue or organ. And it looks like a little bamboo coral there. Yeah, so Simon Brook was pointing out that those sponges that we were just looking at that are on stalks, they're pretty common in this area as well as the Gulf of Mexico, and for lack of a better name, we've been calling them lollipop sponges for years. But maybe somebody
That's
has,
a good name.
yeah, maybe somebody such as Chris Kelly or somebody else might have a more proper taxonomic name for them. Wow, what a abundant little patch of dead coral that was.
And
Abundant
if you're
life.
just tuning in, we're on top of a mound that is representative, we think, of hundreds of similar mounds that cross this area. We're at water depths roughly in the 700-meter range. And these mounds stick up from the seafloor that is very flat everywhere else, and right under the Gulf Stream.
This one looks a little different than what we've seen video.
So we're near the top of one of those mounds, and
yeah, that'd be great to take a look at,
the
Pilot. Thanks.
dark branching material is dead coral that has been encrusted with iron oxides.
Another move in, or?
And is being used by
Great.
many,
I'll just do
many
another
different
30 at
organisms
040 degrees.
The hard substrate that they need to hold on to stay in place under this very strong current.
Go ahead, video.
And likely this entire mound is built upward from piling up over the thousands to maybe millions of years. We don't know the ages of these.
Are you ready for shipment? I am. You're very quiet.
There's several brittle stars.
But I can
Look
hear
at how tiny they are.
Oh, wow.
Do you want to try fog lights video?
How's that?
Oh, that's way better.
Great.
That's
Okay.
amazing how many there are.
0 meters at
Let's give it a go.
040 degrees.
Ooh,
Speed?
all right. Is that better or worse?
Okay, 30 meters, bearing 040.
There's also a little anemone down there, the purplish-looking organism.
Beautiful color. They are just decorating this, aren't they? And the thinking is that they don't feed on the coral, that they are just using the coral to get high up into the current.
Look at that.
Is that correct? So that,
Yeah.
oh, look how,
Look at
my goodness.
Is that a little eel?
It looks like an eel.
Wow.
Look at the tail at the base of the coral.
I've never seen anything like that.
Is that a worm?
It might be a worm.
Mouth. Yeah, at first it looked like an eye and a beak.
Yeah,
but
it was
it's
turned
really,
differently.
I think, just a mouth. But it's moving.
The coral might be a plexurid that we're looking at, but I'm not sure what that is. Oh, there's a little shrimp on the end to the left. It's a hydroid that's below the coral on the left.
That is bizarre.
And if anybody knows what this worm is,
it does have a tail. I mean, the end of it is at the base of the stalk. That is a very strange thing that will appear in some sci-fi.
Yeah. Or my nightmares
movie.
tonight.
Yeah, I know. I don't care for that particularly.
So Nolan Barrett asked if this is an ophiuroid nursery or are these mature individuals? Oh, and Chris Kelly said that this is a mollusk that feeds on corals.
Well, it certainly has a mouth adapted to feed on a coral. Its mouth is about the size of a polyp.
Got it.
That's just creepy.
Tilting up gently.
And Nolan Barrett said that it could be an aplicacophorin. Aplicacophorin.
Aplicophorin.
Okay, yes.
All right, let's come on.
And then Megan
get
McCullough
fog
said
lights
that
off
it's
and,
not that.
Move on.
But then Mike Vecchio says it is. So
I'm
if you're
glad we're-
listening, you understand that we certainly don't know everything about the organisms that inhabit the deep. And there's another golden crab.
Oh yeah, another golden crab. And more
There's-
dead standing coral.
Look off to the side.
Nice big sponge to the lower left.
So we're definitely on a little ridge here. We'll
And
keep
we've
following
been
it.
also going back and forth in the chat
Maybe
room
we could
about
take
what
a
some of
quick
these
zoom on the
sponges
golden
are.
crab.
You got it.
Thanks.
We were debating whether it was Africalistes, that was the sponge we were looking at that had the yellow zoanthids. And Sandra Brook thought that that's what it was, and then Chris Kelly thought that it was not that because of they don't branch like that. So there's still some back and forth about what that is.
There's
Okay, let's
several
go ahead
of
on the.
Oh yeah, we have
what are these called?
Anthomastus, or the
Anthomastus.
red corals on
That
the
were-
left. And here we have another golden crab. It's our second one we've seen today. The other one was kind of tucked under a dead coral mound, but this one is walking across the dead coral surface. More flat area.
I'm bringing them back. Stand by.
We have a little round brownish sponge and some round greenish sponge and some clear ones.
Pilot, can we put the laser on?
Lasers, please.
Yeah. Thanks. We saw one earlier that toe-to-toe is about, what? Oh no, that was the eel. So here the carapace is just under 10 centimeters.
Did somebody just join us on the phone?
Gonna try stabilizing you. Give you a good shot. Standby video. No, you're good.
Hey y'all, this is Trey. We have a group here at the Beams Biz Lab.
Hi, Trey. Trey Gillespie.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have a question for us? We'd love to hear from you.
Awesome. We'll send any questions in this way. We're watching the video live right now.
Okay,
Coming
great.
left and up a little.
Trey Gillespie is a senior at the College of Charleston. He's a geology major and leading a team of other geologists. Who's with you, Trey?
A few seconds and hopefully this dust will clear.
And this is Chaseon, the golden crab that we're looking at.
It's Robin Humphrey's class, EX1806.
No kidding.
We're here checking it out, learning a little bit.
Hello, Robin. And everyone else, and welcome to the Visualizations Lab of the College of Charleston.
ROV nav bridge move complete.
We're looking at a golden crab.
Let me know when you're clear, video.
Hi,
All right.
Robin.
Looking at your live feed
Yep.
here.
Yep. Time to move on.
Excellent.
Probably have another minute or two of swing.
Moving
Yes.
on.
They're very fascinated.
So that golden crab is one of the commercially fished species in this area. So it's really
Forgot to tell you
interesting
that
to see them
1449
and
is
see
where
how
I
they might
marked
be
the
using
first
coral
100 meters
habitat here. And again, that's
of
one of
transit.
the uses of this area. This is a coral habitat
No,
area of
of
particular
ROV
concern.
making the
The
100-meter mark.
crab fishery, it fishes all around the outsides of this area. They would like to use more of this area within
This is
the
new
coral
video,
habitat
so
area
we'll
of
take a
particular
snap.
concern. Oh, and there's a black coral too, bathypathes. So anyway, okay, sorry. Yeah, so any information we can find about how much coral area is actually here and how the crabs may or may not use the coral habitat is information that can inform management.
Sounds like we got an idea on that. So let's carry on. Thank you. Tilting up.
And we saw the Bathypathes we were just looking at. We saw many of them farther out on the Blake Plateau at the edge of the Blake Escarpment in the dive we had 2 days ago. We collected one.
Yeah, much deeper.
Much deeper at 1,300 meters water depth, and we're currently at 730 meters. And of course, we're under the Gulf Stream now. We were well away from the Gulf Stream before. We were actually, that area was more influenced by the western boundary current. Undercurrent, sorry.
Yeah, Pat, it looks like you're approaching another little dip.
Hey, Doc, this is Zach
looks like
here.
there's more slope after
I
it.
think I've seen a couple keratoisis bamboo corals, 2 colonies now. If we see another one, could we get a zoom?
Okay.
Sure, Zach, thanks.
Be on the lookout for bamboo.
That might be one in the center there.
Roger.
We have more Synaphobranchid cutthroat eels swimming around.
Several.
So
I see
I'm going to go
at least 5 right now in the view.
to the specimen in a little bit farther up. I'll get a better angle on it. Watch leads. This is the bamboo that was requested. Straight ahead.
Zach, is that what you're looking for? Right here
Roger.
with the lasers?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
And I'd love to get some other people's opinions on what it is as well.
Okay.
We also have a very interesting sponge that we just went over
in
to
the
the lower
foreground.
left. And most of the coral
Stand
matrix
by
that we've
video.
seen so far has been Analopsamia profunda. We also find Lophelia pertusa in this area, but so far most of what we've seen has been Analopsamia.
Okay, co-pilot, I might need your help with camera here.
You can see several little orange cup corals that are
So let's
growing
go
on
for
the
the one
dead
up above.
Analopsamia coral matrix here.
Go ahead, video. Let's tilt up a little, see if we can get it with the darker background. Make it better for, there we go. Thank you, co-pilot.
Thank you for the zoom. It's not even a bamboo coral, so I'm glad we did that.
Yeah, it didn't look like a bamboo. Any other suggestions of a genus? Beautiful video. Yeah, and Sandra Book was pointing out that so far the corals that we've seen, the scleractinian corals that are forming this matrix, look like it's a mix between Lophelia and Analopsamia, which is kind of uncommon at these depths.
Video, if you're clear. Yep.
And what we're looking at is an octocoral, which is different
And
from the
co-pilot,
scleractinian. And
once
it's
we get the specimen
scleractinian
view.
that live in the shallows, or
If we can tilt down.
No, I think
The
that
coral
they
reef.
were referring to the mix of
Is that good for the specimen?
scleractinians.
I know, but the
but,
shallow
Okay.
reef building corals, are they scleractinians?
Yes.
Okay. And do they typically have 6 tentacles instead of the 8?
Yeah, so that
I haven't counted one lately, but
or a multiple of 6.
Okay.
They're hexacorals.
Yeah, let's tilt down,
yes.
and that sponge is right
Hexacorals,
between
yes.
my toes that they were talking about earlier. You might want to bring fog lights on for that.
Yeah, and that's,
That's a great
sponge.
sponge,
Yeah, in the
yes.
lower left, if we could get a look at that, please,
Yep,
pilots.
that's what we're working on.
Great, thanks. And I don't think Shirley Pomponi is with us today, but I
No.
think that she would
I
really
don't-
appreciate getting a look at
I
this.
don't believe we've seen that one.
No, it looks different.
It looks like one we collected during the Charleston Bump expeditions. So again, under the Gulf Stream north of here. I certainly wouldn't be able to say if it was the same species or even tell you what it was, but looks really similar. You can see the smaller holes for the intake of the fluids, and the larger
Pilot's
two
clear
at the
when
top
video's clear.
or the outflow.
Let's come on. Carry on.
And they are filter feeding
Fog
particles
lights,
out of the
please.
water, so they're constantly circulating water through their
All right.
bodies.
I'm going to take control back.
And Chris Kelly thought that this is a species of Geodia.
Geodia.
And we saw probably very different species within that genus at
Coming
deeper
back to port.
sites earlier in this expedition.
I was just following this little ridge for a little bit. Now we'll
Scott
push on
Harris
ahead.
pointed out that he would love to see a core through this mound to see the history of the mound and the growth of the coral. And I believe that Eric Cortez has actually done a core
Pushing
through
hard
a
over this flat
Lophelia
spot.
mound in the Gulf of Mexico. I don't know
Also,
if he'd
Copilot, remember
care
you
to
turned
comment on that.
starboard.
Yeah, we just corrected that. Do I need to keep coming more? Oh, yeah, okay. Okay, push it forward. Okay. Moving ahead.
Maybe we should introduce at least some of the members of our chat team until we
think we're
see
ready for
something
another
that
move.
makes us stop
Copy that.
talking.
Let's see, you're
The
looking.
biota
I
seem
might
to
cheat,
interrupt
maybe like
us quite
5-0 this
often.
time. If everyone's okay with that, and I'll
Yep,
keep
5-0.
30 meters.
5-0 sounds good.
Go ahead,
So
Nav.
while we're scanning the horizon here, we have Adrian Copeland from NOAA, OAR and OER. We have Amanda Demopoulos from U.S. Geological Survey.
30 meters, bearing 050, speed decimal 2.
Christian Jones, who I'm not sure your affiliation. I don't have you on my list. I'm sorry. We have Chris Kelly from the University of Hawaii, who has joined us on many of these dives so far. Thanks, Chris. Eric Cortez, who is from Temple
RV Nav, bridge
University.
move initiated.
Let's see, Heather Judkins, you're a newcomer, I believe, to our group, so you might want to let us know where your affiliation is. And welcome to the chat room. We also currently have Iris Sampaio from University of the Azores. Azores and Senckenberg am Meer in Germany. Welcome, Iris. Nice to have some fellows from
See if I can't
international
stretch out
locations.
into
We
this
have
area.
a few others. We also have James Murphy, who is the Knaus Fellow
Let's
at
just
NOAA
snap here. Is that
OER.
the skeleton of the coral that's so dark?
That might be actually, it looks like a Liopathes black coral. Good eye, pilot. So the really
like two
black
different
stuff
types
is now
Oh, let's
dead
come
black
wide.
coral,
And I'm
and
gonna get you
actually it looks
much
like there
closer.
might be a Chrysogorgia in the middle of that clump of life there too. That's a very interesting little spot.
Yeah, we're going back into it. Watch, Lead. Just repositioning.
Great, thank you, pilot. Then in the back right, we have a fish that we can check out after we look at this. Might be a Limonema, but I'm not sure. Limonema. Yep, and this looks like a Liopathes here, and so you can see the black
go ahead, video.
skeleton exposed where there's no more tissue. And then it looks like it might be another one of those Duva Florida that's growing on the dead skeleton to the upper left. And you can see the hydroid and then a little copepod, maybe, or no, that might be
Try
a
to go the
tiny
section in the
anemone
background that's a little more translucent.
that's
Oop.
growing on the hydroid.
I think it was
Stand
crawling.
by.
Okay.
Yeah, there's another one,
And
little
there's
amphipod. Maybe.
Sorry,
yeah.
centering
I think
back
the
up.
other one was a small amphipod.
Okay.
There you go. I don't know. Watch leads, is there any particular areas you'd like to see?
Yeah, if we could just zoom a little bit to the left there, it looks like there's another coral growing on this that's in the left-hand corner. Thank
Coming
you.
up and left.
And saying hello to Heather Judkins. She's just pointed out that she's from the University of South Florida, St. Petersburg, and she's studying cephalopods with Mike Vecchione. And oh yes, she usually participates in the midwater dives. I knew your name looked familiar, but I couldn't remember where you're from. Thanks for joining us, Heather. Yeah, that looks like that soft coral that we saw previously.
Beautiful.
So we have part of this Liopathes that's alive, and that's the orange tissue that you see in the back. And then this part of the skeleton is no longer alive, and it's been inhabited by a whole bunch of different species, including the soft coral Duvia florida. And hydroid up to the top left. And more hydroids to the right.
So no hard surface that is up in the current gets left blank or empty for very long.
If there's real estate, it will be bought.
That's right. It's a seller's market.
All right, pilot's clear. Let's go see if that fish is still there.
And while we're looking for the fish, I'll continue with my introductions. We also have Jason Chater and Jill Bork from the U.S. Geological Survey. Let's see.
Oh, yep, right front and center.
And Megan McCullough
Pushing closer.
from North Carolina Museum
Co-pilot,
of
I'm
Natural
gonna
Sciences. Megan's been with
venture
us
off a
quite
little bit.
often.
Go ahead, video.
Michael Vecchione, excuse me,
Yep, and that's a Lamanema.
from the NOAA National Marine Fisheries,
I think that's Barbatulum, if I'm not
the
mistaken.
National Systemics Lab. We have Nolan Barrett, who is at the Natural Products Discovery Lab in the Drug Discovery Department at the Medical University of South Carolina. Nolan has been on board, and he's the youngster in the group, but doing incredible work. We'll get him to weigh in at some point.
Ooh, and we have a beautiful glass vase sponge there in the lower left, similar to those that we were seeing a couple days ago on a dive. But those that we were seeing were on mud substrate. And I think Scott was pointing out that there are different types of bases of those glass sponges, and some of them have to adhere to something hard, and some of them will send out other stabilizing, I forget what the name of the structures were that he said.
Too much return. Let's come out a little bit so I can get lasers on them. There we go. All right, time to move on.
Yep, and Sandra Brooke
let's go on this one real quick. I
this
think that's a new fish.
Lamanema codling.
Let's snap your video.
And here's another fish. This is a rat tail, Nizumia species. Nizumia bairdi is a common one. I'm not sure if this is that species or not.
Okay. Unfortunately, I think I need to move on. Let's come on.
And we have Morinellopsamia profunda, the white coral that we're flying over now. The hard stony coral.
Continuing on.
And wow, we've got a lot more standing coral skeleton here and lots of sponges.
Roger. There's a urchin, bottom left.
Oh, right. Yeah, we haven't seen that urchin before that you see
How am
on
I
the
doing,
bottom
Copilot?
left.
Okay. Video. Let's go on this urchin when you get a second. Let's just snap for ID.
And Nolan
ROV
Barrett
nav, bridge
commented
move
that
complete.
it's a rosellid vase sponge that we were looking at. And Chris Kelly agreed,
Alright,
and he
let's
also
go
said
wide.
that the Lemonema species in the Pacific aren't as handsome as our Atlantic species. So
We'll get this mound and then I'm going to go off left for you, Copilot.
yeah, and Chuck Messing commented that this little orange cup corals that we're seeing might be Bathypsamia, and I totally agree. Pilot, this is watch one.
Go ahead.
Could we look at that yellow octocoral that's
Yep.
there on the left? You're probably ahead of me and going that way anyway, but
I was.
And Chuck Messing pointed
Go
out
ahead.
that the Lemonema that we just saw is one of the most common species on the Miami Terrace to the south. And I
Go
think we'll
ahead,
be
video.
seeing those quite a bit more as we move up north as well, at least for a bit. And I don't know if this is a Paramaricia species, possibly.
Turns out I wasn't quite down. There we go. How do you like the light there, Bob? You want to try the fog lights? All right, let's go for it.
And it looks to me like the coral behind this is actually Lophelia,
That's lights on.
the scleractinian white coral behind this octocoral.
Tilting down. And pilot's clear when video's clear. All right. So I come off. Let's bring the fog lights back off, please. Thanks, Andy. Carrying on.
And as we saw before, as soon as we move off that topographic high that sticks up into the flow of the current, we see fewer corals. We see the rubble of ancient coral, or older dead
Yeah, I
coral.
think we're going to have to make our next... Oh, I'm turning around south. Okay, I need to
We see more of the sediment drape.
really come around.
Yeah, there might be something, if you keep going
There we go.
towards that direction.
There we go. This is what we want.
Yeah.
And here we are back in coral territory. That was fast.
That was, yeah. This is definitely the dominant landscape on the highs.
So about you're looking 4-0 right now.
This really gives you a sense of the
Yeah,
piling
let me come
upward
up and
of
look
the dead
to the
coral.
Might be a
port.
Yeah.
drop after that. We'll see.
Just imagine how many thousands of years it took to make this 30-meter high mound from the flat plains
Do you want
of
to
the
zoom my
seafloor.
sonar out, see if we can see what the trend is?
Yeah.
So watch leads, we're just doing a kind of a orientation check here. I'm coming up off the bottom a little bit to see if we can find in sonar which way is, you know, where that tall point, the local tall point is. So that's what's going on right now.
Roger that, pilot.
So I think just following
So
this
the pilot
ridge to
just
my
to
right.
let us know that they lifted off the bottom off
What
the
do you guys
seafloor a
think?
little bit, and they're looking
Yeah,
around
that's my
with
best
sonar
guess.
to try to point out where the highest point is in our vicinity here, and we'll head towards that.
'Cause it,
30.
this is the top of this ridge, so I think it's going to be back towards the north that we'll need to go.
Also in our chat room today is Rachel Bassett, who is at
So you wanted
the
to go
NOAA
which
NCOS
direction?
lab in Charleston.
I think we
and
need
Rachel
to
has quite a team with her,
cut
I
that way.
suspect.
There was
They're
a
one
little.
of the expedition centers.
And then back to starboard,
command
there's
centers.
a little more slope.
Yeah.
But there might be a drop off after that.
Okay. And I think we should just keep
Sandra
sending
Brooke.
Sirius a little more north.
Sandra has been
Copy
very
that.
helpful in
just want to
helping
do
us
move.
to define some of the dive
See.
locations. Sandra is at Florida State University.
30 degrees.
Scott Harris from the
30 and
College
30,
of Charleston.
or I can just go straight north.
colleague in the geology
Yeah,
department.
either one of those I think is fine.
All right. 15 degrees, 30 meters.
We have
15
Steve
sounds great.
Oskovich at Temple University. Tamara Frank from Nova Southeastern University. Let's see, and Tina Molotsova, who is another one of our international colleagues. She is at the Shirshov Institute of Oceanology
Roger.
in Moscow. Tina's been on every of our dives on the chat room, and we appreciate all your help, Tina.
Thanks, video.
And we have Zach.
RV Nav, I understand,
my
30
graduate
meters,
student at College of
015
Charleston.
degrees
He
at a
also
speed of
is
decimal
in
2.
the lab with Rachel Bassett.
Thank you.
And working very closely with Peter Etnoyer, who has been on many
So,
of our
I think
chat
this will be
room
good if we.
discussions of the previous
Current's
dives.
definitely coming.
And Rachel Bassett also works with Peter.
Yeah, almost west. So I think if we can get up to the east of this slope, right, kind of hit this ridge, I think we'll find
RV Nav bridge move initiated.
a lot of coral.
Yeah, copy that. Sounds good.
So almost to the point where I'll turn 90 degrees to kind of go along the edge rather than pointing towards the east.
Yeah,
if that
copy.
makes sense. All right. Keep pushing out. There's slope for sure. Tilting up. It's interesting, these channels. I wonder if they get so sedimented that it's harder for stuff to grow. Seems like plenty of current. We'll stop and get a close-up of this urchin while we wait for Sirius.
Pilot, is there a chance we can zoom in on that urchin, or have we gone a little too
That's
far?
what we're going for right now.
Terrific. We got a brief glimpse of one of these earlier that had to move on with the current and with the ship's position. Periodically, we have to catch up to the ship. Cheryl just stepped out to go to lunch, and now sitting on my left here is my colleague who is from the Smithsonian. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure.
Go ahead, Lydia.
I was going to. My name is Stephanie Bush, and I work in the Department of Invertebrate Zoology at the Smithsonian.
And if you've tuned in just recently, you may not know who I am. I'm Leslie Sauter. I'm at the College of Charleston in the geology department, and have the good fortune to be the science geology lead on this expedition.
Looks like, yeah, the distal portion of the spines are flattened out a little bit, which is hopefully diagnostics for someone out there that knows about These sea urchins are actually, is this a heart urchin? Looks a little bit
It
oblong.
doesn't have very solid spines, which you typically see on.
And you can see they're all like pointed backwards
Yeah.
because of the current, maybe, or maybe not.
It's a bad spine day.
Oh, Sandra Brooks saying Areosoma. Oh, I guess the flattened portion at the end of the spines are poison sacs.
Hello. This
Hello.
is Chris Ma.
Hello.
Hey.
That is nice
Greetings
to hear
from
from
Japan.
you.
Well, greetings from a post-return of Japan. I just thought I would offer a quick ID on this urchin.
Please do.
Yes.
I'm not sure exactly which. I'm sorry.
I said, please do. Welcome.
Thank you. So I'm not sure exactly which genus and species it is, but this is an Echinothurid, and I forget which one of you had made mention of the characteristic flattened end of the spine, but that's what I'm using to identify this as such. The tips of the walking spines have a little hoof-like end, almost like a little boot, and that's usually characteristic of these urchins as they walk. They're often identified if there's such a thing as a common name for these deep sea urchins, it's a pancake urchin because the water in the coelom evacuates when they're collected at the surface, and so when these are found, they're usually completely flat. The New Zealanders refer to these as tam o'shanter urchins. This particular one, I don't know if it's necessarily as poisonous as some of the others, but sea urchins in this group, even in the deep sea, excuse me, can be quite toxic or rather venomous, I guess is the correct word. And people that I've worked with have been stung by them. Apparently, the larger they are, the more treacherous they are. But we'll undoubtedly see more of these as we proceed, and probably with more sort of pronounced sort of hoof-shaped structures. And some of them in this area also have large kind of balloon-shaped structures emerging from the top, which some have hypothesized act as hypodermic needles. So these are really interesting as a group as a whole because they're considered to be kind of early stem group sea urchins. That is to say, they've been around for quite a long time. And these can be, in fact, one of the interesting little taxonomic trivia is that echinothurioids were actually described from fossils before they were described from living examples. So they're interesting. Anyway, that's just my 2 cents since there's a story to be told. They're one of my favorite animals when we go looking at these videos. And I also would like to chime in probably a couple of days late and note that swimming sea brittle star we saw the other day was amazing. So
yeah, let's do definitely a quick zoom on that. Well, thanks so much, Chris. We are glad to have you back. We missed you on the first several dives.
I know I'm pretty far away.
Oh, not to worry. I'll make it the usual.
You'll make up for it.
And this is Stephanie, is it not?
Yeah. Hey, Chris.
It's good to talk to someone on the other end from the department. Welcome.
Yeah, people have been asking me about you, and I was like, I don't actually see him all that often, so.
Okay, great.
Okay, let's come on.
They shouldn't have to.
Do you agree?
Well, anyway,
Co-pilot?
give my regards to everyone, and I'm looking forward to seeing you've already seen so many interesting sea stars that I've only noticed in passing because I've been traveling. But I'm looking forward to the bonanza of interesting critters that you'll undoubtedly be encountering.
We are. Cool. Gonna do 30 meters at 015 degrees, speed decimal 2.
We got asked to look at one of the corals to the left. But I don't know how, sorry, I just saw this, so I don't know what direction we were pointing.
One of those corals to the left.
Oh, any one of them?
Any one of them.
I guess.
Just to zoom in on them. Rachel,
Pilot, this is Watch.
You're talking
Go ahead.
about?
Hey, we got a request to look at one of these corals, so pick your favorite.
I would assume the one's right in the center.
Yeah, I'm assuming the
ROV
soft
now
corals.
bridge,
Yeah.
move initiated.
And we have a request for collection. The white ones. I see several white ones. Rachel, you'll have to be a little more specific. Are you talking about the ones, the larger ones?
Oh,
Not
yes.
that one. So we're just reading up
Pilot,
the
this
chat
is
room.
watch.
Yeah, we're standing by.
Yeah.
Not this one, apparently.
Okay, so
But a white one.
so don't pick my favorite one, huh?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't know.
No, that's quite all right. We're just standing by. Let us know which one you want to see.
The one we're looking at now, oh, question mark. Sorry, the one behind, you'll have to say, because we're moving. And do you have any delay? I don't think you have a delay on your screen, Rachel.
The one in the background, that tall white one?
Sorry for the confusion, guys. I'm not sure if we have a delay here or not. Actually, it is the one that is we can see right now just to the center right.
Oh, okay.
That's kind of fluffy and going down to the, it's almost
Pilot, this is watch.
ready to be out of view.
Yep, go ahead and watch
Dead.
it. Okay. I think I heard we were just driving off screen, though. Is that what you heard, video?
Rachel, are you
We'll-
still there? Is it the
We'll
one
sit here
in the
with
center?
the lasers on it. See if it's this
Yes,
one or the...
that one will work. Either of those, actually, which...
Let's go partial on
Yes,
this one.
that the lasers are on.
Yes. Uh-huh. Yes.
Great.
Thank you. There is a slight delay now that we're looking at we've got two different screens going, so,
Okay.
yes, that one.
It's a bamboo coral.
Actually, that's just a regular bamboo coral. That's not one of them. Thank you for
So
zooming in, though. It's
that's
hard
not
to
what you
tell from
wanted?
that far away.
Rachel, so you don't need a collection of that?
No, that's just a bamboo coral.
Okay.
There was one that we zoomed in earlier that
All right, pilot, we can move on from this one.
Roger that.
far away,
Video, let's do a
but is not when you can get up on
quick
it. So
snap
no,
on this
no, we
lower
don't
one.
need this
Make
one.
sure
Sorry.
this isn't it either.
Okay.
We've seen it several times, and we haven't been able to ID the one we're talking about.
All right.
But
And this is another
Yeah,
bamboo.
we'll
Another
try
bamboo.
and find another one.
Okay,
Okay.
let me stabilize my
But
shot.
fluffier
Hold
one.
the zoom. So it's definitely not this one either. Okay.
Correct.
All right, we're moving on then.
All right.
All right.
Can you take a quick look at the sponge on the right? That looks,
The largest one?
yeah, the large
Yep.
one.
Video, let's go. Just from here. I'll try moving this a little closer. So I come around.
Looks a little more deflated than some of the ones we've seen.
Come down.
I don't think we have any of our...
Oh, that's nice. This darker globular one, too.
Yeah, we
Spherical?
saw larger of those earlier, but that's very rounded, the one just below the lasers.
Pilot, this is watch one.
Go ahead.
Can we just take a look at that coral since we're here?
Thought you might ask since it was white and almost bamboo-like. Let's come wide. Video. Let me
And
try
we've
to
just left
set up
a
a
little
little bit better.
depression area that had very few corals and mostly sediment. And Scott Harris, one of the geologists in the chat room from the College of Charleston,
Okay, let's
says
go back
it's
in,
nice to see the
please.
sediment accumulating downdrift as expected, with the corals creating the baffle to help the mounds build. It's almost poetic, Scott. But very true. As soon as you get off these mounds, you see the quieter areas
way back.
between the mounds,
Pushing
and
back in.
the current is must be less current there, and you're
let's come
able
wide.
to
I'm
get some
not going to be
sedimentation
able to hold it
material.
steady.
There's some of the anamastis. I can't say it.
Anthomastus.
Anthomastis. I have to practice at night, I swear. I'm learning all these names that I've never heard.
Okay,
The only reason I know that one is because we used to collect it in Monterey Bay, so
One more
I
try
have
video.
done my practicing.
That's great. So is this a black coral, perhaps? Did you
Look,
already say that?
I didn't say that, but
okay.
I agree.
I agree, yeah.
And we're not hearing people shouting that this is the one they want, so.
Okay, carrying on. Thanks, video. Sorry that took a couple attempts.
And can we
Go
get a
ahead.
quick view of the Anthomastus on the right? The red ones? Yeah.
You got it? Go ahead, video. Just do partial. Yeah, hold there.
I've never seen
Beautiful.
ones that are all that deep red before. I'm used to seeing pink
We
ones.
had very pink, yes, farther out.
I don't know if that means it's a different species of Anthomastus or if they just have color variability.
The bamboo coral in the front.
Yeah.
Is this tall stalked, is that a
I think that's a hydroid.
hydroid?
Yeah. Multiple different kinds, or at least morphologies of sponges around.
Slowly drifting in.
And it looks like some hard coral, a little bit of hard coral
The orange
between
material.
the Anthomastus.
Really gives you a sense of how important the dead coral structure is to becoming habitat for so many other different organisms.
Is that good?
Especially,
Watch leads?
yes, it is good.
All right.
Thanks, Pilot.
Just coming wide.
Oh, Nolan Barrett, so both those sponges, the spherical one and the tabular one, look like Geodia,
Time for me to move on.
but different species.
All right. Thanks, Nolan. And we have another golden crab.
Thank you, co-pilot.
We've seen, I think, 3 of these today. This is clearly a habitat in which they live.
We look a little dark, video. Thank you.
Nice glass sponge there. What about?
Yeah, Sirius should be just about done swinging too, so should be too much more movement.
Gonna see if I can push out.
ROV nav bridge move complete.
They must be having quite a bit of delay because by the time I see the chat, I'm not sure what organism they're talking about.
I know that Scott France was having a 7-second delay, and I don't know
Oh.
if that's also
There's
what
quite
Rachel's
a
group
bit
is
of current here.
is
I'm
finding.
hard over on my laterals.
Look at all those
pushing forward.
eels, tons of them.
Slow moving. Okay, let's give a look off to our port, see what's over here. You can see how quickly.
Oh, that looks like one of those codlings.
We've seen several of the
How quickly I just start
They're
moving
very
if I go off
common
stick.
here, it seems, and we also saw them a lot in the Charleston Bump area.
Okay. There's some.
So watch
nice
leads. If you look over
colonies.
at Sirius, I'm off stick right now, so that gives you a sense of how quickly I'm getting pushed by this
You're getting-
current. It's quite
You're getting
fast
pushed
down
laterally.
here.
Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, how quickly I'm just moving across
Yeah.
the screen. Usually it takes much, much longer for
Huh.
that to happen. So there's quite a bit of current
we
down
don't
here,
have a lot
for
of
sure.
time to settle down
Well,
and
it's-
take a look, but
It's not so much that, it's just, you know, when we're not fighting, there's a lot of current, you know. But we have time to get the looks you want.
okay, great, thanks.
Gonna push out, see what's on this edge up here.
Sure, we like zigzagging across these high points.
Is that the Analopsamia?
Analopsamia.
Is that
the
common?
Analopsamia
And
is
about, yeah.
is the stony coral that's most common around here.
Decide where we want to go after this, but it looks like we're at another high point. And we're very close to waypoint 3.
Okay.
I really see how mound-like the mound
That's
is.
more
I
upward
really
slope
didn't expect
on
to see that
the
much
sonar.
of
Okay.
It's a B.
curvature at the top.
Yeah,
Zoom out
exactly.
sonars.
Go ahead. At least on D2, you're fine.
Great. Put both to 50.
Is that a? Oh, never mind. I'm seeing
So,
things.
Copilot, I'm going to run off a little bit and see just if I can shine my light beyond this edge here. But yeah, that might be the far edge there, Sean. I'm looking out east.
You're looking east, yeah, which makes sense.
So we might want to continue to move that direction. Because current looks like it's coming in, so I bet you know, over on that edge, we're going to get some good stuff as well.
Copy. Put you... Right, stand by.
So, I mean, the 26 or whatever it was you did last time, I think will be fine.
Yeah, copy. I'll just repeat then. It'll be 30 meters at 015.
Sounds good to me.
Just get you to the edge, and then we can just kind of travel the edge up to the next waypoint.
Yep. I'm backing towards you,
Is
Copilot.
bridge over?
Hey, ready for another bit?
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Decimal 2 knots.
Okay, 30 meters at 015 degrees, speed decimal 2. Thank you.
Great.
So this is looking
Thank you.
east.
So we've made some good headway.
It's interesting that the top here is not very thickly covered. There's kind of this. The patch we just passed is on the slope as opposed to the stop at the top.
That is unusual. It's almost as though the currents are streamlining the top. Maybe the current's too strong at the top.
Okay.
ROV nav bridge, move initiated.
And unlike previous dives where the organisms were attaching to rocky substrate,
See what's
which
over
in most
hard
cases
left.
would be more stable in a strong current, these organisms are attaching to dead stalks of,
Yeah, we don't want to go that way.
coral rubble,
That's down,
of the
down
stony
slope.
corals that have died throughout
So we want
thousands
to keep
of
going
years
this way.
and
All right.
left their remains.
Coming back
And
down.
most of that is now encrusted with an iron manganese coating that is from
Roger.
dissolved
let's
material.
hold.
Ions in the seawater precipitate out of the solution.
I'm going to try to
and
stay where we are
molecule
so
by
we
molecule
keep that
encrust
1.5 heading.
whatever is on the surface of the seabed. Yeah, you can see piles of the lighter color that's probably more recently dead. Hasn't been there long enough in the upper left screen. So the darker the coral rubble, the longer it has likely been on the seafloor. And of course, the living coral is bright white. And up ahead, we see another of those pancake urchins that Chris Ma mentioned, had educated us about their different characteristics.
And why they're called pancake urchins?
Yes, I can understand that now. And I'm
So-
glad we're not going to collect one since they have venom or they're toxic.
Yeah, venomous spines. Don't think our gloves are going to protect us from
I
that.
don't think, no.
Considering I was getting sponge spicules in my hands even with gloves on.
Great. And we have Cheryl back. Gonna allow Stephanie to go to lunch. Cheryl, this probably looks a little different from when you left.
Yeah, it sure does. What happened?
Well, we kept moving. We crossed a low spot that had almost no coral with lots of sediment, and then we saw some on the edge of this feature, but as we've climbed up, we've seen fewer and fewer coral clusters.
It's like there's a lot more dead coral here, or a total covering of the sediment by dead coral.
Almost looks like it's armoring the surface here, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Just below center, we see another of the pancake urchins. Cheryl, we had Chris Ma join us for the
he's
first
back.
time on the expedition. He's back at the Smithsonian.
Oh,
So
that's great.
he tuned in just in time to talk about the pancake urchin. So we got some good video of that.
Oh, that's great.
This mound is one of hundreds
Yeah, the layback
that
is still
occur across the region that we refer to as the
about
Mason,
175 since we're at the bottom.
Stetson Mesa,
So about
which
there to
has
there.
a water depth in the range of
165.
700, 750 meters.
Yeah.
And it's a broad, flat
So it
area
hasn't been
off the coasts
changing.
of Florida and Georgia. It is beyond the continental shelf. It's a
Yeah, we were told
lower
at 600
region
meters,
that
there's
may
still a
at
knot
one
of
time
current
have been
going
continental
northish.
shelf material.
So I think
but
that's what's
currently
preventing
it
the
is
layback from
under the current of the Gulf
getting
Stream
any smaller.
and sits on the western edge of what we call the Blake Plateau. Our entire expedition has been to explore many different regions of this huge area called the Blake Plateau. And later on in the expedition, we'll move northward and see more of a characteristic continental margin off of the North Carolina coast. We have in this region, South Carolina, Florida, and Georgia, we have the Blake Plateau that stretches hundreds of kilometers off from the coast at a very flat region with water depths gradually dipping from about 400 meters to 1,200 meters. And then it cascades over into the deep waters at the Lake Escarpment.
It is quite strong.
And we were at the Lake Escarpment on our first dive several days ago, and then 2 days ago, and saw rock outcrops where the currents have kept the rocks clean and allowed for huge and diverse communities of coral. It was 2 days ago was just incredible.
It sure was.
Yeah, every view had hundreds of corals and many, many different species. So it was a lot of fun. Hopefully all of you will get to see video clips and photographs of that online in the next few days. We also went beyond the Blake Plateau and beyond the escarpment to a large area
we have
called the
a lot of
Blake
current
Ridge.
today. You can see it blowing by on my screen.
Lots of current.
So we'll just need to keep a close eye on the tether. As I'm turning around, we don't want it like blowing onto the vehicle, obviously. But basically, we're just kind of making our way north. They want to keep along pretty much this contour and follow the top of the feature. So we'll do the best we can here.
We have a pilot change here, so we're just settling out a little bit.
Copy. What's up? Yes. Yep. Yep, I'm just trying to get a feel for it here. It's really strong. Yep. Yep.
The pilots are commenting on how strong the current is here.
So they've been going at about 0.15, so I think you can turn your head a little bit to overcompensate. So obviously you're 10 degrees off from that.
This is bridge over.
I just wanted to make sure, are we still moving?
No, we came to a stop.
Copy that, thank you.
So before we get started, I just want to figure out, we need to think about what we would do if the ship did lose propulsion, seeing that we only have 3 generators operational, and we have had a loss due to the sargassum already this cruise. So. Okay.
While the pilots are discussing the strategy in this very strong current,
yep. So Sirius is already pretty much facing north.
This
so I'll just face south and push out.
The dive, which
get
I
into
believe
tow.
was in a lower sheltered area of this current flow, because we weren't having such difficulties, and in that area we saw
moving
huge
north. So
diversity
Sirius is
and
already facing north, and I would need to
an
stream
abundance
to the
of
south.
different corals and sponges, and now that we're into this much higher flow, we don't see that. So.
No, I'm assuming
really
that we lose ship propulsion
and
the ship starts drifting 3 knots to the north, right? So I would just need to turn to the south as quick as I can and stretch out. Right?
Yeah.
Makes sense? Okay. All right.
I wouldn't have thought that too much current would be a problem, but who knows what they experience down here, and this is just one little snapshot of what they experience. It could be even stronger at times, and
all right. So the ship is stopped.
But obviously there's been a lot of coral here over time when you look at the cover.
Yep. Okay.
Hardly
so we
see any
get up.
You see mostly just
maybe like 670 or something. Maybe we'd shoot for 650
We're
just to be
now
safe.
at 700 meters. We started out this dive at more like 730 meters or so. So we've climbed about 30 meters over.
Copy.
Over 100 meters of horizontal distance.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure what our
All right.
current location is relative to where we started.
So the last 2 moves have been at 015.
Can you see that on
right? Okay, so pretty much
high pack
just a little off where Sirius is facing now.
Can't see that far.
Yeah.
So I'm going to come down to the bottom here. Levi can get himself sorted out.
Quite
I was comfortable.
It looks like
I'm going to have to stay facing about this direction
on the
to get any shots.
side of our second mound that we were going to climb up. So the biggest mound still lies ahead of us to the north.
And into faster currents. So we may not get there. Seems to be increasing as we rise up these beaches.
All right, watch lead. This is pilot.
Seeing some sponges again here.
Watch lead. This is pilot.
Go ahead, pilot.
Yeah, we're about settled in. Have you guys done a current test already? And if not, are you interested in doing that to get a feel for the speed here?
We have not done that, and that probably would be a good idea to get a feel for the speed, the current speed.
Okay. We can do that now. It's going to be quick.
We're doing a drift test to get an idea, a better idea of the
you ready,
actual
Fernando?
current speed.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and let off the stick now.
I have a feeling as we continue to climb up this, we're going to see more coral.
Yeah, it looks almost like in the distance there's some. Could be wishful thinking, hopeful.
And what's the resultant there? Speed norm, right? Isn't that 0.5 knots? Yep. Yeah, watch lead. So we've got about half a knot going from just south of east to going toward just north of west.
Hi, Cheryl. This is Chuck Collier with the South Atlantic Fishery Management Council.
Hello, Chip. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you
Thanks,
doing today?
pilot.
I'm doing fine. Have you been watching our dive?
I've been watching parts of it, yeah. This is really
All right, should we go ahead and get a move in?
We want to thank you guys for going out here.
Yes, thanks for suggesting
Yeah, I guess
it.
so.
Could
We'll
you tell us a little
kinda-
bit more about what you wanted
Yeah.
to learn from this dive and from this area?
All right, any interest in anything
This
here, Watch
area
Lead?
was an important area that was identified back in 2008 through a mapping survey where they identified some of these mounds.
Any interest in looking at anything here, Watch Lead?
Mounds area.
I think let's just keep going a little bit.
Okay.
These
Thanks.
as being potential features of coral. And given some of the new Magnuson Act
Yeah.
legislation language, that they wanted to protect these deepwater coral habitats. And so they established the Stetson Miami Terrace Coral Habitat Area of Particular Concern, which was enacted in 2010.
Bridge over.
And so it looks like this is actually
Okay, that's
very good
20
habitat that's being
meters,
protected.
Bearing 015, speed decimal 2. Thank you.
Well, excellent. So we did something right.
Yes, definitely.
I'm gonna see if I can
That is good to hear.
At least 3
turn
out of the
somewhat
million
into the
mounds
slope here.
look like they're very good coral habitat, or 2 that we've looked at so far.
All right. Yeah, this is great information. You know, I was watching earlier. I saw some golden crab on here, and those are some of the species that we are, or the council is interested in seeing where they live, and maybe some of their distribution in comparison to coral habitat as well as to mud bottom habitat. The fishermen have identified that the golden crab are actually more likely
RV
to
nav
occur
bridge,
in
move initiated.
mud habitat than coral habitat, and so they try to avoid the coral habitat when they're setting their traps. Not only would it be bad for habitat, but it's also bad for their gear. Their gear could get wrapped up in
Copy.
it, so they actively try to avoid coral areas. So even though there's some golden crab in there, that's definitely not the primary habitat for golden crab.
Yeah, that's good to know. And I guess we won't be exploring
Copy.
too much mud habitat unless that's what we find in the place. And and then if we can get information about the
Look at that fish.
golden crabs, we will do that as
Cruising
well.
along.
Okay.
Are there any other species that are commercially fished in this area?
Probably not at this depth. Maybe royal red shrimp would be a little bit shallower than this, but that's not really a federally managed species. And then another species that might be occurring at some of these depths might be wreckfish. That's federally managed. I'm sure there's other species that are out there, but there's very few species that we manage at this depth.
Good to know.
And we just saw another of the
Actually, one
cutthroat
species
eels.
that we manage are the corals. And so we do have a fishery management plan for
Is he
corals.
just doing a bio
As
break?
odd as that might sound, we
lunch.
do try to protect them. They are
Who knows what time
very
it is?
important habitat for a variety of species that we do manage. So
We've been noticing that. Not that there's been all that many managed species, but they certainly do create a lot of habitat for all sorts of other
Okay.
invertebrates and
I'm just
and
gonna hang out
fishes.
here on this patch and just circle around a little bit.
yep, and
What's been
I
happening
mean that
on the
definitely works its way up the food
moves?
chain. Those
Where's the
those
ship?
smaller
So you're pretty low to the
individuals are
ground.
likely to be food for the larger individuals.
There it is.
Right, it's all connected.
Okay, great.
But
Yep.
not much heave today, so that's good.
So what your layback is now.
Oh, thanks so much for calling in and watching our dive today.
This is really exciting stuff.
Still not good.
Yeah, so we're going to be using information from dives like this
They had
to,
pretty
one,
long this
confirm that some of these areas that we are protecting are, in fact, coral.
I've never landed with
we'll
that
use
much
some of the
layback
mapping to potentially indicate where other
Especially
coral
this
areas
shallow.
are.
No, it was
And
absolutely
then
insane.
some other products that might come out of this are going to be habitat
That worked out
predictability
great.
maps.
All right.
And they can use information like this.
We're waiting for the
and
ship to
combine
catch
it
up,
with
but I think we're
modeling
pretty well
and
set
figure
up
out
as we
areas
move.
where
So,
coral are
video, do you
likely,
want to zoom in a
and
little
we can
bit
protect
and
those
see if
areas
we
as
see
well.
anything interesting here?
Great. Well, we did some nice mapping yesterday too when we weren't able to
How much better are
dive.
you
So
feeling
even
down
when
there,
we're
Bryant?
About
not
half a
looking at the
knot.
seafloor, we are mapping it and trying to gather data that will help managers such as the South Atlantic Council.
Go ahead, watch
We
lead.
certainly appreciate any data we can get.
Yeah, the area is so vast that there's
I'm
so
sorry,
much
can
to
you
map
repeat?
and so much to look at that any chance we get, we will do what we can.
Okay.
And try
Let's
to
come out video.
just solve some of the mystery of the area. It's so vast that there's a lot
does
of
not.
places
Well, wait.
we can't look
No.
at,
Okay.
but we can
It does not.
try to, like you said, use the habitat suitability
nav,
models
bridge, move
and the mapping to try to predict where there might be more
I see
habitat
it.
like
Okay.
this that we may not be able to look at right
so
away,
if it continues
but
on this trend, Copilot, I agree with
are
what he's
likely to
seeing
be
there.
coral
It's like
habitats.
current to the northwest-ish.
Yeah, and I mean, even these
Yeah.
areas where, I mean, not all the coral's living,
But no
it's
readings.
still important habitat, and, you know, that area can get destroyed by gear and still needs to be protected. So new coral can actually latch onto it and begin forming a new and larger reef.
Yeah, we've been noticing all of the species that utilize the dead coral, the scleractinian coral structure. It's just amazing. You can't even like count, and the more you zoom in, the more species you see. And then, like you said, other corals can grow on top of that matrix and create new reefs,
descending at 100%
new
thrust
live
over there.
reefs. So yeah, it is quite a cycle.
entire way
and
down, 15
this
meters per minute on the
habitat is definitely fragile and could be destroyed
1.5,
very
yep.
quickly if we don't protect it.
Okay, we can get lasers off.
So we're about
All right,
to
you want
zoom
to zoom in
on
video?
a pencil urchin, and the laser beams that are 10 centimeters apart gave us a sense of how large the body of this is. It's only a
It's
few
true. Oh my
centimeters
gosh.
in width.
Do not have a good footing here. Hold on.
Interesting that one of the spines is red.
Yeah, I've seen that many times before,
Really? I have
and
not. Huh.
it's funny. Just one
It's like,
spine will
guess
be
I'll just
red.
have to touch down with my
Does
left
it
toe and
eventually
not the
turn
right.
white? Is it anyone I?
See if this
I
clears.
don't know. I don't think so. But yeah, these are Sideris is the genus that is most common of these pencil urchins.
Yeah, it's not going to work.
Yesterday I was having trouble getting it to clear until I moved my right toe.
A little bit stirred up, but
Well, it's moving starboard to port, so when I touch my right toe down, it kicks up dust.
Yep. That's same as yesterday, or 2 days ago.
Oh, man. Let's come out video.
All right.
looks like we might have had an anthomastus back there and several cup corals on this coral matrix.
Go ahead and go in.
Dead coral
We'll go from here.
matrix. Sponge and some more of that Duvia florida, which is soft coral, the brownish one up to the left. We have hydroids just above this pencil urchin.
It's like a brittle star hiding among the others. You can see the one leg in the back.
Gosh, look at that. This is just crazy. All right, let's come out.
All right, great, thank you.
So that's not even my thruster wash. That's just the current going by.
Wow. Yeah, it's definitely the strongest current we've encountered on the expedition.
Well fed. Okay. I'm going to tilt up video and you can come back out a touch.
It looked like we had another bamboo coral there. More sponges. Another cutthroat eel just swam by. Probably, this is watch one.
Go
At
ahead.
one point we had
If
about
we could
7
get a
cutthroat
zoom on
eels
one of these
in the view.
white corals,
so
just
they're
to
very
make sure we
common
can
around
verify
here.
the species, please.
Absolutely. I see one on the left that will be a
They're
good
very
candidate.
pointed I know they don't have
Check the ship
noses.
stop,
What would
Fernando.
you call the
Is that
front
correct?
of the cutthroat eel? Very pointed.
This is bridge over.
Snouts. They don't breathe. But you could
Yeah,
easily
I'm sorry, we
imagine
just
how they
arrived
could
at that location.
put their nose down into these corals in between the rubble and in between all the
Copy.
stalks.
You could probably do another 20
Thread
if
their
you
way
want.
through
Yeah.
these branches.
1-5.
So we're just taking a quick look at what the white coral is. We've been seeing both
Go ahead and
Lophelia
zoom in partial.
pertusa and then more commonly Analopsamia profunda.
Hold there.
So we wanted to verify, and this looks like Analopsamia to me.
Okay, I understand 20
Okay,
meters.
going tighter.
Let's confirm that bearing of 015 at a speed of decimal 2. Thank you.
Cheryl, this is Chip. How are you
Levi, could you
identifying
turn the
between those
bridge
two different
volume down on
species?
my RTS?
Okay, that's a great
quickly?
question, Chip. So if you see on the back
Just like
left to the
-12 or
dead
something.
coral matrix,
Thank you.
the Analopsamia has a really kind of small calyx
This is
that
bridge over.
doesn't have
It's
a
better.
lot
Thanks.
of septa that are very exert that are sticking out towards us. So they have a more compact and not as much structure within the calyx.
RV nav
So
bridge
that's a
move
really good
initiated.
way to tell. Lophelia will have bigger calyces with septa that you can see sticking out very prominently. So it's hard to tell on the actual live coral because the polyps are getting in the way of the structures that would distinguish the species, but on the dead
It's fine.
coral you can see that.
Is that a squat lobster down in there?
Yeah, it looks like a squat lobster, the orange little chela that's sticking out there on either side, and a crinoid in the bottom part of the view. And that soft coral on the upper
Yeah.
right is that Duva florida that we've seen many times. Seems to be pretty common around here.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, you can really
Stream action.
see the current here.
Yeah.
Okay,
Everybody's
let's come out a
hanging on.
bit. There's a fish. Fish. Oh, he's gone.
Oh.
We saw the fish shadow.
See how fast? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
They're riding that train.
Did you need another view, or is that fine
No, this
for?
is good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Chuck Messing pointed out that the Sideris pencil urchin that we were looking at before may be the species Abyssocola. So Sideris abyssocola.
I'll try to have an altitude of no less than 10 meters.
We're still having some debate in the chat room, the
Copy.
scientists that are in the chat room here, about the type of bamboo coral
Yeah, so
that
what they're
we've been
saying
seeing.
is as the ship moves,
Scott France has been looking
then
through
my
his database of
altitude
bamboo
drops.
coral samples,
and then as the ship
and
stops, then
they've
that
found
altitude comes
in
back up a little bit.
this general area and depth
Yeah,
range
just a little bit, I guess.
from 632
I've
to
noticed it, like,
687 meters.
a couple meters.
They were
maybe.
collecting a declayed keratoisis, but from shallower, 437 to 530 meters, they collected an
Just gonna
S-clade
kind of saddle back to you.
cladorisis.
Yep.
Sounds good.
And a couple of images he has available suggest that the
Yeah, what was that
bamboo coral that we've
sample?
been seeing,
Port outer?
almost nodal
Okay.
branching
All right.
with the sparse branches, looks like the cladorisis type.
Wonder if it would be easy for samples.
But
to
he doesn't have any images of keratoisis
Definitely.
in front of
fly
him
out.
to
Definitely.
compare.
Probably want your face into the current then, right?
So Scott, if you would like
Yeah.
us to
But
collect
Or
one
shadow
of
it.
Then
these
we'd
so
be
that you
facing
can
downslope.
actually get a better ID on it, just let us
Yeah.
know.
And then if we turn against the current, the tether is going to be blown into the vehicle. So just have to
Figure it out.
figure it out when we get there. Yeah. Yeah, I'm running 90% thrust here. 100% of my lat. Can you help me keep an eye for motor faults?
Yeah, sure.
ROV nav bridge move complete.
Copy bridge.
There's a big
Most
coral up
complete.
there, right? See what I'm saying?
Yeah. Possible fan.
Yeah, we're moving that way. We'll be there shortly.
So that move was complete.
Looks like we have a
co-pilot.
larger
Yeah, let's do
octocoral on the
another
horizon here
one.
coming
Yeah.
up.
It's a good direction. 1-5.
Yeah, agreed.
Maybe the one after that might change
You
to
can
like
see that
due north.
there
But
is all
Definitely want to
sorts
get to
of
that big coral
dead
up there.
coral
Yeah.
rubble that is covering the sediment
Bridge,
on this
this is
part
now.
of the mound.
Bridge over.
Yeah, I was just
Let's
talking
keep
with our
moving,
mapping
same
lead,
as
Derek
before,
Sowers,
20
and
meters,
asked him
bearing
what the backscatter
015,
signal
speed
is
0
in this
decimal 2.
area.
Okay. 20 meters, 015
And
degrees.
backscatter
tilt
is
down on your camera a
a
little bit?
measure of
Yeah.
how much of the sound used to
Good copy.
from the multi-beam
That's good,
sonar,
thanks.
Yeah.
which we use to determine the depths. We can also measure the intensity of the signal as it returns to the ship, and the variation in the intensity gives us a first
yeah, if you wanted to turn more, I could
glance at what the substrate or the seafloor might be in terms of its character. If it's highly reflective, we get a high intensity return, or if it's absorbing or scattering the sound, then we get a low intensity of return.
It's okay for now, but if you see the tether getting close, let me know, and
Yeah.
you can go ahead and stow it at your discretion.
And Derek said that in this area, it was sort of moderate intensity, meaning there was some sort of reflection, but also some sort of scattering and absorption, but it was very similar across the area, which completely makes sense when you see, from what we've been seeing, it's all very, very similar in terms of the substrate. It's this dead rubble coral that would tend to scatter some of the sound, but it's almost an armoring of the mound, so it would also be reflecting some of the sound. So that kind of explains maybe why it would be a moderate backscatter. And earlier we had Matt Pody and his group of mappers at NOAA in Silver Spring, and I don't know if he hasn't been in the chat room for a while, but maybe they can give us some information about this area if they have any.
And
See if I can't get out there.
we
Let me
did
know if
pass
I'm
over
stretching out
a
too much.
Bathypathes black coral
There's two
just
big
a little
bush.
bit ago. Ooh,
Yeah,
it looks
it's
like
another.
a
Yeah.
Liopathes here
Dark
on the
one's red.
right,
Yeah.
the
Darker
Very cool.
darker big bushy coral, and then maybe a bamboo coral here on the left.
Pretty large colonies.
Yeah.
Big, beautiful corals.
Must be some good solid substrate there.
Yeah, they must have something that they've attached to. Could be the dead coral matrix. Yeah, that does look like a big bamboo coral on the left there. That's beautiful.
We'll start with this one.
This is Liopathes, a black coral, and black corals are often colored, and so it seems counterintuitive to call them black corals, but if you were to scrape off the tissue, which is on the outside of their skeleton
Okay,
is
do you want to get
actually
lasers on for a few seconds?
Going on.
a black proteinaceous substance.
Sounds great. Thanks.
And it can be shined up, and
that
it's
good, or do you
actually
want-
Yeah, go ahead and
harvested
turn 'em
for
off.
jewelry
Thanks.
in some places. Not necessarily this species, but
Should just have
black
it on, like, a
corals in general.
momentary.
All right, video at your discretion. You can go ahead and zoom in.
You can see the black inside the yellow tissue, the polyps.
You want to take some still cam shots?
Yes.
And the branches of this Liopathes are very light and feathery. It's a little bit difficult to sample, especially in a high current flow such as this, because as soon as you snip off a piece, it will float away in the current.
Yeah, you can see just how strong the
still
current
camera
is
might be
here,
shooting
which we've
over
been,
top of it.
you know, when we zoom in, really sort of
Maybe,
see the branches.
ROV nav bridge
down.
move.
And
Yeah, that's true.
on that note,
Copy,
I
bridge.
should
Thank
introduce
you.
myself as Stephanie Bush from the
The ship's
Smithsonian
just
Natural
stopped
History
moving.
Museum,
Copy that.
sitting in for Leslie as she goes off to lunch.
Do you want to go ahead and do another?
And it's Taco Tuesday here on the ship.
Another move? Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think
20 meters.
I think so.
Oh, right away? Okay.
Thanks
Yeah,
for the
because
reminder that it's Tuesday, actually.
We're so
I know.
shallow that-
I didn't know
They
what day
they
it
don't
was at
seem
all
like
until they told me
too
it was
interested
Taco
in this.
Tuesday.
So we can go ahead and come
Yesterday,
out
I
video.
definitely thought it was Tuesday.
So do you want to change
So-
the heading to the north, co-pilot?
It's pretty
No,
great when
1-5 's
every
still good.
day you
Okay.
get to explore a new
We'll move, yeah.
place and
There's a nice urchin at the base of the
Back left toe is
Lyopathes. I don't
caught.
know. Maybe you mentioned that and I missed it when we were switching.
Would you like me to zoom in on
no,
the
I
urchin?
didn't see that. Sure, if we could zoom
This
the
is
urchin.
What's up,
bridge
Levi?
over.
Sure, that would be great.
Your back
Thanks.
left toe is
Yeah.
in the sediment is all.
That's what's anchoring me down.
It looked like a, and you guys may have seen this earlier,
Okay,
but it
we
did
will
not
do
look like
20 meters
one of
at
the
0.15
pancake
decimal
urchins.
2,
It
and
had
we're also looking at
relatively
our heading.
longer
The
spines.
current's shifting a little bit more to the
Go ahead and do a
starboard
quick zoom there.
bow.
Maybe thicker
It would
spines?
be nice if
Go
we
ahead
came
and
about
zoom.
Yeah,
5
like a pencil
degrees to
urchin.
the right at some point. Over.
We just saw a pencil urchin. Yeah, that
Oh,
looks
okay.
like another
Yeah, okay.
pencil urchin.
So I
Great.
missed
Yeah,
that.
we'll do it right
I'm
now.
losing a
if that's
video.
okay.
And
No.
then, did someone tell us what this smaller white coral is in front of the Lyopathes?
I imagine that's another
Yep.
bamboo coral.
To starboard, I'm going to come to 172, 5 degrees to starboard.
Okay, coming down to this one, Levi.
So Tina thinks that the large orangish
Go ahead and go
coral
full
is
wide video.
Lyopathes CF
Including
glaberrima,
the skids. Go ahead and go full wide.
similar to that species at least, if not that species.
I'll turn slightly to port.
And so Scott France
Copy.
was saying
You
that this
send it up.
might be the Clade D keratoisis that he was expecting to see here. What a big, beautiful coral this is.
Yes, center of rotation is A-frame.
There we go. I can see it. Tip of it in the still cam now.
And we're a little bit deeper again. We're at 728
Fernando, can you
meters
zoom
or
out on
so.
high pack to remove the screen so I can see the ship?
Go ahead.
Okay, thanks.
Sure. I'm going to set down in a second. We'll get a good laser shot.
Got lasers.
Thanks. How's that tether? It's okay, right?
Yeah, it's
And
It
our
looks like
nav
there's a
bridge, our
pancake
heading change
urchin
is complete,
underneath
and I will now
this
start
large
our
bamboo
position
colony,
move. Over.
right at the almost right at the base.
Do you want to try the fog lights here?
And I hear that Chris Ma told us about
I'm up
pancake
for it.
urchins when I was downstairs
Video, can I turn
eating
those
lunch.
forward up?
Great to hear he's back in the U.S.
Yep.
And hope he'll be joining us again often. And going through all of the
All right, get
images
lasers
of
off.
sea stars that we couldn't identify while he was at a meeting in Japan.
Did you notice those lights help at all? Or not?
Oh, yeah.
You did? Okay.
And the still cam shot
Pilot,
for
this is
sure.
watch
Oh,
two.
yeah, there it
Go
is.
ahead.
Can we get a zoom in now that we've gotten done the lasering?
Yeah, we're getting a few shots with our still cam, and then I'm going to go ahead and zoom in for you.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Yeah, that was probably it.
Yeah, see that, Levi?
Yeah, I
Looks
think
pretty
there's a
good. Yeah,
stylosterid
sweet.
coral actually growing towards the base of
I'm going
this
to try to get in real close
bamboo
here.
coral. That's the white hard coral you see in the bottom left.
Real nice high-res shots of those polyps.
And so Scott France is going to be looking at the branching pattern here, and he's
Video's my Zeus full
predicting
wide.
that these should be internodal branching if it is the keratoisis
Thanks.
that he thinks
Okay,
it
go
is.
ahead and zoom in video.
I'm kind of surprised, at least so far, I'm not seeing any associates on this one for such a
Heyo.
large colony,
Heyo.
but maybe we'll see them now that we're
Hold there.
zooming in. Although we did just
How you
zoom
feeling, Levi?
past a branch that looks
heading
like
ran off.
it's lost some tissue,
Come up a
and
little bit.
I know in previous dives we were talking about
Let's come out video.
brittle stars or basket
Losing
stars
it.
that maybe abrading
Yeah.
the tissue off just by being present, not
You can go ahead and
necessarily
turn the still
eating
cam off, I
the
think.
tissue, but
Light bar still cam.
scuffing it off, if you will.
Yeah, my heading just
Alex,
ran
before
to
we leave
port
this
at
area, could
45
we also
degrees.
get the lasers on the Lyopathes orange coral to the right as well?
They did.
Or
Sure.
did they do that?
I think they
To
did
the
that.
right?
Yeah.
Okay, it was a request and I didn't
I
see
think
if
that
it
was
happened.
from a
The
delay.
big,
Yeah.
the big one, right?
Yes.
Yeah, we got lasers on that.
Great, thanks. And Tina Moldasova made a comment about the Liopathes, and she said
I turned
that
to port to keep you in field of view.
as far as she knows,
That's fine.
there's
Just let you know.
not much genetic difference between the different morphologies that have been found so far. Well, that's very interesting.
So Scott's confirmed that this is this coral colony we're looking at right now is keratoisis, although he's saying that the I don't know if that he's saying the internodes are quite short. Okay. I don't know if that's a comment about this particular one or that's how you tell that it's keratoisis. So sorry, relative to the thin branching bamboo coral we were seeing earlier. Okay.
Okay, let's come out.
So looking at the slight differences in morphology, branching patterns and things like that, that allows us to differentiate between species.
There's a tether.
So it goes down on my screen, which is good.
What about
I think it's
relative to you?
Pilot, this is watch
It's
2.
way off to the side. Yeah. Go ahead, watch 2.
Before we take off from this spot, they're talking about possibly collecting this coral, so I guess
the white one?
Don't go too far away until we can figure that out. Thanks.
Well, actually,
ROV nav bridge move complete.
All right, we got coverage. This is not to be collected, so we can keep going.
Okay.
Thanks, though.
So we just finished that.
Look at all those cutthroat eels in the distance here.
Yeah.
Levi, you're happy with that?
Tether?
Pretty low.
So those last coral colonies we were just looking at, the keratoisis and the Liopathes.
From my port up and then down.
Those were some of the larger corals that we've seen today so far, correct?
Yeah, they really are.
Okay.
And I don't know if we're kind of on the
so
side of one of these mounds. We've gotten a little bit deeper than when I left. We were at 700 meters.
Smack you here, right?
So yeah, we're definitely
we
kind
don't
of
want it to get over the top of Sirius.
Well, the side that sort of is dropping off into deeper water, so that makes sense to have a little bit more, even more current in this already fairly high current area where we would see these larger coral colonies. And had we seen Liopathes today in this dive?
Yes, we had seen
just
at least one.
Okay, just not as large.
And that one was partially dead, and there were other organisms living on the skeleton that was exposed.
All right, so which direction do we want to go now? Do you think we've gotten over far enough?
Probably pretty close to north, I think.
Yep, I agree.
Yeah.
Or is it going to start curving around to the northwest?
Yeah, maybe. Maybe if you take a peek out, see what the ground looks like.
I'd rather keep you kind of over the ridge more, because if you go out and then face toward me, like the current's going to be blowing directly into D2,
now we're getting a good overview shot of the two colonies we were just taking closer looks at.
So your heading is 330.
The Liopathes, black coral on the left.
So is 330 going to get us to
on the right?
Where we need to go?
Bearing is 335.
On the moves you've been doing?
Oh, no.
So you can see in this nice overview that they are kind of alone out here in this particular section of the mound, at least size-wise. There are, of course, some other smaller, looks like hard corals down here, but those ones are really growing up and out into the current flow.
We have been doing 015 so far.
Yeah.
So you're saying you want me on the ridge and then you off the ridge? Or do you want me?
Yeah, I think. Doesn't that make sense to you?
Yeah, that'd work.
Instead of, because otherwise you're going to have to turn
to port.
Yeah. Though I guess if you turn and get the tether on the other side of you, maybe that would be more ideal, right?
It kind of naturally wants to be on this side, though.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying if you get over far enough and then, like, even if you're facing, like, 90 degrees from the direction of motion, it would be blowing way off to your side, because you see how it is right now. It's kind of stretched out right in front of you.
Yeah. Okay, I see what you're saying.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
What do you think?
So yeah, we can move Sirius west. And then have
So
Sirius
right now
look
the
east.
pilot and co-pilot and
saying?
navigator are
That's what I'm
discussing
thinking.
which
What do you think
direction
about
to
that?
go along
Okay.
this
So why don't you figure out a
large
direction
coral
with nav?
mound, and that's partly because of the strong currents that are occurring down here and in this region in general. So they have to do a lot
You
of
look at
tether
high-pack,
maintenance so that the tether or the
co-pilot.
cable
Yeah.
that is
That bearing
sending
right
down
there,
power
that's
and bringing
333.
back up video
Okay.
and all the other data.
So
So I think we're
gotta
talking
make
about
sure that
moving
doesn't get
Sirius
twisted
westbound,
or
getting
crimped.
D2 on the
So there's a
east
lot
side
of,
of Sirius. Sirius looks
a lot
to
of
the right
discussion and monitoring
at
going on in the
D2.
background that
Current
you guys
blows
are.
the tether northwest.
You can see it now if you're with the on channel on
So
camera
you can
2,
move me
just
like
the serial speed. You can see what the tether
Well,
is
we're
doing.
following along the top of this feature. We're kind of going to stay on the contour we're on for a while.
All right.
I believe is the plan.
So make like a short move at 300 to get me kind of back on top of that.
Yeah.
Kind of a deal. So I got my current heading. So
Yep.
we'll do like a 20 meters at 300.
All right.
Yep.
All right,
And
I'll
then
call that and we'll see.
He'll stay
how
on
it
this
goes.
ridge.
That sounds good to me.
Yeah.
Sounds perfect.
20 meters, 300.
Sorry, Watch One. We're just working out a plan to get the tether comfortable here.
Bridge, does nav.
But is there something you needed
Bridge over.
while he calls in that move?
Next move is gonna be 20 meters, bearing 300, speed 0.
Understood. 20 meters, bearing 300, speed decimal 2.
Okay, copy.
West is best. So Watch 1 was just communicating with the pilots about preferred
Perfect, thanks. Yeah, this is going to be much more comfortable, I think.
potential
It's blowing off the
coral
side of both
settings
vehicles as we
in the
move
requested
north
direction
laterally.
of the D2's travels. So we could potentially come across more coral colonies like
ROV nav, bridge, move initiated, 20 meters, bearing 300, speed decimal 2.
In general, from my past experience diving in this, not exactly this area, but close by, the tops of the mounds are where you find most of the live coral, especially the scleractinian corals. So right now we're a little bit to the eastern edge of this mound, and we might see different corals there than we'll see at the crest or the top of the mound. So we want to try to see
I'll back
all of the
toward you a bit.
habitats.
Don't want to get stretched out there too much. Okay.
And so we can get the best general sense of everything that's here.
Yeah, if we had any kind of heave today, this would be a lot more
There's
difficult.
nice bamboo
But
coral,
it's nice
and it
that
looks
it's
like
pretty
much
small
growing
sea state.
or attached to almost the same spot of a rock over on the right. There's bamboo coral next to a black coral.
So why don't you turn to follow me here?
Okay.
Then it'll be blowing out to your side instead of in front of you. Yeah, there we go. That's what I like.
I like that too. Yeah, it'll naturally blow northwest.
Yep.
I think.
And then we're just kind of lateraling
Sounds like
to
we're
the
tempting
north.
all of the coral biologists out there.
Oh yeah, this is
by
much more comfortable.
coming,
There it is.
You know, hanging out in this particular spot and looking
And then
at
just
these
keep
two
an eye on
giant
the sonar
colonies.
to your starboard to make sure we're not too
They're
close to
trying
anything.
to maintain their
Yep.
self-control, but we're making it tough on them.
Okay, cool. All right, watch lead. We're much more comfortable now. So we have a move underway to bring us more north and west toward waypoint 4. So thanks for bearing with us.
But just to remind you guys, and forget who. Oh yeah, Rachel Bassett just noted this in the chat room. We've actually made only one collection so far today, and that was a Unicella colony, or part of a Unicella colony, I should say.
Actually, I think that we wound up taking that whole colony because it was very tiny. And we also got a scoop of the coral skeleton matrix that it was sitting on.
Ah, okay.
So it was a twofer. So we got the coral, and then we got the...
Dan, have you ever seen this much layback before?
The coral skeleton.
Not this shallow,
that
no.
we could look at that as
You
well
could see
as
that at
see
like
if there are any of those
2,000 meters or
aggregating
3,000
forams
meters, but
that were
not
living
700.
on some of that
Okay,
dead skeleton.
co-pilot,
Okay.
that most is complete.
Sorry,
Okay.
sorry for the
So
misinformation.
that was 330.
I haven't been watching all the video. I've been working
And
on
you said
data in the
waypoint 4
background,
is
so I
335?
missed that
That
collection.
is correct.
Okay. So should we just do that, Levi?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Me.
All right, 335.
That's basically exactly my starboard.
Okay.
Go ahead, watch 2.
Go ahead and zoom in video.
Stand by, I'll get back to you on that.
Hold that.
All right, calling 20 meters, 335.
Bridge. Okay, 20 meters, a bearing 335, speed decimal 2.
All right, we'll get you a better shot of these polyps here, video. Try that. Go ahead and zoom in if you have it.
So you can see the slightly darker part of the skeletons. That's why we call these bamboo corals. And Scott, I think, was talking about the distance between that and
RV
those.
nav bridge move
For this
initiated.
particular colony, shorter than what he's typically observed. If I'm interpreting what you wrote earlier correctly, Scott.
You have fun in the current, Dan?
Yep. So watch lead. Yeah, you can just communicate whatever shot you need directly to pilot, and we'll work with video to try to get that for you.
No, it doesn't look like the urchin is actually that close to the...
Okay, go ahead and zoom in.
Well, is it on this lower branch?
Kill lasers or?
Okay,
Sure.
yeah, maybe there.
That's hard to tell. It's certainly not on the base, but it might
Lasers off.
be on that lower branch that's sort of going off to the left, but also towards us. That looks like it's doesn't have much tissue left on it.
Is Scott calling in?
Yeah, it sounds like he's
Yep.
planning
Hi,
to.
Cheryl. That's me. Hi, Cheryl. Hi, Stephanie.
Hi.
Hi, Scott.
Earlier, I was wondering, if this urchin might actually be on that lower branch. I can't quite tell, but you can see the thickness of this colony at the base. It's huge.
It is.
The hold passage, the
You can
flat
come out a
part
little
at
bit,
the
video.
base of the skeleton. This has been here a long time, and it looks like it's had
Hold
multiple
that.
episodes of regrowth over the base and the stem. But Stephanie, you had observed earlier that there don't seem
Yeah,
to
it's
be
much more
many
comfortable.
associates on this
I
colony.
like our
and I agree,
configuration a lot
it's,
more now.
kind of
Much easier to fly.
And
Me too.
that isn't too surprising with some of the bamboo corals. I'm not sure if there's some secondary metabolite, some chemical in the tissue that is noxious or doesn't taste good to some of these organisms, but it's intriguing the position of this urchin. I can't
I'm
quite
starting to move.
tell if that's
Copy.
on a branch or if that branch is broken and there's nothing on it.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell, but he definitely could be munching on it if that branch continues underneath him.
Although you can kind of see
We'll try to
just
not change my
beyond
heading so that
the
way you
urchin
can
right
get a
now, it
feel
looks like
for
that
movement.
branch
Sure.
stops, and Scott, you're saying maybe it's been broken,
yeah, I'm
but
exactly perpendicular to.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, in that colony, you
Go
can
ahead.
see there's somewhat different coloration of the tissue. It's a little bit more yellow-brown, and other places a little bit more white. And that, to me, is, and then it's kind of the lobular way you see the very base there. Looks to me like there's continual regrowth and redeposition of coral. I'll bet the coral and, the calcium carbonate that actually makes up the skeleton. And I'll bet it's been deposited over
No,
nodes.
okay,
So you can't see
I see.
nodes and at the base of some of that.
okay, so
You said earlier about the short interval, the short size of the internode, and I was remarking on that.
ROV nav bridge
With
move
this
complete.
particular species of keratoisis, that'll be informative. The genus itself is currently defined as just a planar bamboo coral that branches at the nodes, at the internodes, which this is, but the short interval of the internodes themselves tells us a little bit more. The other thing that's interesting, I said it was maybe the D-clade, and I said that because we have made some collections from this depth in the general area a little bit further north of here. And one of the ways that we could tell is if the polyps are retracted. All of these polyps are nicely extended
let's come
in
out
their
video.
position.
I'm
But
gonna
in the D-clade,
saddle
when they
over,
retract, the polyps take on the shape of a little volcano.
get into
That's
Sirius's
one of
view.
the ways we can tell in the video, but we're not going to get that right here. Thanks for the close-up.
The nice thing is now the current just kind of pushes me into your view.
Yeah. That's nice. Let me get some lasers on it.
Sure.
I think they're off.
Yeah.
There they are.
I'm gonna back up a little bit. Any interest in the sponge? Watch lead. Okay.
So we just had an update from Nav. We're going to be leaving the bottom in about 3 hours and 10 minutes. And we've traveled about 200 meters since hitting the seafloor. We still have quite a ways to go on our 700-meter transect, so I guess we'll want to be moving along after taking a look at this beautiful glass sponge here.
That is 4.
GoPro?
Yep.
Copy that. Didn't know if there was a 5th one hiding.
Now, if we reach the top, they just want us to go back and
Scott
forth.
was wondering if this might be a Euplectellidae glass sponge.
Do you want to see
go ahead and
the
turn off
ship
lasers.
on high pack?
Okay.
And Chris Kelly says it might be
Lasers off.
Vrigadrella.
Okay, when you're ready, video, you can zoom.
And lots of cutthroat eels here. Wow, that's a beautiful sponge.
Looks like another Sideris pencil urchin at its base, all
and
the way
maybe
down.
a crinoid on the side. Oh, and we've got a little squat lobster at the base. That might be a Munida, squat lobster galatheid. And another crinoid at the base. Looks like at least 3 crinoids on this glass sponge.
Yeah, I thought there was I was mistaking that crinoid for a Sideris. Like it had spines.
Okay, let's go ahead and come out.
And Chuck Messing asked in the chat room if anybody could offer the state of the science about why such corals are sparsely distributed. Is it limited dispersal of larvae, or is it settlement success? Bob? Is it widespread mortality of smaller colonies, or anything else? I think that all of those things probably contribute at more or less at different places and for different species. And I don't know if that is really known.
Any interest in this?
It's beautiful. Black coral.
Pilot, if we could just take a quick look, but then we probably need to keep moving along because we have a long ways to go before the end of the dive.
What's our average pace need to be, Fernando?
Yeah, it's 0.02.
So this is
0.02
Liopathes
needs to be our average pace?
CF glaberrima, most likely.
Okay, to waypoint 4?
Yep.
Okay, might want to communicate
Yep.
that we have plenty of time here to take a look and sample if they want. Okay.
Actually, this is Nav.
Go ahead and come out video.
Go ahead, Nav.
Sorry, Bob, you're real quiet. Oh, really?
Pilot, could we zoom into the substrate here a little bit?
Sure. Yeah, I see some of what you're talking about, Bob. I'm going to saddle over, see the sponge and the substrate. Yeah, I think I see a few of them here too, right? Yeah. Okay.
So have we been able to get a look at the white coral that's behind this one yet?
Okay, go ahead and zoom in. Oop. There we go. No, I'm settled. Of course, I'm just kicking up dust now. Come out.
Thanks.
We'll get a better view.
I'd like to get a piece of this and maybe some of the sediment in one thing if we can.
Piece of rock?
Yeah. It looks like it would be easily nudged and broken.
We also want to take a look at that coral
Back
and that
the coral,
other
yeah.
rock
Just
there
over another
whenever we can.
specimen.
Oh, and there's another Liopathes. Lots of cutthroat eels here.
On my toes now.
This might
Yeah,
be a good
maybe
place
it's
to
like
see
between your
if the
toes.
rock is loose or can be broken.
Don't want to crush it.
I feel like you're an oversized vehicle parking in a...
I'm surprised to see it here
compact
after
spot.
all the
Yep.
coral rubble
Should be
we've
better
seen.
here.
And I'm wondering if this
Dust
is
will be
just
blown away.
cemented together
Yeah,
with
my toe,
the sediments infilling between them. I can't really tell.
Try to get you
So
some
the coral
tether,
matrix
smidge.
and then filled in with
Filled in
sediment.
with
Stationary
sediment,
strip
and then
stop,
that
so-
sediment
Copy.
got
Help us out.
compacted. It doesn't look very lithified. But I can't tell.
All right, let's try this. We got coral, sponge, and sediment and substrate here. Go ahead and zoom in. Hold that.
That actually might be Lophelia.
Yeah, definitely not octocoral.
Right.
Go ahead and zoom in more.
It's hard to tell from far away.
Yep, that's why it's great to have such fantastic videos.
You're correct.
Is there any interest in a sample, or you just need the visual ID?
Just the visual ID.
Okay.
I think there's a lot of samples of Lophelia around
Yeah.
here.
Okay,
so.
go ahead and come out.
Pilot, if you could nudge a rock nearby after we
Sure.
zoom out and see if
Let's go
there's
ahead and zoom
something
in on
loose
this
we
real
can
quick.
grab.
Except I'm not totally positive that is Lophelia. When I look at this
ROV nav
branch
bridge,
to the
just
bottom
wanted to
left,
confirm that I passed
gives
you
you a
that
better
we are,
idea of the
stationary at this time,
calyx
over.
structure, and it looks a little bit more like an Elipsamia. And those are cup corals there, most likely, or maybe they're anemones.
Yeah, thank you.
Those are anemones in the center.
Okay, when you're clear video, we can come out. So I heard you're looking for a rock, Leslie. What are you looking for in your sample? Watch lead, did you copy?
I think there's a large coral underneath us, so.
Did you copy watch lead?
Oh, I didn't even hear him.
I overheard you talking about wanting a rock sample, and I'm just curious what you're looking for. If you look in the serious view, you can see that there's quite a few rocks poking through.
I did change my heading slightly to port.
That's fine, yeah.
Just let you know.
Thanks.
Yeah, this view gives you an idea that maybe these are the layers beneath the top of the mound poking out. And really curious to see what
Maybe
they
this
are
one
made
down on
of.
the bottom left.
Yeah, a piece on the bottom left, Pilot, that'd be great if it's loose. I'm thinking that this might just be sort of cemented together coral rubble, but it's hard to say.
Okay, can we come full wide video, including the skids? Okay, thank you.
There might even be a little cup coral on that rock,
I think
which
we
would be a
might
bonus.
get some associates.
Looking to sample one of these.
Oh, and it looks like there might be a little
What's that?
bathypathes on the rock with the
Yeah.
two liopathes right in front of the rock we're looking
Let's see
to
if we can
collect.
preserve these. So
Yeah,
is
here
this,
in the chat room,
is
Chuck
this something
Messick
you're
raised this
thinking about
question
putting in the
before
bio
about,
box if we want to keep the associates
what sort of
intact?
research has been done on why we see this interesting and sparse distribution of coral colonies in some place. So as we were zooming in here, you can see that there are these two large Laopathes, and now we see there's a Bathypathes, but nothing else in the immediate area. And so we wouldn't say that the environment changes over that scale. So it has to be something else, and it could be the luck of the draw, where the larvae land,
so far.
and how stable is the substrate there.
Not sure if it's floaty
how
or not.
fast the currents, how much food, and so on. But interesting pattern. Let's go to collect the rock here.
Yeah, I don't have any notes.
Yeah, and I guess it
about
could be whether there's any predators in the area that might eat the larvae and or the young corals as they grow too. So many things have to be exactly right for the coral to live to an older age. And each species, it could be a slightly different set of conditions that it requires.
Can you please hit joy lock, Copilot?
Yeah.
So, do we just have the one biologic sample at this point?
Thanks.
She's talking to you.
Go ahead, watch lead. Yeah, I don't think this is going to be a good scoop specimen. I don't think this is going to be a great.
Hi, this is Zach Brew in Charleston. Sorry, my chat keeps disconnecting. But is that a C-pen in the frame?
Not
Does
sure.
anybody know?
I think you probably can.
I think it might
if
be
you wing inboard
black coral,
with
Zach,
the starboard
maybe,
wing.
Yeah, you trying to go
the genus
Biolox,
Parentapathes or something like
Let's
it.
see if it's loose and how big it is, and then we'll.
Upper part of the screen.
Understood.
Yeah, that's
Good
what I was
decision.
thinking too, yeah. As soon as we get done with this
Force
rock
feedback
collection,
on.
we will zoom on both of these black corals that are in this area here.
Pops are stable.
Grip force 11.
We may kick up a little dust in the
hydraulics
meantime,
up.
but it'll quickly be whisked away by the current.
Got the
twitch.
RPM at about 90%, 80%.
Copy. Grip force 3. Force feedback 3. Okay. All right.
You want a mini Zeus over here?
Sure. Yeah. And Fernando, if you could keep an eye on Sirius and your camera there, that'd be great.
I got your mini Zeus.
Okay. So let's start just by giving it a little tap. Okay, that's a good size.
That's going to have to be probably starboard outer, because it's a larger, I think. I don't know if it'll fit in a smaller bio.
I suspect this might crumble a little bit, but we'll find out.
So you're interested in putting this in a bio box if it'll fit?
No, I don't think we need the bio box with it unless we have the sediment. So
Okay.
I think this can go in the smaller rock box. Right.
Or okay, and okay, we might lose the associates if we put it in the,
Yeah.
in the rock box, but just want to confirm that's okay.
That's up. What do you think, Cheryl?
I think that those associates will most likely stay on the
Okay.
rock.
All right.
So
I'm going to do quarter starboard.
We'll just do.
But we don't want to use a bio box at this point.
that's what I'm
yeah.
thinking. Is
Yeah.
that it's also
we
quite
can just
large
do.
for a bio box, maybe.
Might
We
be.
can do starboard. That's fine.
You want me to bring it inboard?
Yes, please.
I'll leave it there so you still have a view.
Thanks. Since we think this is fragile, I think I'm just going to go ahead and put it in the box.
Okay. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah. Oh, as opposed to turning and all that.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. No, we've got a good view of it.
Slowly crushing it with the jaw.
Nice. Is that my nip cam?
Yeah. Okay.
That's great. Thank you, pilot. So we have sample number 2, Geo. It's our first geologic sample of the day, but it's specimen number 2.
Pilot, this is watch 1.
Go ahead, watch one.
If we could get a zoom on the little feathery coral that's straight ahead of where you collected the rock.
Sure.
When you're settled.
Absolutely.
Bridge, this now.
RV nav, bridge.
Just wanted to call and change the bailout plan. Let's do bailout to east.
Okay, we'll go check out that coral up ahead.
RV nav, bridge.
Roger that, thanks.
Affirmative. Changing bailout plan to east.
Copy that. Okay, Levi, let me know when you want the next move.
Yeah. Yeah, we gotta get back on course. Need a few minutes after this.
Yeah, I looked to port a little bit, so we'll...
Roger that. If we can just zoom this and then the feathery coral to the right of that when we're done, and then we'll be
go ahead and
all
zoom
set.
in. Hold that. Go ahead and zoom in tighter.
Wow, you can really see the current ripping through here. So is this the Paraanthropathes that we were seeing the other day? Or Scott France said it might be Heteropathes.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we're seeing a Heteropathes on its edge on the side.
Yeah.
So basically, if we saw it in the planar view, it would look like a Bathypathes, except that it's got this additional row of short branches coming out the front face.
Right, yeah, it looks different from further away. You can see that now that we're close.
Yeah, that's another trick sometimes. If you don't realize the orientation you have to some of these things, that they can fool you. But excellent close-up, thank you.
Yeah, sure is.
Okay, and you said there's another one to the right?
Yes, pilot, it's a reddish one to the right. It's a similar shape, but larger. There we go.
Okay. Okay, go ahead and do a zoom from here. Just do an ID and then we'll move on. Hold that.
Great.
So this one looks like a Bathypathes. It does not have those extra layer of short pinnules that are arising from the front face, the face that we can't see where all the polyps are.
Let's get straightened back out here, Levi.
Great.
Understood.
So 2 black coral species, about a meter or 2 apart from each other. And we have quite a few Liopathes here in this area as well. So this particular spot is a very good one for black corals. And another
turning to starboard a little bit here.
Get
back
like
where we
over
were.
to the left there.
So now we're maybe getting into the bottom of this little valley here.
Yeah.
We'll start climbing up the other side. So we could probably go ahead and think about a move.
Waypoint 4 selected right now.
Yeah.
Bearing is 341.
341. Should we just go ahead and head straight there?
I think so.
Okay. I'll come back toward you a bit.
And as we've seen earlier in the low areas between the high points of the mounds, we see almost no coral
growth,
we'll go
do 20.
modern coral growth. There's plenty of older coral rubble, and we see a much more consistent sediment cover here.
Okay. I'll come back to you.
It's kind of indicating that.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
It might be that it's protected by these coral mounds,
so
and sediments are able to deposit a little more easily,
so it's some hard
covering
substrate,
up the coral
but it's not
rubble.
very steep.
And if the coral rubble's covered up, that means there's less habitat
30
for
meters,
the live coral.
ROV nav, bridge.
We're swinging around and making our way towards waypoint 4.
340 at.
I think you could come up. Is it back to you?
Okay. Sounds great.
Yeah, I don't like this because now the tether's going to be blowing into the slope.
Yeah, so Tina has pointed out that Heteropathes hasn't been reported from this area yet, and that this could be a new species.
Yeah.
RV nav bridge, move initiated.
Cover bridge.
I think we've moved on now, but if we see another
one, we should
definitely collect that.
Or you just swing to starboard.
Okay.
Do that number.
See another of the
why don't you come up and I'll back under you.
in the foreground, just right of center.
And
So we're just getting, we got to set up here a little better watch lead with the current and the tether. So just give us a few minutes while we do that.
Roger that.
Let's go ahead and stop the move. Stop it. Sorry, this is not going to work.
This is nav.
RV nav bridge. Stopping move.
Back into you.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think I'm going to, so basically it's blowing right up slope, right?
It's blowing westbound now. Right?
Yep.
So we could both turn to starboard.
Yep. Why don't you come up to like 20 meters delta?
Okay.
So that we're a little safer here.
Yeah.
And I'll just come right under you and we'll get situated here.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks like another bamboo coral up on the right. The ROV pilots are trying to set up for another move here and getting positioned with the ship and the current, so we're going to just hang out for a little bit before we get underway again.
Yeah, you have to remember that even though we are being influenced by the current, the ship above us, and to which we are tethered, is experiencing much stronger currents of the Gulf Stream. Okay. So
I can
we are being
sure
pulled onward at times.
Okay.
Oh, this is quite steep.
Yeah, it's very steep.
Yeah,
so this is probably
okay. You sure?
Yeah, it's out of your
around to
lights.
the east side of that mound, maybe a little bit, and we're going up the steeper side.
Yeah. So what happened, watch lead, is we were moving kind of laterally with the current, and we were going downslope, which was great for our configuration. But now we're going to be going upslope, up to the other peak, and which means the tether was actually blowing into the slope we were climbing. So we got to kind of get reoriented so that that doesn't happen.
Okay, great.
So we'll be back with you shortly.
All right, so I'm headed
for those watching, we are managing the tether and how it is going to.
Are you sure it's above me?
Yeah, I saw the shadow at one point.
With this feature that we're going to climb up, so just a little repositioning here.
Yeah.
You sure?
You can see that the rubble
see how steep that is right
totally
there?
Covering this steep face here on this mound.
I'm blowing off to my port.
Yep.
As Leslie has pointed out, when we're kind of in between the mounds, it's more sedimented and not as much rubble cover. And then when we start getting towards the slopes, steeper slopes,
yeah, there we can
towards
see
the
it.
top of mounds for sure, we see a lot more rubble and/or corals. A little bit of live coral, and then a lot of dead coral substrate fragments that cover the seafloor.
So you're 20 meters, okay.
%.
Yep.
Yeah. A lot of current there.
Yes, there is.
There you go. It'll go. Yeah, bring it around. Then you can push ahead.
Yep. I gotta like adjust my compensation for the current.
Yeah.
Pushing ahead. And now it's blowing out behind me.
And for anybody just joining us, we've been
That's
we
much
expected
better.
that this might be we might see more Lophelia, the
So take
sclerotinian
our spare
coral
Parker
Lophelia
motors and
pertusa,
just
but
Yeah.
we've
throw an
actually
additional
seen
motor
more
on there.
Analopsamia
Get a
profunda
little more power.
as the dominant
Actually, I don't think we have any
sclerotinian coral
shrouds yet.
down here. It has been some Lophelia
we
though,
have a
so it's a
shroud.
mix.
Okay, I'm just going to push ahead a little bit and we'll get set up to come back down. This is tough. Very difficult.
Yeah, it's a good one here.
There we go. Okay, I'm going to come back down.
Okay.
Yeah, there we go. Now we should be set. And we're basically facing toward waypoint 4 now.
Yeah.
340, you said?
Yeah. 335.
There we go. Okay.
Yeah, 338.
Yeah.
Perfect. All right. Coming down.
Coming down with you.
Now you can see some more sponges and.
So as difficult as I had to turn my head and then like adjust my compensation for the current as I turned. Because you had to keep like 80% thrust in the direction toward the current.
You gotta like take the stick and swing it around.
Yep. Yeah, that was pretty tough. We're looking good now.
Interestingly, earlier we were talking about the question that Chuck had raised about why
There we go.
only a
Great.
few colonies we're seeing, but certainly
Okay.
lots of stuff that has been growing in the past.
Levi, why don't we swap?
Dead now.
Now that we're set up.
The question is, why are the ones that
Sounds good.
survived? Why are they the survivors?
And what caused so many to die without regrowth of organisms? I mean, this was much more abundant environment, it seems.
It's an Auto XY.
Yeah, I can't tell from this view if a lot of the rubble that we're seeing is old bamboo coral or if it's old Lophelia or something. Actually, a nice view here of the two different kinds of bamboo coral I was referring to. There's the thin, wispy one that's now on the right side of the screen. It's kind of hard to see. And then there's that one with the thick skeleton that has the short internodes. So that's the difference between the keratoisis D-clade, the one that was on the left, and the thin, wispy one is probably the S-clade cladoisis.
I'm going to come up in altitude a bit.
Wow, this is an impressive mound here.
Back toward me. The current's
and I
going
would
to
say
push
from
you away
the
from me,
views
so
that
you're
we've
gonna-
had,
Understood.
the majority of the rubble is more of the scleractinian framework, and we've been seeing both Lophelia and Analopsamia. Maybe when we get to the top of this mound, it will be more Lophelia and less Analopsamia, but the lower mounds were more of the Analopsamia profunda, which wasn't really what we were expecting. We were expecting these to be all Lophelia or just a little bit of Analopsamia.
And back up a little bit, and then we'll get a move in toward you.
If we saw corals at all. So basically, starting from the beginning, we didn't even know if these would be coral mounds, but we've been very pleasantly surprised that
we can go and do like 20 meters toward 340.
Coral mounds.
Copy that.
And sponge. Look at all those sponges.
Bridge doesn't have.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the steepest face that we have seen. It is basically southward facing, so it's taking advantage of the Gulf Stream's flow. You can see how some of those sponges are like satellite dishes. We've seen similar sponges to that. I don't know if it's the same species at different locations at greater depths.
I think it was Fichelia was the species we were seeing in much deeper water.
Sit up real nice.
Scott Harris has this interesting question, observation in the chat room about has anyone dated the piles of rubble and obtained some type of distribution of ages for the dead corals out here? And what I find interesting about that is that, it's possible that a lot of these skeletons, maybe they're 1,000 years old, and we're seeing that there was a period in the past where the conditions weren't good for growth, things died, and then maybe in the last 100, 200 years, conditions improved, and now we're getting regrowth on the old rubble. And it's hard to know that without getting some sense of the age of the skeleton.
Yeah, and it would be very interesting to core through this mound and be able to look at the layers and how things have changed over time and maybe get some dating. And I think that Eric Cortez was involved.
Pilot, can we take a quick zoom, please?
Absolutely.
In some similar research
What would
in
you
the
like to
Gulf
zoom
of
in on?
Mexico.
There's quite a few objects here. Video, let's zoom in. Just a little bit, partial. Hold that. Watch, they do something specific.
All the sponges. We have a few Anthomastus, the red.
I guess we'll just hold this here.
Octocorals.
like to get a look when you have a chance at the yellow one that's on the far left. May be a Canthagorgia.
Okay, great.
Unless you've seen it earlier today.
Pilot, this is watch 1.
Go ahead, watch 1.
There's a feathery yellow coral just left of center. If we could get a zoom on that whenever you have time.
Yep. Okay,
yeah,
video
you just said it, Cheryl,
snap.
feathery.
I think this is what they're talking
not
about.
A Canthagorgia. I wonder if it's a hydrozoa.
It's a floating shot, so.
It's very feathery. Yeah, I would say it's a hydrozoa.
Or a black coral. I'm going to stop guessing now until we see it.
Yeah. And it's looking like that could be Lophelia too. Didn't get a good look at it yet.
All right, come on, partial video.
Yeah, that looks more like Lophelia. So this might be the Lophelia zone we're entering now. And Chuck Messing pointed
Yellow,
out
I would say, is a hydrozoan. Thanks for that close-up. Clearly a pretty good current moving through there.
Yeah. Wow, there's so much.
So Cheryl, you're talking about the white stony coral as Lophelia.
Yeah, I think that might be Lophelia there instead of the Analopsamia.
That's a nice view. You can definitely see the populations increasing
and
compared to what we have been seeing in the last hour or so.
That's what we've seen in the past with these types of mounds, is that down low on the mound there will be more dead coral, and as you move up there'll be more and more live coverage. And you get to about 50% or so at least live coverage when you get to the top of a mound.
Watch your swing arm on the port side.
Watch that. Okay, go pot, check my rotator.
You got it.
And that was something that Chuck Messing was pointing out also, that
starboard,
he was noticing that there's more live coral as we move up slope.
Okay, rotate up.
Rotating up.
And it looks like there might be a stylaster coral on the dead matrix to the top left of the view now.
Come in video. Rotator up.
This community seems different from the first mound that we looked at that was deeper, less relief to it, lower current.
Yeah,
it's almost though they're stratified by the water flow that's reaching them, and maybe the current speeds.
Yeah, that's definitely Lophelia. And yeah, I wonder if that's a difference between those two stony corals too.
Brittle star tucked away.
We have a hydroid and an octocoral on the right side.
Lots of little brittle stars too, if you look closely. There's one large one. Maybe that's the parent, maybe. It is a nursery. I think Nolan had suggested that, somebody had.
One of, you've talked about it before, but one of the huge values of finding these sorts of reefs is there must be just thousands and thousands of small invertebrates tucked into the crevices here that we can't see. So this is a home to just a massive diversity and density of organisms.
Yeah, just as shallow reefs, the tropical coral reefs that people are more familiar with, that same type of habitat is created in the deep, and so
video
much
when you're cleared, come out partial.
Makes these kinds
see if we see anything else in this field.
Home. Copy bridge, move complete.
And see the red Anthomastus.
Let's go ahead and do another 20 meters.
Octocorals, several of them here.
Copy that.
And that stylaster coral on the left, the lace coral, and then the bamboo coral on the lower left as well. And kind of
Bobby?
Just to the right.
Levi?
You got my rotator.
To the right, to the left, to the center, to the bottom.
Oh my goodness.
Let's,
there's just overwhelming
go for that
what's here.
sponge. Can you zoom in video, please?
Impossible to even talk about all of it. 3 or 4 different sponges at least.
This is like 2 days ago we were saying it looked like a setup in an aquarium that you would go visit, where they just stick everything they have in one window.
RBNAV bridge, roger that. 20
Just
meters.
amazing.
All stock crinoids in the back as well.
Decimal 2 knots over.
Chuck Messing, do you see those?
It was really small.
Okay. I haven't been able to see them yet, but there's so much to look at.
In fact, it was so small that it could have been a juvenile comatulate, meaning it would break free from the stock later.
Okay, watch lead. Did you see anything else in the field of view you'd like a closer zoom on?
No, that's great. Thank you, pilot.
Yeah.
We're going to zoom out and then continue up the slope
Thanks,
because
Bobby.
it looks like this kind of habitat just continues as we move up. Looks like lots more little tufts of Lophelia as we
Co-pilot, we just started
traverse
moving 20 meters,
upslope.
bearing 340.
20
And
meters,
we are
340
now
aye.
at about 716 meters
What's our layback looking?
depth.
So we've only risen about 20 meters since the beginning of the dive. And we've
150 is the
crossed,
best we've
what,
had all day.
300 meters at this point?
Yeah, we were 190.
Close to 300 meters.
Morning
Yeah.
shift, or second shift.
So our predicted,
At best, we'd
our
get about
original dive
175.
track was a little over 650 meters long. We had to start a little farther into the planned track due to currents. So that cut the total distance down to maybe 500 meters. And we started at the top of a small mound, went across that, dipped down slightly and went up and over the second mound, and now we're climbing the largest and steepest of the 3 mounds. And these mounds are representative, we think, of a huge area referred
Yes.
to as the Stetson Mesa.
And Chip Collier pointed out that they've been calling this the Million Mounds area.
Million Mounds, yeah.
So we've clicked off 2 of the million. And,
Yep. We got a long way to go. Maybe we can justify lots of funding to do this for a long time. I'd be happy to volunteer.
Me too. And hopefully we'll be back in other research expeditions.
Camera at
The
30
Deep Search
degrees,
has
11 meter delta.
several cruises coming up
Got a
in the
little
next
more
2
room to play
years
now.
where we'll be visiting some of these areas.
And tomorrow's dive is farther north on the northwestern corner of this feature, the Stetson Mesa. Shallower depths. I think we're more in the range of 400 meters tomorrow. But mounds to ridges, and maybe those ridges are made of coalescing
Did you come in
mounds.
partial?
We'll find out, we hope.
This is so exciting because these million mounds have been such a mystery for a long time. We've known that the bottom looks this way, but we didn't know exactly what was here. We expected that it might be corals that have made these mounds over many, many hundreds of years. And this is great to actually ground truth this and see that that might be true for at least some of them.
Sure.
And the soft coral in the center of your screen now is Duva floridana, or Duda florida.
Appropriately named. We're off the coast of Florida.
Off the coast of North Florida. Then we have a stylaster lace coral right behind that. Looks like we might have a little squat lobster in the sponge in the upper left.
Okay, video, when you're clear, we can come on. I'll keep moving here.
I don't know if you described this earlier, Cheryl, but since you have the soft coral there, it's worth noting this is also an octocoral, so directly related to the bamboo coral, the white bamboo coral you're seeing on either side of it. And yet, the soft corals are so named because they lack that internal calcareous skeleton. Instead, they're kind of inflated with water, but they can also deflate. And so as a defensive mechanism, they can basically lose the water from the inside of the main stem and get really small.
We actually saw that earlier, one of them that had lost all its water, and we were stumped about what it was. And then we zoomed in and we could tell by the color that it looked like it was an octocoral that had just sucked in all of its tentacles. So yeah, that's really interesting. Lots of little bamboo corals here.
Starting to look like donuts to me.
Uh-oh, we might be tempted for a collection.
RV nav bridge, move complete, over.
So maybe the next time we
Copy
see one of these
bridge,
soft
move
corals,
complete.
there's been request to collect one, and I don't know if Scott, if you're feeling like one of these bamboos might be something you'd want to collect, we can look at that too.
Well, the reason I said that, I was saying it only half jokingly, was in the last close-up I was looking at it carefully, and it's one of these colonies where some of the branches appear to be coming out of a node, and some of the branches appear to be coming out just past at the internode, and that makes it really confusing, especially if you see both of those on the same colony.
Right. The white.
So I noted that
spun,
there have been some collections in this general area of two kinds of bamboo corals previously, between about 450 and 670 meters depth, but I don't have the in situ images for them. And Cheryl, as I know you know, there's a big difference between identifying something under a microscope and identifying something from the video.
Right.
So to make that connection, sometimes we have to make a collection of something that we have the really good imagery of, so that later we can cross-reference that.
That's right. Pilot, this is Watch 1.
Go ahead, Watch 1.
There's a soft coral on the lower left that we just passed over. I wonder if there's a chance that it might be a possible collection.
Yeah. If it comes in the field of view, let me know.
There it is on the lower left, kind of more center now.
Okay.
Right above the white Lophelia.
Right here? Oh, the larger one or the...
No, the smaller one, that pinkish.
Oh, okay. It's right in the center right now?
Yep, correct.
Okay.
It's a little bit of a tough spot, so
Yeah.
if you'd rather move on, we can look for another.
No, I think that's a doable location. It's pretty small, I think.
That wouldn't matter if it's small is fine. But if that's harder, we can move on and look for another. We've seen several, so. I'm wondering if the orangish coral is actually our first madrepora that we've seen so far.
Can we have lasers? See how big this is?
Lasers on. Maybe.
Yeah, there seems to be a little bit less coral down here. I may be able to reach up and grab that. You know what I mean?
Is the tether coming straight up, or is it?
If those of you watching want to
west?
see the orientation of the ROV, switch over to camera 2, and you can see the view from Sirius, which is the partner ROV that is above the Deep Discoverer.
Dan, can you hit my joy lock?
And you can see that we are at the edge of a very steep mound as he positions, as the pilot positions D2 for this collection.
Bit too far away.
Is it that one up there?
Yeah. Can I take my camera on your screen?
Yeah, go for it. It's gonna be.
I didn't try to. Yeah, I think it's too far away.
Yeah, that's way too far.
Right. Okay, watch lead. I can't really get into a good position to grab this particular subject, but I can keep an eye out for these, and if I see one that's in a better position, we can go for it.
Roger that, pilot. Thanks for trying.
Yeah.
So we tried to see whether we could get to that Duva, Florida, that was right in the middle of the screen there, but it's a little bit out of our reach. So we're going to continue on and look for another one. And we'll also keep our eye out for more Anthomastus. We saw a couple here, but again, if he couldn't reach that one, he's not going to be able to reach the Anthomastus. We're on a very steep slope here.
Yeah, watch lead. We're just the reason that's such a difficult one is because there's so much life here. We don't want to end up crushing other creatures to set up to try to grab the sample, so we're trying to be very mindful of that. So we'll keep an eye out for one that's a little more accessible.
Roger that. Thank you. Yeah, so they didn't want to crush other corals trying to collect the one that we wanted, so it's definitely what we need to do is only collect where we're not going to destroy other habitat. It looks like there might be one more on the left coming up here. That might be a little bit easier to get to. We'll let the pilots.
Less damaging here.
Lots of sponges here.
Tracking is really good today.
Yeah.
Have we seen anything like that planar sponge in the upper right yet today?
Yeah.
Rotate down a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't think so. We've seen.
Like one next to the radar dish.
Yeah, we've seen the radar dish, but not that planar one. That's also something potentially new.
Might be worth just a close-up as you go by.
Yeah.
All right. Go. Dan,
So Scott, is the radar dish sponge a different species from the satellite dish sponge that we saw out on the Blake Escarpment?
All right, watch
but,
is this.
That's my guess. That's why I'm saying let's just get a good
Yeah.
as we go.
Watch lead. Is this the same species? Video can go zoom
Yep,
in.
this is it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Go hydraulics up.
Hydraulics are up.
Only sample in port.
And yeah, what box do we want to do this?
Port. Starboard side.
Starboard side. You got it.
Hydraulics coming out.
Okay. Now, maybe I can port wing inboard, and that'll give us enough clearance to open the drawer.
I think so too.
Yeah. Okay. You mind if I do that now, or do you want me to wait?
Could wait.
Okay.
See
Sure.
how this goes. Might be able to. Can I get the mini Zeus on the right monitor,
Sure.
please?
I got your camera. Take your mini Zeus as well.
Yeah.
Here, yeah.
Okay.
And you can see that coral was growing on the dead matrix of scleractinian coral, and it broke away when the pilot hit it with the manipulator, but now he's got another chunk of it. So.
All right, watch lead. Is this a large enough sample? Else I could try to go for the other one.
No, that's great. Thank
okay.
you.
All right, you can try to get that drawer out if you wanted.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and port wing
And the
inboard.
cutthroat eel is hanging out watching us, seeing if there's any little critters that might come out that might make for a good lunch.
Bio.
His Taco Tuesday.
Slowly draw extend. far, so good. Starting to hit the bottom.
It's a pretty small sample, so I might be able to sneak it in there, Dan. Yeah.
Okay, I'm starting to push the bottom. It's up to you.
Mini Zeus down.
Mini Zeus down.
And we were able to keep that piece of rubble.
All right, clear?
Yeah.
Retracting.
Go ahead, watch one. Yeah. Absolutely. It is pretty small, so I can give it a shot. But
what do you want to do?
The small
Great,
red
thank
one.
you. We are going to make an attempt to
over.
collect the small Anthomastus, which is the coral right next to where the one that we just collected. It's the red octocoral that's a little ball shape.
Do you want to go for port or starboard?
We had several
Starboard
requests
again, I
to
think.
collect
Starboard
this
again.
species.
To let my heading settle out. It's hard to see what it's attached to. Video, can you come in on Zeus? Small red guy here.
Yeah.
Oh, he's held on to the... Okay. All right. Yep. Okay, watch that. I'm not sure if it made it in there. It was pretty small, so it may have actually just maybe crushed in the Tygon of our jaw here. I think I see like a video come in. I think I see a finger of it sticking out.
Okay,
see
well,
that
will, yeah, I think it might be in there, so.
You can come up on that, yeah. I think it's...
I think we got another sample of the first species as well.
I think so too.
That's a great sample.
Okay. Understood.
I'll bring the mini Zeus down. Over. All right, I'm going to go ahead and bring the port wing inboard again. Starboard bio is extended, coming out slowly on the drawer.
Everything in the way.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm moving the vehicle now. I'm not sure.
Okay, so Tina said that this is Pseudo-Anthomastus.
Okay, clear.
Yeah.
Tracking.
All right.
Go ahead, Nev.
Okay, watch lead. Was there anything else in this field of view you needed to a zoom on while we're here? While I'm steady?
Minis is back to you too.
Yeah. Video come in. It's like a canvas or something.
So Chuck Messing was asking about this spiderwebby mucus funnel. Is similar to those that he's seen just about everywhere. But he's never been able to figure out what makes it. So any suggestions? Polychaetes? Anything else? Has anybody seen this?
It almost looks man-made.
Yeah.
I don't think it is. But
yeah, I don't think it is.
It looks like a woven burlap of some sort. It's amazing.
Okay, video, and you're clear, I think. Pilot is clear.
Pseudoanthomastus, yeah.
All right, here we go.
I am on heading, so you just have to move
one
uphill
more.
in front of me.
What was that watch lead?
If we could get, there's a sponge up to the right that's kind of flat and planar. If we can get a look of a closer look at that on the way by, that would be lovely.
Absolutely.
Thanks. Look at these sponges. They're amazing. Now these
Video coming partial.
Look different than we've seen so far. Oh, and that one has a shrimp on it or something. Wow.
I think we're clear lasers for this subject. Oh,
wow, that's a beautiful shrimp.
Sorry, I'm just trying to recalibrate for the current here.
Some more of that mesh to the right.
Video, I'm going to try to get a closer up of this particular sponge here. Stand by one as I situate. All right, you can zoom in more now.
He's just letting the sponge do all the food capture.
That is gorgeous. Look at that shrimp. I don't know if I've seen this one before.
It's surprising that they would have that much coloration on the legs. For what purpose, you wonder?
Yeah.
In the dark, for one thing, but also why stripes or alternating bands.
Okay, video. I think when you're clear, pilot's clear.
Actually, a lot of the crustaceans have alternating red and white bands.
Mm-hmm.
The Rachinia crab, Rachinia crassens, also has that pattern. And
is there any idea why? Is it a signal to others that they're crustaceans? That doesn't make sense. But
no. Well, I hear that red looks like black, so maybe it's a kind of a confusion thing. If you have stripes that some part of you is visible and some of it is not.
So the current's coming from almost directly
behind
me.
Wow, look at that.
Yeah.
Getting up higher on this mound, and we have even more coral.
We're at 708 meters. Climbing up the backbone of a trio of mounds, with each one being higher than the last. all in the flow of the Gulf Stream.
So we were wondering if there is anybody online from the South Atlantic Fisheries Management Council. I know that Chip was online before. Are you still there, Chip, or is there anybody else from the council? Well, maybe we'll have somebody joining us again from the council. We're just wondering what their impressions were about this habitat, since it's
What is that?
looking
Possible
so...
shark video?
Ooh, we might have a shark up here. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Our first shark of the
there
expedition.
We go.
Zoom out to keep them in view. Thank you.
I wonder if Andrea can tell us what shark it is.
Oh, he's going to come and check us out. Oh.
Nice. Couple of pencil urchins on the left. I know that's nowhere near as exciting as a shark.
I'm amazed you even saw them. But yeah, they are quite prominent. Now we can look at them. Oh, those pencil urchins. Yeah, can we get a quick zoom on those?
Yeah.
They're beautiful.
Video frame them up.
And they're not moving.
Yeah. They're easier to get in a still shot, aren't they? So Tammy Frank was commenting on the color patterns that we were talking about,
rotator.
and said they often live on
you can zoom in.
white and gray sediment or white and black sediment. So these zebra stripes help them blend in with the background.
Holding there.
Thanks, Tammy.
Center here, trying to.
And we collected these on the Charleston Bump and also other submersible dives on the shelf edge off of Charleston. And many of them had scale worms wrapped around the thick pencils. So they were using that substrate and feeding off of whatever they could grab as well. I don't think they were damaging the pencil urchins at all.
Maybe hitching a nice
Hitching
slow
a ride,
ride.
yeah. Just getting up into that current.
Okay, video, maybe we can find the other urchin.
There's some more of the yellow hydroid that we were seeing previously, blowing in the current.
Rotate up and zoom in.
And lots more Lophelia, which is the white scleractinian coral that you're seeing.
And so all the fuzziness of these coral stems that we're seeing, those are hydroids, I believe. Is that what's inhabiting the dead coral stalks?
Down a bit.
Yeah, that's. It looks like a lot of those are hydroids.
Mm-hmm. So that isn't the organism that has the skeleton. They're taking advantage of the death of the corals that made all of those branching, the branches.
Yeah, the structure,
the structure of this entire portion of the mound. And you can imagine once that disintegrates to, is there for long enough time, currents and just breaking down of the calcium carbonate structure would cause that whole mound to collapse.
All right, thank you.
And become part of the substrate instead of sticking up into the curtain like this.
Thank you, Dan.
Looks very crushable.
Yeah, you can imagine that would be swept off and taken away pretty easily.
So why don't we go ahead and do like 10 meters at, or 10 or 15 at 340. Get an inch ahead.
All right.
Let's do 15 at 340.
Copy, 15 meters, 340.
Again, this looks like all Lophelia on this larger mound where we were seeing an Elipsamia profunda as the dominant framework building coral on the slightly deeper mounds. And this mound has much more relief off the seafloor compared to the other mounds that we were on earlier.
Orvinav Bridge, I have range 150
Understood.
meters, bearing 340, speed 0.2.
I'm going to keep my camera at 70 degrees, so if you stay within that, you should be okay.
Copy.
Range 15 meters.
Another pancake urchin.
Speed 0.2.
In the foreground. Another rat tail, looks like. Is that a rat tail? Just
Yeah, it looks like it.
How are we doing on our pace, Fernando?
Nizumia.
Video coming partial.
We're pretty good. So distance 87.
We have several stylaster lace corals here, the little white corals on the left. And there's another one of those strange
net-like, mesh-like
that we saw previously. That nobody seems to know what makes those.
RV nav bridge, move initiated.
That's a good copy.
Go ahead.
Christian Jones pointed out that the shark that swam by just a little bit ago was a species of squalus.
This is crazy.
Zoom out video.
And Sandra Brook pointed out that this Lophelia growth is a little bit odd.
Yeah.
And it looks as if it might have been new settlement on old standing dead coral in some places at least.
That's 160.
Yep.
Oh yeah, so the eel in the background is swimming away with some dinner.
Look at that. My goodness.
Wow. Now that is a big meal.
So it doesn't look like the eel it's chomping on. Well, maybe he's just been chomping on it so long that it doesn't look so good anymore.
Well, I think he probably just found that on the seafloor.
Yeah, I was wondering if he made that. If he made all the chomps or if somebody else did. Oh my gosh, is it still alive?
I think it was blowing in the current.
I hope that's what it was.
Yeah, you come on.
Okay, why don't you back up a little bit?
Interesting feeding behavior.
Yeah.
I don't think he realized he was going to have such company for dinner.
Try to get the rat tail floating here. Snap.
Here we have a rat tail, Nizumia. Not sure if this is Nizumia bairdi or another one.
Zoom out to keep them in view.
You can see the dense layer of coral fragments that cover the sediment here. Ooh, and that looks like it might be Madrepora. Pilot, this is watch one.
Go ahead.
There's a coral up to the right of the Nizumia of the fish. It's kind of dead. Yeah, that one right there. Can we get a little bit of a zoom there?
Yeah.
Thanks. This looks like Madrepora. And I think we might have seen a little bit of this a while ago. It's orange when it's alive. And it's very zigzag shaped.
All right.
So this is less common than the other colonial scleractinian stony corals that we've seen so far today. But very much not unexpected around here. We have another vase sponge in the bottom of the view.
Okay, co-pilot, I think we're done with that move. Do you want another one?
Yep. Yes, please.
Copy
Let's
that.
just make it 20.
All right. 20 meters.
Video come in.
340.
Yep, that looks like Madrepora. It doesn't look alive anymore.
All right, co-pilot, check my rotator. Come up to see subject.
Goodness, look at all that, all the sponges and crinoids and everything else in every little space here.
What are you looking at, sir?
Down, 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 down. Hold, in.
Holding there.
Yeah.
And then there's another Duvia florida right behind it. And you can see there's lots of brittle stars making their home in the
Sorry,
Madrepora.
I'm dusting your video. Of course. Could rotate down about. There it is. All right, video, when you're clear, pilot's clear.
Bridge, move initiated.
Thanks, Bob.
Thank you, Bridge.
And for anybody
Camera
that's
back to
just
you.
joining us, we are at the Stetson Mesa South region. The Stetson Mesa is off of the coast of North Florida, and this is part of the Stetson Miami Terrace coral habitat area of particular concern. And we have seen quite a lot of coral today in this area. And the bottom here is covered with these mounds, and so it's been a big mystery what these mounds actually were, if they were rock, if they were formed by coral. And it looks like from our observations today that at least some of them have been formed by coral. This looks like an Alapsamia that's in our center screen with an Anthomastus and some more Duva florida.
So we've got
A
20
bamboo
meters
coral
going
on the
340
kind of
underway
center
right
of
now.
the screen.
Okay. Video you can snap and then we'll move on.
It's beautiful. You can see the polyps extended from the white part of the coral that's alive, and then the brown part of the coral that's creating habitat for other organisms now that it's no longer alive itself.
Okay, video, when you're clear. We got a move underway, so I'll keep moving here.
Yeah, I kind of like the position you're in right now relative to Sirius.
Copy.
Just don't get too far ahead.
And Chuck Messing pointed out that there was a small stalked feather star post-larva at the bottom of the field of view that we were just seeing. We have about 2 hours left on the bottom today, and we're at 708 or 7 meters or so.
Okay, video, you can frame up this grouping here.
Maybe take your camera?
Yeah.
Got it.
Go ahead and come in, video. Yeah. You're gonna get some dust pretty soon, so
Tilting down a bit.
we'll grab it real quick here.
Lasers off.
And these are the two species that we just collected here
Yeah.
a little bit ago.
Great dust.
The Duvia florida and Anthomastus or Pseudo-Anthomastus. There's also an anemone, the orange creature on the right-hand side of the screen. And this looks like more an Alapsamia profunda to me, is the white coral that
Copy.
white live
Copy
coral that
Bridge.
we're seeing.
Move complete.
Camera back to you. Let's do another 20.
Copy that.
Lasers back on.
Another cutthroat eel, Synaphobranchus.
Bridge. Okay, gonna go 20 meters, bearing 340, speed decimal 2. How's my volume right now? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, louder.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Small one or big one?
Uh,
Yeah, understood.
oh yeah, that's a good one to look at there.
Can snap it.
Here's a coral that we haven't, I don't think we've seen before today. Is that a bamboo? Can't quite tell. No.
I don't think it's a bamboo coral, some kind of plexaurid, perhaps.
Try to get closer.
Looks like an Alipsamia with a white coral behind this plexaurid.
All right, Copilot, take rotator, rotate up.
Got
Video,
it.
come in.
Tilting up.
It's a beautiful shot.
I was not on the earlier part of the dive when you were seeing the Unicella and collected something, so I'm not sure how this compares to that.
Could rotate down to base.
Rotating down.
If you have any more zoom, you could take it.
Nice little shrimp to the right there. That's gorgeous. Not sure if that's a little baby crinoid to the left of the coral.
Maybe come back up to polyps. Yeah.
And this might be the Unicella that we collected as our first collection today. Way back hours ago.
Pilot's clear when video is clear.
Rotator back to you.
Great. All right. Just an octopus. Snap on possible octopus. Take rotate.
Oh, we do have an octopus.
Got it.
Wow.
Rotating up.
Pilot, good eye.
Yeah, good eye, Pilot. I didn't see it. Wow, it's quite tiny.
Holding there. Tilting down.
Just a baby guy. Yeah, tilt
That's
that.
awesome.
Tilt that wheel there.
We saw a dumpling squid 2 days ago that just had the head and the eye poking up on the sand.
Got a stylaster coral, lace coral right in front of the octopus and a couple of cup corals on the right. And hopefully the octopus will come out and make himself present.
Give us a show.
Yes.
It is cephalopod week after all.
Yeah. He's right on cue.
Okay, looking down 90 degrees.
And I should know more about this particular octopus than I do,
yeah.
but
how much
this
left
is
in the
not
mouth?
the group of octopuses that I work on, so Hopefully, I know that Heather Judkins and Mike Vecchione were on the chat room earlier.
Right?
Maybe they're still around and can talk about this particular one.
Bridge, just now.
Wadley, did you need a closer look of this? I think he might be descending into a hole now.
Doesn't look like we'll be able to get a closer look, but I'm glad we got some. Great eye. Thanks for pointing that out.
We're just coming in now. It's getting ready to call you. Yep, stopped now.
So we're coming into position.
Excellent. Yes, at position now.
Copy, Bridge. Thank you.
Tilting back at you, 101.
All right.
So we've been talking about Anthomastus versus pseudo-Anthomastus. And Tina Moldasova has pointed out that the difference between the two. And pseudo-Anthomastus has bigger and fewer siphonozoids and a separated stalk, and they tend to lacerate. And pseudo-Anthomastus is a very large group. And it might actually be more than one genus. And Chuck Messing pointed out that that was a feather star, a tiny feather star that we were seeing earlier. And Michael Vecchione said that that was a small moose octopus. Yay.
A good name for it.
Seems like the... Well... Never mind.
Trying to decide why they call it moose octopus, and Scott said it was because his hair was moosey.
Another shark off to your left.
Oh dear.
Must be getting late in the dive.
Yes, it must be.
Oh, here's another shark. Or maybe the same one. Somebody joining us.
Mike Vecchione here.
Hi, Mike. How are you?
I'm okay. I just called to celebrate Cephalopod Week and the cephalopod you just saw. That was it looked like a very small muse octopus.
We'll let it go video.
It was a juvenile.
Thanks.
Oh, wow.
Muse octopus is the new name for what we used to call bent octopus.
Oh, okay. I've seen that name before.
Yeah, bent octopus has been around for a long time, but it turns out there was a lot of confusion about it.
It's so trippy. Turning like that, and keeping your force against the current at all times.
You have to like
Serious view helps so much.
Very interesting. So do you see many juveniles?
Yeah, the serious view is what keeps you calibrated.
A few
for sure.
Small ones that looked a lot like that, and basically I could come up with a guess as to what the species name is, but all it would be a a wild guess.
Well, let's go for it.
Yeah, I don't think I want to do it. I'll take a look at the video clip and maybe some frame grabs and close-ups and so on before I commit myself.
Okay, great. We'll look forward to hearing more.
Okay, well, I just wanted to tell you what it was.
Great. Thanks so much, Mike.
All right, we'll talk to you later.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye.
And that was Mike Vecchione from the Smithsonian Institution, a cephalopod expert, helping to identify that little octopus that we saw, a juvenile moose octopus.
Zoom up a bit, and camera's back at 70.
Copy that.
And this white octocoral, I think we've seen that one before.
Video, let's snap on.
But I could be wrong.
White coral.
And we have some more Bathopsamia, the cup coral behind, the orange cup coral. And the stylaster is the lace coral to the left. Now this is a beautiful octocoral.
this may have been what we were looking at earlier, but an older one. The previous one wasn't branched.
Oh, okay. So the Unicella?
That's the thought. So I look at the way the polyps arise from each side of the skeleton.
Right.
It reminds me of the Swiftia. I just don't believe I've ever seen a white Swiftia.
Right, right.
Video zoom in on polyps. Oh, understood. A little further away than I thought. Okay, video. Pilot's clear when video's
Okay,
clear.
so the moose of the moose octopus is named after Bent Moose, who was the revisor of the genus Bathypolypus.
Not because it looks like a moose?
No. So he was a Scandinavian cephalopod expert. Ah, that makes sense. And Ira Sampaio also thought that that might be Swiftia that we were just looking at there.
Video snap. Lighter subject over there. Oh,
We
never
seem
mind.
to have reached kind of a flatter part of this mound feature.
The currents don't seem quite so bad here. I don't know if that's just our perspective or the orientation.
Yeah, so I think it's just orientation.
Okay.
Because now it's blowing directly from behind Sirius in D2, so it's a little easier to keep yourself straight since the current is kind of helping us to align into the slope instead of coming from our side. It's still significant.
This must be a dead sponge.
Now that's an interesting looking sponge. I imagine that the part that's facing us is mostly dead. It's very sedimented.
We see a pancake urchin over on the right. I don't know if you pointed that out. But
nope.
We've seen at least 6 or 7 of these.
Yeah.
No sea stars today. I don't think none.
I don't think
Pilot's
we've seen
clear
any
when
sea
video
stars.
is
We've seen a few each day. Seen plenty of brittle stars within the coral colonies or within the dead coral arms or structure.
So if we see another one of the Swiftia, there's been a few requests to make a collection, so let's keep our eyes peeled.
What did that one look like, Watchley? The Swiftia? The white
In
color?
the northeastern Atlantic, there's the typical red color as well as white.
Okay.
Sorry, pilot, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just asking, just so I can keep an eye out for the Swiftia, what I'm looking for. I think, is that the white one?
Yeah, it was the white one that we were
Okay.
just looking at. Actually, there might be one to the upper left here.
Yeah, the
Yep.
chandelier or the
Yeah.
candle.
Candelabra,
Yeah.
but not like the orange candelabra we saw before.
Okay.
We might have found another Swiftia. We're going to take a look at it. This might be an easy spot to collect because the current is actually helping us in this case. It's behind us now.
You go ahead, watch lead. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Pretty small. Okay. Video come in partial. Rotator up, Dan. Okay.
You got it.
You can zoom in more if you'd like. Watch lead, is this what you're hoping for?
I believe so. That does look like the same thing, correct, Scott? Or anybody else?
You joy lock me.
You got it.
This does look like what we were just looking at. That was suggested maybe Swiftia. So that's consistent. I'm just trying to learn from anybody about the first collection of the day, which I wasn't here for.
Zoom out partial.
Somebody had suggested this was also maybe with me, Unicella. I want to be sure this is different.
Zoom out a little bit, video.
Yeah,
Yeah. Got to see if I'm moving.
people were in agreement that it was Unicella that we collected previously. I don't remember exactly. I thought it looked different than this.
Yeah, I'm going back to review right now to see that first
Can this scoop fit in the inner? Port inner?
And
Scott,
Andrew,
our video team's looking at that as well.
Yeah, and Andrew, we did get not really close-ups of the shark that came by, but our video team's kind of snipping that part out.
Jeff did it the other day,
and
right?
thanks for saying it was a squala day. Hopefully we can get you a little bit more
I mean, you could kind of like dig the claws in and feather it in and try to grab a clump of sediment.
Watch, see, this is Pilot.
Go ahead, Pilot.
Did you want to scoop it in hopes of getting the base and the entire specimen?
Yes, and that way we might get some sediment too for the geologist in our mix.
Okay.
I mean,
we can give it a try.
And then I'll be quiet.
If we're just trying to get sediment, I would say get the coral and then just make a separate collection for the sediment with the scoop. I wouldn't scoop the coral if you don't need to, especially in this current.
Yeah, so the D2 doesn't have a great setup for sediment sampling, but the sediments have been very interesting this whole time. So what the pilots have been able to do is use the scoop and basically get some sediment along with a coral or other type of sample, and Leslie has learned a lot from that, so we're going to try that again here.
Okay, watch lead, this is Pilot.
Go ahead, Pilot.
So for this sample, I think if I try to scoop it, the coral might break and fall away, so I think it might be make more sense to use the coral cutters, cut it, grab it, put it in the box, and then go back with the scoop and then get just sediment in addition to maybe the base. Kind of like two grabs rather than one, I think, for this guy. Is that okay? So maybe cut it right at that first base.
Or maybe scoop the sediment, and while you're clipping, the sediment will settle in the box so it doesn't cover up the clipping.
Yeah. Okay.
Maybe.
You think?
Yeah, that sounds fine.
Okay.
So you do sediment first, then clip?
Yes, and it'll have time to settle out.
You can starboard wing in. Hydraulics coming out.
Okay. So they
want to scoop sediment, put it in the box, and then go back and.
So
that's gonna stir up. It's gonna make collecting a lot more difficult when you scoop in. You're gonna stir up a bunch of wash in the water. It's gonna cloud your view a lot.
I think it should clear it.
If you scoop downdrift of that would at least not damage the coral too much.
It's still gonna
I mean, we're gonna rinse it no matter what.
Especially as you're bringing a scoopful of sediment over into the box and then dump it in the box, you're gonna have a cloud in front of you for.
Okay, watch lead. So my co-pilot's informing me that when I do scoop sediment, it will make a large cloud of dust. It might take a minute to clear. You guys still want the sediment? Is that correct?
We have port inner and port
I'll
outer
leave it up to the
right?
biologist
so
about.
to go to the starboard side with the scoop.
I thought we had.
We'll get a
inner
sediment
available.
sample at some point. I'm pretty sure, but the sooner the better. So we have a bio box.
I would say just get the coral, and then we'll go for the.
I guess that would be
for the sediment.
Still a good thing
coral
to do
you
is
can
get the sediment.
So yes would be the answer.
Right?
Okay. Yeah, watch it. So talking to my co-pilot, we still think it's better to get the coral first and then sediment. Is that okay?
Well, then the coral will be buried by the sediment. They're going in the same bio box because
Right,
they're from the same environment.
It's going to be a lot easier to collect if we get the coral first and get that in the box, and then go for the sediment. I mean, everything will still be in the box when we get to the surface.
That sounds fine.
Okay. If Cheryl says it's okay by me. Thanks.
Can I get mini Zeus on the right monitor?
Got it. So do we have port inner available, Fernando?
I wrote port inner, but
I'm going to take your mini Zeus, tilt up.
Yeah.
I'm going to get your, he's looking.
So hold on 1 second. I wrote down port inner as used.
Used and port outer is used?
Yeah, that's what I have right here. But
okay. I don't know if we're going to be able to get a scoop of sediment into the starboard box, but we can try.
So which one's available, Dan?
So I think we have to go starboard outer. It's the only one that's available.
Okay.
So you got your elbow and your shoulder extended, so you should rotate shoulder left and then kind of swing your wrist out to straighten out and you'll get a little more range. Might help you. We're still up pretty far, but...
Okay, Dan.
Yeah.
I just checked with Emily, and she says that 3 and 4 were in starboard inner, so port inner is open.
Port inner is available?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Go ahead, Watchley.
All right, Dan, you want to go port inner?
Yep, port inner.
It's like right out of reach. All right, here we go. Love it. Okay. There we go. Changing my heading set point to get the arm base closer to the unit.
Okay.
Zoom out partial on Zeus. Thank you. Okay. Danny, ready for the drawer?
We're ready. I'll extend the drawer now.
Starboard inner, is that what we're going?
Port inner.
Port inner.
Drawer extended, and I'll tilt down on your mini Zeus. Oh. Sorry, coming back. There you are. Watch your wrist on the lip of the box there. Seems to be okay. Would you like me to track the drawer while you get the scoop? Yeah, we should definitely do that actually.
Yeah.
So we don't put pressure on the cylinder.
Yeah.
There we go. I'm going to keep that there.
Why don't we get a little bit?
You got it. Starboard wing inboard. Okay. I'll tilt up a bit on your camera.
Well, actually, this is pilot. How much sediment do you need? Understood.
So just watch yourself. You're moving right now. You're not stationary.
What grip force do you run?
The scoop? I mean, you can go
5
or 6, yeah. You're still not, you're not stationary there. I wouldn't.
Okay. I'm going to grab my joy lock right now, please. Thanks.
So you're pressing down 95%?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to bring it outboard while you scoop.
Understood.
Ready for drawer?
Let it clear.
I'll let you get up a little higher.
Yep. Yeah. Probably staying by. Dan, is it in?
Well, we're not. So Casey, I'll just say, I don't know if we can get the scoop material into the starboard bio box, so it's either the port bio box or nothing.
I could try to deposit it away from the coral, and I do have not a lot of material compared to previous scoops.
So we have both. There's material in both port bio boxes, and I'm not sure we'd be able to get material into the starboard bio box. So, yeah.
Okay.
Just as you come around, rotate at the same time.
So yeah, we could. All right. So they want starboard outer. Is that what I'm hearing? Or?
Just talking to Jeff, he says he has been able to get it in the starboard box before, and we're certainly willing to give it a try, but if that's your preference. Okay. You want to try it, Levi?
Sure. Yeah.
Are you ready?
Yeah. Oh, okay. Dan, they're going to leave it here.
Okay.
Understood.
You don't want to go for the starboard box then? Okay.
Okay.
All right, copy. Closing up.
No, that's
fine. You want me to wing inboard a bit?
Yeah.
So unfortunately, we've been informed that we really should not be combining the sediment and the specimen we collected, and even though they're from the same spot, and the reason for that being that the biological sample may have associates, meaning other organisms that live on the stalks and within the tentacles, etc. And so if we were to collect the sediment sample and put it in the same bio box, there may be organisms living within the sediment that would then be confused as being associates of the coral. And so that would kind of mess up the science. So we don't want to do that for certain. There's only one remaining bio box available, so that we have another, and because we have another hour of the dive, we may see another biological sample we need to collect. So in the event that we don't collect one more bio sample, then we will take a sediment sample at the end of the dive. And we're going through a watch lead, so we're going to be here for a second. And so an exchange, what did I say? I'm sorry. We're going through an exchange of the front row, the pilots and nav and co-pilot, they're all switching. So in the meantime, maybe Cheryl and I will give some introductions of the back row. I'm Leslie Sauter from the College of Charleston in the geology department, and I'm the science geology lead.
And I'm Cheryl Morrison from the U.S. Geological Survey in Leetown, West Virginia, and I am the biology lead. And we are at the Stetson Mesa South site, and we're at 710 meters depth. And we are at the top of a large mound, and we've been looking at all sorts of different corals that grow on and around this mound. The mound seems to be formed most likely by scleractinian corals, which have been building structures over time, and then sediments get trapped within those structures and more coral grows on top, and eventually you get these mound-like structures. They're called bioherms.
The name bioherm just seems
all right.
too insignificant.
Just to transfer some
yeah, it's true.
Yeah, just pass to me.
These are biological volcanoes. But
around 20,
it's very interesting because they had never been explored, and there are hundreds of these features on the Stetson Mesa. One of our colleagues, who was that, Chip Collier?
Yeah, and you also want to be worried about
they were
heaving and
nicknamed
wrapping
million
each other
mounds,
around
and
the
I
top
see
of
why
Sirius.
when you
Exactly.
look at
So if we keep it
the
at
symmetry
about
of the
Delta 20
area.
and keep
We
you
were hoping to be able to get a shot of our bathymetry, our map, but haven't been able
I
to
believe he used
post
it to push
that
into
on the
ground
other
a little
camera
bit,
yet.
Gold Station.
Okay.
Oh, the ZAP
And we were
bias
expecting that this
morning,
would be
when I picked it
mostly
up, it was
Lophelium
31,
pertusa, which would be
and
the
I was still
colonial
floating up. But that was
stony
because the
coral
current
making
was
these mounds.
Picking it
But
up.
we've
pushing me up,
found
yeah.
that
So it didn't
there's
change.
also a
It
fair
was
amount of
significantly higher than
Analopsamia
that.
profunda. That's quite a different species as far as how related those two are, but they have very similar, they create very similar habitats and structure.
So if we ship loses DP, you're going to be turning to your starboard, and I'll just push out.
Copy that. Yep. Sounds good to me. And in order to keep you in the 70-degree view, we're probably going to have the ship moving.
We're coming up on an area with more coral now.
It's stationary, so I can put a move in. Let's
Looks
see,
like
330.
Analopsamia right below us.
That works with me if that works for pilot.
Yep.
Great. And then also pilots, if we want to introduce ourselves, it'd be a good time. So we can just let wash leads know. They can get ready for us.
And it looks like our front row of our ROV team is ready to give us their introductions. We'd like to hear from you.
All right, I'll start. This is Josh Carlson in the pilot seat piloting the D2 ROV. And my co-pilot
is Lars Murphy, and our navigator,
Sean Kennison.
Over on the other side on video, Bob Knott.
And in the back row, I'm Emily Narrow on video clipping, and we are all with the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration.
Thank you, everybody. We have a very talented team here.
Absolutely.
Fun to work with. Especially at 11:30 p.m. when everybody's a little punchy.
There's a lot of work that we do after the ROV comes back to the surface.
Meters
so.
at 330 degrees with a speed of decimal 2.
Process samples. We tried to summarize the dive that just happened. We plan the dive for the next day.
The video team is madly going through all the video and getting frame grabs of all the incredible fauna that we've seen,
as
the
well
structure
as
and the landscape,
and the samples that we take.
Yep. And our sample manager
RV
has
nav
to
bridge move initiated.
figure it all out and keep detailed and careful records for the database. We photograph everything.
Yeah, once you get settled over there, I believe there's a sample in the port outer and inner. Are there any samples in the starboard bio boxes?
Our remaining...
Yes, port outer and inner are full, and then starboard inner.
Yeah, we have just one bio box.
Is the one left over.
Copy that. And I noticed that all the Niskin bottles haven't been fired yet. Are we doing water samples?
Only if they request them.
Copy that.
Let's do we'll do a snap of this rat tail here.
Another Nizumia, rat tail.
Okay, come on up.
And earlier we saw a shark. It may have been the same one that we saw twice, or we saw two sharks. And Christian Jones has reviewed the video footage and believes it is squalus cubensis.
Okay, I'm going to come up a slight bit
Thanks,
on my
Christian.
camera until I get you into view, and then I'll move it back to 70.
You can stay where you are. Just back up.
Copy that.
Pilot, this is watch 1.
Go ahead.
Could we take a closer look at the coral that's in the lower left there? It's a little yellow-ish. Yeah, kind of centered up right now. Thanks.
Just come on in video.
Trying to see whether this might be... Okay, that looks like Lophelia. And up at the top of this mound, it looked like there could be some Madrepora. We'd have another Duva Florida, some more hydroids. A little bitty stylaster there on the left. Some sponges, oh great. And another Anthomastus or Pseudoanthomastus. That's the reddish coral in the center there, and right to the top, you have a bamboo coral on the left. My goodness gracious, the more you look, the more you see. And several different sponges. Looks like some more of the bamboo coral that we've been seeing here and there. So there's this more stout bamboo, and then there's the more spindly bamboo.
ROV nav bridge move complete.
You have some orange cup corals in the background. And a fair amount of this bamboo coral growing all over here.
Still pretty spread out there, Pilot. Would you feel comfortable with another 20 meters or so?
You've barely started the move.
But yeah, we'll probably have another 2 minutes to swing.
Copy that.
I think that's
even with
Lophelia,
this
yeah.
current?
Yeah, I mean the current is just causing the layback. So I mean we can keep moving. It doesn't affect me.
Yeah, I can put another 20 meters. That'll probably put you around where D2 is.
Yep, that's fine.
And we have about an hour left on the seafloor.
Let's come out.
Bridge. Sure. Okay, 20 meters, 330 degrees.
So if you have not been watching throughout the dive, you are seeing, what you're looking at is the bright white corals or living corals, and there are many, many different species that are living amongst the skeletons of dead coral, which makes up the framework of all the elevated material
Wow, look at that
see
sponge.
in your view. That's about the largest sponge we've seen today.
Yeah.
Quite sure
ROV
it is.
nav bridge move initiated.
Some nice glass sponges in the background. It looks like this one is sort of commanding everybody's attention.
Anybody have an idea about what sponge this might be?
Let's do a quick zoom here.
Lots of little crinoids on the sponge. It's got quite a bulbous looking exterior.
Well, that's different.
Yeah. And then a Duva Florida on the top. A soft coral. So Scott France says it looks like a demo sponge heteroscleromorpha. Scleromorpha. And wow, 4 beautiful glass sponges right behind it. What a beautiful scene. That looks like a hydroid.
Copy that.
And another lace coral. And a soft coral. Ooh, now that one looks like a primnoid there. Pilot, can we hold right there a minute?
Sure.
Thanks a lot.
I agree with you, Cheryl. That looks like a Caligorgia, perhaps.
Just come in tight.
Caligorgia or...
lasers off.
Oopsie. Plumarella, yeah, that's it. That's the one, I think that's the Atlantic, more common version of something that looks like Caligorgia. Thanks, Steve. Gosh, we've seen a lot of diversity today. This is great.
ROV nav bridge move complete.
Let's come on out.
I just spoke with Nav, and they said we've covered about 450 meters. I think we probably hit the 400 mark during somebody's lunch. So sorry we didn't report that earlier.
Or change of watch.
Change of watch or lunch. So.
Another cutthroat eel passing by.
We have about a little under an hour left. And we've traveled across, we started at the top of a small mound and then moved toward a second mound that was slightly higher in relief. Climbed up and over that, and in between mounds we saw low depressions that had virtually no coral communities, just sediment-covered coral rubble. And then we climbed a very steep face of the third mound that is the highest of the 3. So it's been sort of a increasing mound experience, and different types of coral structures here, and certainly the coral communities seem to have varied. Certainly comparing this community to the one on the lower or the deeper community on the shortest of the 3 mounds, the first one.
I'd say that there's been more diversity as we've reached the top, and then we've gone from a Lophelia or an Elipsamia dominated colonial coral to Lophelia, and it looks like we have a Bathypathes in the center of the, or a little bit to the right now. Bathypathes black coral, and then that yellow coral up in front might be something we haven't seen yet today.
Okay, come on in, video.
And we're seeing a lot more structure here than we've seen on any of the other mounds. So the corals were on low-lying piles of coral rubble, and here these are much larger dead coral skeletal frameworks that have much larger communities surrounding and on top of them. They're higher up in the current.
So we saw Bathypathes, the species black coral we were just looking at there, the big feather-looking red coral. We saw it might be a different species, but the same genus, quite a bit deeper, about twice as deep on Sunday.
All right, go ahead.
And this octocoral looks different than anything that I've seen.
All right, go
Maybe
ahead
a
in video.
Paramaricia. Got a little Nuzumia rat tail swimming there in the background.
Yeah, let's zoom here video.
It's a pretty one.
Very pretty. Also looks like the polyps are coming out either side very flat, like that Swiftia that we looked at before. Yeah, if you look closely, there's lots of tiny brittle stars. Very light pink color. Goodness, I never would have seen those.
They look like the polyps.
Yeah.
They have good camouflage. We've seen a lot of very tiny brittle stars today. We didn't notice that in the deeper dives previously. We often found one large brittle star dominating a living coral.
Okay, let's come on out.
All right, pilots, Sirius should be settling. Are you ready for another move?
So this is Lophelia?
Ready when you are.
Yep, looks like Lophelia, and
nice
then
specimen
Copy
of it.
that.
possibly Bathopsamia, that orange coral, cup coral
is
just
bridge
underneath
over?
the Lophelia.
Yeah. Okay, 20 meters at 330 degrees, decimal 29.
Thanks very much, Nav. If we can just kind of continue to take a look at the whole top of this ridge for our remaining time, that would be wonderful. So we've reached our last waypoint, but we are now at the top of the largest one of the mounds that we plan to explore today. So we will just use the rest of the time to run back and forth over this and get a good idea of all the corals that are here. It looks like we have quite a diversity, so I think we have plenty to look at.
What did you want to see, Watchley?
ROV nav, bridge, move initiated.
Yeah, so we're still climbing a little bit. We're now at 715 meters.
Do we want to try and follow this feature up or continue northwest?
Yeah. Yeah, if we can follow this feature, that would be great.
They want to go more east.
Copy that. We can cancel the move and reline Sirius and move that way.
Sure.
Does that work?
Sure.
Great.
You want me to spin around? Are you looking good there, pilot, at 40?
Something around here.
Was that a call to the bridge, over?
Alright, I'm going to start coming to starboard.
Coming to an easy stop.
And yeah, couple out. You can just center in the direction we want to go, and then I'll put in another move.
Copy that now. Should we bump Sirius's sonar out a little bit and see if there's
mini
anything
mounds on the bigger
further
mounds.
ahead, or
Yeah.
are we happy with 30?
And do that. Stand by one.
More of a question for
ROV nav,
discussion
bridge,
rather
we
than...
are stopped, over.
That's worth a shot.
Gives you a sense of how the rubble constructs the mounds, and then the sediment infills, and eventually it becomes solidified.
I'm sitting at 045.
Oh yeah, our first sea star of the day.
Yay.
Great eye, Bob.
Yeah, Sirius doesn't pick up.
I wonder if Chris
lot,
Ma is still with us.
Like even maybe
I don't think
0.5,
this is very high, so
Yeah.
we can just.
It's not supposed to get any higher either.
Yeah.
I would just head this heading.
Copy.
Something along those lines. All right, come on in.
Great.
This heading as far as yours, pilot?
Yes.
070?
Yes.
All right, swinging around at 070.
It looks like a bat star.
Cookie cutter.
Cookie cutter. Yeah, that's a great name.
All right, I'll put move in 20 meters at 070.
Copy that.
Saw some of these on the Charleston bump. They weren't yellow, but they were genus. I'm looking this up at Peltaster. I don't know if anyone's out there who can confirm that that's a Peltaster. Very similar.
Okay, we will move 20 meters at 070 with a speed of decimal 2.
Oops, looks like a slice of lemon.
Little slice of lemon.
A lemon cookie.
Yeah,
Try
lemon
to come
cookie.
in tight here, Bob.
Aw.
So there's been some discussion in the chat room about which species of octocorals have a lot of little brittle starfish, little ophiuroids that live on them. And
Come full wide.
looks like acanthogorgids often have lots of little brittle stars, but the plexurid, which is what we saw earlier, might not be as common a thing. Hello.
Hey, this is Chris Ma.
All right.
Chris, how are you?
Good. Well, as people have said before, if you shine a starfish up in the sky, I will come running.
We were trying that last week, but we couldn't quite reach you. You were too far away.
Oh, I was asleep, most likely. Yeah, you guys are close. That's indeed a cookie star. That one is in the genus Plinthaster. So,
Plinthaster,
since there's only one species in the Atlantic, Plinthaster dentatus, that is certainly what it is. Plinthaster, the name, actually, plinth is Latin for stone, and those are smooth. The abaxonal plates on those animals are essentially like flat, smooth plates. I mean, they're literally like flat, smooth, like rocks. So that's probably where that name originates from. And that's a widespread species in the Atlantic. They vary quite a bit, but they occur on both sides, both in the sort of tropical Atlantic, but also on the European side. Honestly, I don't think we know a lot about them. So, I mean, in the sense of what they eat or whatnot, it's probably not terribly dramatic. It's not. They're probably, they probably feed on epizoics, maybe some microalgae or some colonial animal. But observing them would obviously be, really something interesting for such a well-known species. But this is one that's known and varies quite a bit across. There are lots of actual species of different cookie or pentagonal-shaped goniasterids, and they all seem to look alike. So Ceramaster, Peltaster, even Posinaster parvis has a really distinctive pentagonal shape, and and this has a very sort of pleasing aesthetic to it. But they also all have very sort of distinctive characters. They just vary quite a lot, and so some of them, such as Peltaster and Ceramaster, look a lot alike, and so they can. But the differences tend to be in terms of covering, like granules, or whether they're smooth or what have you. And this becomes more complicated in the Pacific, where you have, I think, maybe another 4 or 5 different genera of cookie stars, if that's what you want to call them. A good spotting, and I think that one's probably a classic tropical Atlantic species. So, it's one of the many things that I come to expect in the Atlantic from this area, and looking forward to it. I was just looking through through your earlier expedition photos and saw some quite interesting asteroid species. And as I was telling the participants in one of your prior expeditions, these expeditions to the Gulf of Mexico are surprising to me because I had thought that based on the collections here at the Smithsonian and other places that we had surveyed everything, that we knew everything. And in fact, like I said, even from just this week, there are images of animals that I don't recognize.
Wow.
That's not because I'm not familiar with them. It's because they're unknown.
Wow,
And
that's amazing.
There's something you guys saw on a sponge that I was like, what is that? And so, I'm hoping you'll see one again, and that we'll be able to collect it or at least get better data on it. So, but even getting observations, if we saw Synthaster dentatus hunched over a coral or some feeding event, that would also make me very happy and add to our knowledge of these sea stars.
Huh.
Surprisingly, I think we actually have more data on the Pacific ones than we do on the Atlantic, and the Atlantic ones are better studied in a sort of specimen-based way. So,
wow, that's interesting.
Chris, sorry.
I was just going to say, you would think that we would know most of these species out here right outside our back door, but it's true that there are so many that we still have a lot to learn.
Chris, I was wondering...
I think it's always... Right.
I was wondering if the yellow of that sea star is diagnostic for the species, or do they vary in color?
They vary in color. I've seen them white. The yellow is very common, and I've certainly seen... Yeah, it's a pretty commonly encountered color for that species, but, they're solid colored. And in the Atlantic, they can be orange. So it depends, I think. But yeah, like I said, the area, these kinds of areas are very surprising to me because, there's perhaps an illusion of that we know what's out here, and in fact, there are always new things to be discovered, and even I forget that, and and I've seen quite a lot of these from collections, and so sometimes submersibles are the best way to go because you see things that you wouldn't ordinarily see, and
yeah, you see behaviors and you see colors and habitats and
associations.
You are hitting it right on the head. Yeah.
Yep.
That's exactly right.
Yeah,
and,
it's amazing.
And I don't speak only for sea stars, but everything from sea spiders to, to every other kind of animal that you have out here, or even protists for that matter.
Looks like this is the end
there
of it.
are all sorts of things that, like that swimming brittle star you saw the other day.
Yeah.
I don't see
Turns out it has been reported before, but never in such a beautiful visualization.
Yeah, that was amazing, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, I saw that, and I as it turns out, I happened to be I was at the Echinoderm conference while I was in Japan, and I had to send it. I showed it to 4 of the world's experts.
Kind of turn around.
They were just right there, and they were just
and head back the way we.
Their mouths were just dropped open, and fortunately, they were able to tell me which paper to go to because I assumed it was a novel observation, and it has been seen before, but not since the 1980s, and. And even then they said they weren't sure based on the video which one it was. So there could easily have been, that could easily have been a new species, or, it's certainly not something commonly known. And, the only place that has been published, that paper was published in 1990.
Wow.
So, that's from observations in the 80s. So, it's like some of my favorite TV shows. They haven't been seen in a long time. So that's the thing is you seeing stuff like that is just gold. I mean, from a marine biology and marine biodiversity perspective, I mean, it could be. It seems almost sort of natural history, but it might have some broader significance. It was reported, for example, that sideroid sea urchins fed on stocked crinoids, and that might seem like more of a natural history note, something more localized, but it turns out that that could actually have been the motivation for why crinoids, the feather stars can swim. So that could have been a large part of
maybe if we took
their
like
adaptive radiation, or could have had a huge impact on their evolution. So
past
So
waypoint 4,
even
but
something
still
that
in
appears to be relatively
northwest.
localized as an
Come over the top
observation
of
might
that
have wide-standing,
slope.
broad
Just so we
application
wouldn't be seeing
later
the same
on. So
terrain,
basically, even though it seems
we'd be
novel,
heading
I mean,
back
like
towards the
not
top
just
of
not,
what we believe
but
is
something
the
that seems
local
very, just kind of neat, might actually be very,
any direction that
have very
totally
broad
no problem.
implications later on. That's what's so great
work for you,
about
pilot,
marine biology.
Let
We're
it go
seeing
330.
that
I kind of cut back
that
across
seem kind of
slightly
like,
ahead
that's
of
kind of interesting. And
waypoint
then
4.
the next thing you know, boom,
that'd be
it becomes
We
a
pretty
critical
much
part of a
came
huge
almost
hypothesis.
directly
Yeah.
east from waypoint 4.
It's just really interesting how this topography is becoming so rugged now. We
Center up.
Yeah,
seeing
so
more
I'll swing
sort
back
of
to
flat-lying
330 or around there.
landscapes with
or stop wherever you feel happy.
Colonies
and then we
popping
can
up,
just
but
go
now
that
we're
way and
seeing
explore.
major
Swinging
colonies,
back,
and the
pilot.
topography
Coming to report.
is just up and down and up and down.
These
we're looking
huge
at a
mounds.
gully,
Mhm.
and at the base of the gully was a pile of rubble of the old coral pieces.
Well, thanks so much for calling in, Chris. I hope that we're going to see more sea stars, asteroids over the next couple weeks. And
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. There's a sea star that I described from this area called that was a predator on corals, and I've only ever seen the specimens. I've never actually seen it alive, so I'm looking forward to hopefully that you'll encounter it.
I hope so.
We'll see. Have a good day and have a good expedition. I think you guys are doing a great job, and I'll catch you guys a little later.
Okay, thanks very much, Chris.
Thanks, Chris.
You have a good day. Bye. Bye.
Bye-bye. That's Chris Moss from the Smithsonian Institution. As you can tell, he's a sea star expert.
This is Bridge over.
Just back from an echinoderm meeting in Japan.
And for those who are not biologists, an echinoderm is Echinodermata is the phylum.
Okay, we're going to move
to which the sea stars belong, along with their cousins, the urchins, and the sea cucumbers, the brittle stars, and the crinoids.
The crinoids.
And we've seen all of them at some point in our expedition.
And I wonder if Chris has had a chance to see the sea cucumber outhouse that we got to witness on Sunday.
In action.
Yeah, that was pretty exciting.
All right, 500 meters into the dive. Out of an initial 650 we had proposed, but we had to cut down about 100 meters of that due to the currents and where we were able to land at the start of the dive. So we're nearing our goal of what we thought from the bathymetry was the shallowest point here. Seems like we're still climbing,
70, but
we're kind of wandering over this broad top of the tallest of the 3 mounds that we have crossed.
Are you looking upstream right now?
It's just amazing how vast this top area is of this mound.
Very dynamic.
Looks like sonar might even pick.
You really feel like it is growing upward with all of these coral communities, much taller than what we started with.
After this next move
just reaching up into that current.
You can see all the particulates in the water column, and that's what the corals will be feeding on.
Yeah, you can follow me around here. Right. So this is definitely upslope, but it's... So this is the west watch lead, which is definitely upslope, but...
That looks good if we're able to head that way, west or northwest.
It's just away from the patch of all that coral.
I imagine we'll run into more if we want to keep going this way.
Going up.
Right.
Thanks.
I suppose if you want, I can cancel the move, and then we can just move west.
How much more do we have in the move? Just
it was only 20 meters, right?
Yeah, you
it was a 30-meter move,
oh,
so we're like 12 meters in.
Yeah, it's up to you.
Just let it ride.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a pretty large feature if high pack is...
Yeah.
Is correct. Okay,
just let it ride.
A little hot here. Yeah. What speed was that move at? 0.2?
Yeah, decimal 2.
Okay. Go ahead. Mm-hmm. Which box is open?
Starboard outer.
Oh.
Starboard outer.
Okay. Yeah, we can make an attempt at that. 15 minutes should be enough time. Did you copy that, Nev?
Oh, yeah.
You're slightly out of my
Yeah,
screen, by the way,
backing
but
up.
I saw your light pool, so we have an idea of what you are, but...
So here's another large area of mostly dead coral matrix with some octocorals and sponges and a cutthroat eel swimming by. This has been a very typical scene as we've been moving, especially on this largest of the mounds. We've been here on different parts of this mound for the last couple hours, I'd say. We have some glass sponges on the left and some more bamboo corals in the center now. That looks like another big glass sponge coming up. And maybe a more dead bamboo coral in the background. Ooh, and there's another beautiful
lovely
sponge. Oh, and then in the background there's a white sponge with zoanthids.
And what is the red thing down at the base of the sponge? Can we get a quick zoom on that? Is that
Come
just...
on in video.
I wonder if that's a hagfish. I've seen a hagfish that's that color. I don't know why it would be here though. Or any other ideas of what that might be?
Looks like an eel.
Yeah.
Trying to bring my head around, see if we can see more of it.
Nice look at the dead coral and how it's encrusted with the iron and manganese oxides that are in the water that precipitate and coat anything that isn't alive, basically. Even the sediments get coated after a while if they're in place for a long time.
Somebody's hiding.
Somebody is definitely hiding.
It's a cup coral there on the right.
It's a good hiding place, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the best we're going to do here.
I think we're not going to see him. We didn't scare him enough.
Hey, come on out.
Will you let me put lasers on?
Thanks for that look, pilots.
Sure.
Coming on.
And we have a Liopathes black coral on the left. It's actually orange in color. And they get their name black corals because their skeleton underneath that tissue is actually black.
All right. Guessing they're pretty close to being
Yeah.
done. Let's do a quick zoom here.
And the white sponge in the center of your view now is one that has yellow zoanthids growing on it. And we've seen this many times now in the past couple of dives where you'll have a sponge that has these zoanthids growing on the outside.
They've been yellow here and they were white on the escarpment. It looked like beards on some of the sponges.
There you have bamboo corals, which are the corals that are kind of in the view of the sponge.
Christmas lights.
And Ren Salgado said this is a heterochrone sponge, or I don't know if you how to exactly to pronounce that. heterochrone.
And perhaps a stalked crinoid waving behind the sponge. Scott France says. Not sure where he means, but we'll take a look.
Oh, and that was the yellow sponge. That was the heterochrone, not this one.
Yeah, that crinoid I saw would be here. It's just coming into view.
There it is.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Right behind the sponge. A stalked crinoid.
It's one of the few echinoderms that are often preserved in the rock record. The stems or the stalks of this particular type of crinoid is made of little poker chip plates. And each plate has a radial pattern with 5 points, pentagonal pattern to it, and each species has its own arrangement. So we can actually identify, at least to the genus level, the crinoid from which the stalk or the fossil comes, and they're much more resistant to erosion, and they don't break down, so they do get preserved in the sediments, whereas all the other features you're looking at rarely do get preserved. If you go to a museum, you'll see plenty of fossils of them, but those are the museum pieces. We don't see them very often.
Right, come on out.
We just see the little poker chips.
All right, should we make that move uphill?
Yeah. Copa, you want to start to rotate?
Yeah, we want to swing around to your direction there, pilot?
Yep.
Right, swing around to 220.
Oh, we can do something.
I mean,
Yeah.
looks like
Anywhere up here would be good.
Okay.
Right, when you're ready, Sean.
Great. I'll put in 30 meters, 220.
Copy that.
Bridge over.
Let's do a
we love
snap
moves.
here real quick.
Okay, we will move 30 meters at a bearing of 222 at a speed of decimal 2.
Let's do a snap zoom here.
That looks more like an Alapsamia to me.
Okay, let's come out.
And Chuck Messing said that the stalk crinoid with 5 undivided arms is most likely Democrinus.
ROV nav bridge move
Thanks
initiated.
very much for that, Chuck. We are now at 718 meters.
Copy. What kind of shark did you guys see earlier? Do you know?
A squalidae shark
Oh.
is what we saw earlier. Squalus cubensis, I think somebody said.
I think that's correct, yes.
Make sure they're talking to you.
This is bridge over. No. Just to clarify, no issues with propulsion at this time. We just have a trouble alarm on our fire panel in the propulsion room. We are sending an investigator over.
All right, so it's the fire alarm related.
Yeah.
We're changed a little bit. Would it be better for me to come to port now a couple degrees to line up?
And it looks like we've got some more little white starred lace corals coming up here.
If something happens.
If we lost DP, if you have time, take the turnout.
All right.
If
so
you
go
don't,
all the way to starboard.
If you don't, and they immediately lose DP, then just keep just whatever you can to get lined up.
Copy that.
And that I'll swing around to get in position.
Gotcha.
We're seeing some more cutthroat eels. We've seen many of these today. Sometimes in
video?
Concentrations of 7 to 10.
Yes.
Yep.
They likely live within these coral structures.
Maybe we can take a look at this big octocoral ahead.
All right, come on in, video.
Wow, what a beautiful coral.
Partial.
Looks like we have another one of the Plumarella or Caligorgia behind it on the left.
It's another bamboo coral, I believe.
Oh, is it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. I can see the bands now.
All right, everyone. We have about 30 minutes left on bottom for today's dive.
Tighter shot when you get more stable.
I'm not going to get more stable.
So
You can snap in if you want.
That's about the best we can get.
In one plane like a fan.
Anything else would just be blurry.
There's a ton of current today
also in the D clade.
and a ton of stuff, so I can't really set down. So it's going to be difficult.
And next to it, for comparison, that really wispy thing, I believe,
This is bridge over.
Cladorisis in the S1 clade bamboo.
Okay. So we've been seeing that
Yes,
off and on
the
today,
forces
haven't we?
are looking
The
very good. We have the
Cladorisis.
current as our strongest factor
Yeah,
directly
that's,
on
I
the
think, what's
bow.
been most
The
abundant
wind
today, all this really
is
wispy
very
stuff
light
that
and
you
also
see.
on the bow.
And one of the reasons it looks
And,
so wispy, first of all, it's got a very
all of the forces are on the
but
props,
if you
which is,
compare
can
it to
handle
the
it,
sort of
and
large
everything's
fan we're
looking
looking
really
at
good
next
up
to
here.
it, you'll see that the distance between individual branch points is really long, and so you get parts of the colony that go for a long time before they branch, and so it certainly makes for all these wispy tips.
Ah, yeah.
You are beginning to go off to my port. Do you want me to swing around to get you into view, or
No,
you plan on coming
I'm
back?
almost done here.
Copy that.
All right, come on out, video.
Maybe. It looks like more Lophelia behind that, the white coral that's creating this framework here.
ROV nav bridge, move complete.
Right at the bottom of the screen, we just saw another
Right,
pancake
but it's at
urchin.
1945. If we don't
Now
have
you see it.
another sample, that's when we want to start.
Let's do a snap here real
Nice
quick.
glass sponge right in the middle. And that looks like an Elipsamia, the other scleractinian coral.
And a
to the left.
Sidereus. Another pencil urchin.
Another little round sponge in the background. And a lot more of this coral rubble that we've been seeing all day.
Yeah, it's coming out.
At one point, we found flat-lying, rocky type.
At this point, we're
I say type because I'm not positive
back
it's
close to
true rock,
8.4.
but areas of ledges
maybe we
that
want to go
looked
more
like
west,
compressed,
possibly
compacted coral.
If there's anything there to look at.
And we have a sample of that, right?
Yep, we got
so
a
we'll
sample.
be able to tell you a little bit more about that tomorrow.
Want to try like a 315?
That was the only place we saw it, so
300?
I'm glad we came across it at all.
Let's see.
And that glass
Yeah,
sponge that we
as it
saw was
turns.
Africalistes. Thank you, Zach.
There's some more glass sponges.
If you even do,
I mean, this
245, 240.
Yeah, we can do that.
How's that look? So, yeah, Copel, you want to line up at like 240?
Copy that.
Let's go for that.
Coming to starboard.
And I will put a move in.
This bridge over. Yes.
Settling at 240.
Okay, I understand 30 meters at 240 degrees, speed decimal 2.
It's like a bamboo coral that's kind of laying down.
Maybe he'll start growing vertically. We saw that on the edges of the scarps on the Lake Escarpment. The bamboo coral would grow outward at first and then take a right angle turn and start growing upward.
Straight up, yep.
Yep.
We have a few more.
Small fish center, right lasers.
Yeah, we've seen a bunch of these. We'll take a
snap
here.
Yeah, we have a small rat tail here on the soft sediment.
ROV nav bridge move complete, and then just to follow up with you, the alarm appears to have been a false alarm. There's no issues with the ship at this time. Over.
That sediment's a lot coarser than what we saw out on the Blake Escarpment and Blake Ridge, more on the Blake Ridge area. Much lower velocity currents out there so that the fine materials can settle out. And here, there's just too much velocity. The clay-sized particles don't have a chance to settle out. They're just whisked away with the current.
Chimera top left.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, we have another chimera. We saw 2 of these early in the dive, and now it's been a while. Again, this one's very small. We saw the ones we saw previously were also small. This looks more similar in color pattern to the first one that we saw. The second one was a little bit less differentiated in color.
You can kill lasers.
Lasers coming off.
I think the Chimera's having as much trouble with the current as I am.
Much more energetic at this depth than those that we see in the much deeper waters.
Well, there's a lot more current.
Yeah, he's trying really hard to hold his own in the current.
All right, come in on that, Roland.
Now he's getting pushed a bit.
Beautiful.
So these guys are known as ghost sharks. And they're also called ratfish, spookfish, or rabbitfish. But they're part of the Chimeriformes.
When you're good, Roland.
Good.
Yeah, it's coming out.
Wow, that was a great look at him.
Go ahead. It will be interesting. Let me see if I can find a spot where I'm not going to damage too many corals.
So Chimera's closest living relatives are sharks. But today, in our modern era, we don't really find them in shallow waters, only in deep waters. So it's always a treat to see a chimera.
All right, spin up hydraulics.
And we're going to sit here for a moment and try to get another shot of the Chimera for one thing. But we're going to try to get a sediment sample. We tried earlier and realized we needed to reserve the last bio box for a biological collection. And having not filled that, we're going to fill it with sediment, a representative sample of this area. We've already collected a few pieces of rubble along with the other bio samples, and we also have a rock, but it'll be really interesting to see what the sediment itself looks like. We've collected several other samples much farther offshore on the Blake Escarpment, on the giant bed forms of our third dive, and also on the Blake Ridge. So we're kind of doing collections from the deepest to the shallowest as we move across this giant feature. I think he thinks we're coming after him.
Or he wants to check out what we're doing for sure. So these guys, the chimeras, don't have the extensive teeth that sharks do. They have 3 sets of grinding teeth, so maybe he's hoping to find something some little invertebrate he can grind up that we stir up while we take the sediment sample.
This current, we may lose it all, but even if we get some of it, it'll be interesting to see what the fossils in it are.
I think you'll find corals for sure.
I think we'll find corals and sponge spicules.
Yeah.
Not too many echinoderm spines, but maybe some.
Ready to extend?
This is going to be interesting. Yeah, go ahead and extend.
Will certainly be interesting.
Well, you don't have to do much sieving this time.
No, we sieve out the fine materials, and they probably weren't there to begin with, so these may be more the silt-sized materials. This is a good illustration of how current
I feel like we're pushing ourselves.
Selects. Ooh, no.
Yeah, we're pushing ourselves. I'm going to have to close the box.
Okay, closing.
Yeah, how the finer particles don't really have a chance to settle out.
Drawer is fully retracted.
Can you tilt down on the Zeus?
Yeah, bringing Zeus down.
Yeah, but ship's done moving. So Zeus should be about settled, but yeah.
Have you there at 85.
I don't know if Auto XY is going to hold in this current. I'm not sure we're going to be able to do this watchly with all the current, but let's see.
Josh, we still have some time. We could potentially look for just a flatter area.
Well, I think I'm going to try something, but I'm pretty sure that when I go to dump this, it's all going to blow away. Yeah. Well, I don't think I have enough time. I don't think I have enough time to, yeah. But let me try something here. Can you turn to face me?
Coming over? Coming to this
It's looking like there's too much. He's looking at a possibility, but likely when it finally gets dumped, we'll lose pretty much all of it.
All right, let's get Mini Zeus up there.
Okay, I will take control of Mini Zeus.
It's a challenging place for this kind of sediment sampling, unfortunately.
All right, you can extend the drawer.
Okay, drawer is coming out.
Keep an eye on Sirius, Sean.
I imagine this would even be a difficult place to collect sediment with a core type sample because you'd probably hit coral skeleton and not be able to get it in.
A little bit.
Yeah, maybe we'll get a little.
You,
maybe it's shielded enough by the scoop.
Do you think just dropping the scoop in would help save some of it?
I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this. Yeah, I don't think I can get to that with how I grab this, unfortunately. Don't see. Let me try this. It's like
you want me to try and follow with Mini?
No, you can just stay where you are right now. It's like master level manipulation right now.
If you look at stream 3, you can see a quad split of 4 different cameras on the sample process.
I don't know how to get it in that box. Let's see. I think I grabbed it the wrong way is the problem. Yeah, I don't think we're going to be able to do this watch lead.
A valiant effort, I might add.
Mm-hmm. Too many things working against that sample.
I mean, there is still some in
Maybe
there.
that sediment will stick.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, that's true.
To the scoop, and we'll get something off that.
I don't see a way to get it into the box.
Okay. Well, maybe what's stored on. Oh no, maybe not. Once you put it back in the scoop holder.
Can you move the mini-Zeus?
Yep.
To starboard. Move it to starboard.
Coming over.
Yeah, I don't. No. It's gonna go in the other box. Yeah, I can't get it in the outer box. All right. Let's bring the jar in.
Okay. Drawer's coming in. Drawer is fully in.
Thanks for trying, pilot.
Yeah, sorry about that. Just, I don't think the mechanics of that box will let me dump it in.
Well, that's good to know for future attempts.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, sure, I definitely.
You're giving me the look that you think it's possible.
I do think it's possible, but with the current, I think we'd lose just about everything.
All right, let's bring your camera back.
Right.
So we're quickly running out of bottom time today, but it's been a spectacular dive. We didn't know what these mounds were made of at the beginning of the day today.
I think the only way to do that would have been
expecting that maybe they were
like this,
coral formed, and it looks like we've kind of shown that that's
the way I was
highly
seeing
likely.
it is if you could rotate the scoop
Again,
completely
this
around
area
and
has
swing it back, but
hundreds
to do
of
that,
these
you would
mounds.
drop
Whether
everything
they're
in the
all
yeah, that's what I mean. You have to, when you do the actual
is
scoop,
still a question,
basically
but
be like a backhoe.
at least some of them are.
And grab it like that to pour it in.
We've seen quite a diversity today
I could try
of
that.
both stony corals as well as
Well, Sean, you said
octocorals.
10 minutes
Made a few collections.
left, if you wanted to.
And we've been just trying to keep up with the biodiversity all day long.
I'm going to ramp down your
Here we have
hydraulics.
one Lamanema to end our dive. A codling.
Yeah, it's coming out.
And some more coral matrix in the distance that the codling is swimming around. Ooh, and another codling in a Izumia rat tail.
Another rat tail.
We must be getting to the fishy part of the dive right at the end.
Right at the end.
Some more sponges.
Yeah, everyone, we have about 10 minutes left in today's dive.
Have about 10 minutes left in the dive. Pilot, this is watch one.
Go ahead.
Could we zoom on some of that orange coral that's right in the bottom middle of the screen?
Absolutely.
Wondering if this is a little bit more of that madrepora that we've only seen once or twice today, once dead and once alive. Yep, and that's what it looks like.
Is that the zigzag framework?
Yep, the zigzaggy orange coral, and then Lophelia pertusa is the one just to the left of it. You can see a brittle starfish or two back in the matrix there. A crinoid, a big sponge in the background. And I think there's some more madrepora just up behind this one. But it's definitely not as common as the other scleractinians that we've seen today. We've also seen stylaster lace corals quite often, but
Come in
they've
tight
been
if you
quite
have it.
tiny. And there are some little brittle stars on this madrepora coral too. And some hydroids.
It seemed like it's been quite an efficiently fishy day today.
Brad, so any last moves? We have time for maybe one more short move.
I mean, probably you have a little bit of room to keep exploring just around this area. If we only have 8 minutes.
Yeah, we can move.
Another pancake urchin.
Whatever pilot's comfortable with.
Let's say, Cheryl, maybe you know more about it in this
minutes on looking
particular
at.
region of the Atlantic.
Probably.
But earlier in the dive, at the very beginning of the dive, you know, I was asking about the nav data because I was interested in the oxygen. And I noticed that the oxygen concentration is not particularly low. I mean, it's a little bit lower than it has been the last several dives, but it's not like we're in an oxygen minimum zone. So do you know if out here there is not such a zone, or if it's deeper?
I don't know. My thought is that the Gulf Stream impacts this area all the time, and it's always bringing fresh oxygenated water to the area. So I'd be surprised to find low oxygen levels.
Yeah, I would imagine that this is very well mixed water that's getting a regular delivery of oxygen.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I can't believe I forgot about the Gulf.
I have a feeling there's something interesting under that ledge to the left.
But it was interesting on the last dive. We did hit a very definitive boundary between two water masses. We had changing temperature and salinity very suddenly at about 800 meters.
880, I think it was.
Yeah, something like that, and indicating a colder, more saline current beneath, and that made sense. That was the edge. We were on the edge of the western boundary undercurrent.
Skate or stingray? Center screen low.
Oh yeah,
Good
we've
eyes.
got a skate maybe in the middle of the screen there,
be.
laying right next to the sponges, all tucked in.
Something was drawing me in that direction.
He looks interested in one of, and that's an urchin that we haven't seen
Yeah, that
today.
looks like Echinus, genus Echinus or
Like it's on his
Gracil
nose.
Yeah.
That's a nice ending to the dive. See something new.
Let's get lasers.
Lasers coming on. Lasers are on.
Chuck Messing is noting what a great day it was for somebody who studies agglutinating forams because they rule. They cover everything. And it's true. With this zoom, we're able to see them in action and realize the extent of their coverage of this dead coral matrix.
It's definitely a bit of current right on the edge here.
And hopefully we got some for you, or for the scientific community, on the rubble pieces that we collected earlier.
Roger that. Thanks, Nav. We have completed 600 meters of transecting during this dive today, so a very successful dive all the way around. Thank you, everybody who's contributed to helping us interpret what we've been seeing here today. And tomorrow's dive will be north of here on an area that is somewhat similar, so hopefully we'll find a lot of coral again tomorrow.
Shallower. And on the western side of the Gulf Stream, as it's flowing right now, the Gulf Stream does shift its axis. We are slightly east of the axis now, and the northern site will be farther west.
Yeah, this is Gulf Stream.
This is definitely Gulf Stream, yeah.
It's right above us. It's stronger at the surface than it is at this depth, although as you've seen from both the corals blowing in the current and the ROV struggling a little bit from time to time, there's definitely a lot of current down here as well.
No, I'm not going to go out too far.
Copy that.
The pilots estimated about a half a knot of current earlier.
Let's do a snap on this.
And
falling
it looked like
here.
it is varied.
We lose lasers.
Lasers coming off.
Go ahead in, Roland.
Yeah, just wanted to video.
Go ahead in, Roland.
You get a good view of this dead coral matrix that supports a lot of life.
As we wrap this up, can we get sort of like a fade into the darkness, bunch of coral wide shot?
Well, there's not much coral here.
Minutes.
And we hope that you'll stick around. We're going to have our dive planning call immediately following the end of the dive here. We're going to be talking about the next dive, tomorrow's dive, and then the following day's dive as well.
Pirouette.
So Stetson, Mesa north, and then Savannah
Banks.
And we have some choices to make, so we hope that you will stick around and help us make some decisions. And quite a beautiful scene to leave on. Lophelia, and we have the bamboo coral that we've been seeing a lot of today.
As you get around to the side, you can sort of just
We've
fade
had
up into
over
the dark
30 people
if it's
join
time
us
for
in the
to
chat
go.
room. We really appreciate you helping us and working with us, communicating amongst yourselves, and then reporting out what you think to us. That's been great too.
All right, let's, is that time, Sean?
Scott France
Still have another minute if you want to take it.
Is one of his final statements,
built in some
bamboo
time
coral
with
is
still lights
winning
and
the
stuff,
king of the mountain game.
Around for another 60 seconds.
Yeah, it sure looks like it, Scott.
Can give me a view of Sirius.
No bias there.
Not in this current, Roland.
We'll have to check back in 2,000 years and see if that's still the case.
That's right. I think Chuck Messing would say the agglutinative forams rule. There are more of them.
Maybe it's just when we were passing over that large mound just a moment ago, we had a nice side view and you could see all these wispy bamboo corals right strung along the top of it, above the live, whatever this scleractinian is.
Yeah, we've been bouncing back and forth between the Lophelia and an Elipsamia, so it's hard to say. We have to keep zooming in to figure it out. They both look like white stony corals from far.
All right, pilots, if you want to start stowing lights and take your last look.
So yeah, putting this in context with the bathymetry of this area, you see these mounds covering a very extensive area on the seafloor here in the Stetson Mesa, and if even a fraction of them are covered in coral such as this is, it really gives us an amazing perspective on how much coral might be down here and the extent of this coral habitat. So we've learned quite a bit today about the potential for coral habitat, and this will help with our ground truthing the habitat suitability models, and we will learn more again tomorrow as we go to a slightly more northern area.
Cheryl, you see these two really distinct mounds here, separated by some lower ground. Do you think it's possible that each of these mounds is basically the start of one colony that just keeps growing and growing and growing?
I was thinking that because we've seen that occasionally, especially when we're on the side of this mound, and that definitely could be the case, that it was one or a couple of individuals that have just been growing and growing, and there's space in between. Yeah, that's I don't remember seeing it quite like that before, but that's a good hypothesis.
And you know, maybe the mounds that we saw on the lower levels, maybe they start like this, but they get filled in between with sediment. And so you're just seeing the tops of the mounds, and then the rubble adds to that sediment. The velocity is so much stronger here.
I would turn those off.
No, it's just if you were close to it. It was more of a request.
Yeah, can you turn those off?
Coming off.
Thank you.
Lights are off.
I send the request to pilot and he approves or disapproves.
That's a beautiful place. Beautiful scene to leave on.
Okay, lights are stowed.
Yeah, so goodness, let's see, what have we seen today? We have seen so many species of both scleractinian and octocorals. We've been seeing these mounds that have been dominated by Analipsamia profunda, which is a stony coral that were on the lower mounds, the first one that we looked at. And then as we climbed up higher, we saw that the mounds were dominated more by Lophelia pertusa, but the dead coral skeleton that is left behind is kind of the star of the day, because that has created all of this habitat that we see all of these other invertebrates and even fishes using. We have multiple types of octocorals. We've seen bamboo corals, plexurids, we've seen anthomastus, we've seen I don't even know how many species of sponges. And we've seen all sorts of smaller invertebrates that use all the spaces in between the coral skeleton. So the habitat that is created by these big stony corals, even when they're dead, is very, very impressive and a very important habitat.
Leave quite a legacy.
Yes, they do leave a legacy.
Yes.
All right, Pat,
and when you think about the vastness of this area and all of these mounds,
should I come around to starboard then?
If they are covered
if you
in
come around
coral
to starboard,
like this, or
then
even
we'll
a fraction of them are, that is a substantial habitat that we are just beginning to learn about that's here. So it's a very exciting finding.
Goes down as you turn. Go ahead.
Okay, coming around.
And these are 3 of hundreds of mounds that are similar and spread across many square kilometers of this region known as the Stetson Mesa.
90, 200 degrees, right?
All influenced by the Gulf
Stream. The current's
Stream.
going to push me
We may see
north.
variations in what
I'll line
lives
up with the
on
ship.
these different
Yeah.
mounds,
Close the ship.
depending on
Yeah.
where they
And
are in
then
proximity to
pilots,
the
let
Gulf
me
Stream. We might see
and
differences
dive
in
super
who's
discuss
living
what
on
I'd
the
like to
tops of
do.
the mounds as you
We
move
still have high
away
currents,
from the
it's pretty much
dominant
same conditions
flow.
as
That
this
would be
morning.
a
Ship's
great
gonna
study
be
to do.
pulling south, and we'd like to go 1 knot through the water. So we would actually be moving astern over ground.
Yeah, we actually got to explore about 600 meters of horizontal distance. Two mounds, one of them that was lower relief, and then the one that we've been on most recently here was a higher relief mound. And so we got to really see a lot of this habitat, and it just kept on going and going.
Yeah, we crossed about 30 meters of vertical relief.
Pushing ahead.
In 3 steps.
I'm looking down at
we
90
didn't
right now.
land quite as deep as we had originally planned, so we started on the top of the shortest mound, of the deepest mound.
And then in between the mounds were kind of more sedimented areas that didn't have as much of the coral skeleton.
Yeah, very flattened areas with sediment, but you could still see the rubble that was, instead of being on the surface and prominent and substrate for other organisms, instead the sediments had infilled the rubble and mostly was burying the rubble. That might be because of the mounds sheltering the flow so that sediment could deposit there. At the tops of these mounds, there's very little chance for this material to deposit. It's just too strong a current.
And of course the current is what is delivering food to all these filter feeding animals that live up here, the sponges and the corals. So they're in a great spot, and that's probably why there's so much more life at the top of the mounds than further down.
Hey, Roland, you can loose the skid if you want.
We're already out of the keeper shots at this point.
I feel like we have
I did a pan.
Summited a mountain and had the gorgeous view at the top.
And then I came back and turned the still cam
so
on.
true. It was quite a climb. At every
so they might be blurry,
turn and every bump we saw incredible.
I had to get a lot closer because when you were zoomed in slightly,
the topography and
I had no depth
the communities living on all these
and
features.
I was way too far away to get good shots.
The that yellow-white one would look like it would be really pop with that close-up light.
Yeah.
That's sort of what I was looking for.
All right, pilots, any questions on recovery?
All right, so the ship's going to back down towards us.
So, yeah, a knot through the water, but we have about 2.5 knots.
And we just wanted to say goodbye and thank you if you've tuned in.
We think
I'm
there's
with
a knot.
Cheryl Morrison of the USGS.
According to ADCP,
and
we have
this is
about a
Leslie
knot
Sauter of the College
north,
of Charleston.
600
Hope
meters
you'll
that
join
builds
us
literally
again tomorrow for
Okay.
another exciting
Sounds
dive.
good. Let's do it.
Works for us.
At the front
We'll
camera.
keep an eye
Hello,
on the
goodbye.
horizontal delta here on the way up. And if we start, Syria starts backing into DT, we'll rotate one way or the other.
Sounds
or we'll
good.
adjust the ship speed, one of the two.
Yeah.
So you're good to go.
All right, great.
Nav bridge, go ahead. Yes, he did. Roger that. I will.
And pilot, would you mind double
auto-surge
checking the shilling to make sure
use our forward
it looks
way
good to
so
me?
that we're
But
going half a
just
knot.
to get an extra set of eyes on that.
1 knot through the water.
Excuse me.
Set change center of rotation to midships and disable port prop and rudder. I'll let you know when it's done.
All right, pilots, bridge is going to be making their adjustments. So we'll just keep an eye out.
Copy that now.
Yeah, I think it's good.
All right. Excellent.
Yeah.
I will, everything else is stowed. I will double check once we get closer to 50 meters, and then we should be good for recovery. And also we need, where we didn't fire the Niskin, do we have to do any?
You still have to reset at 50.
Okay.
If it's not in the reset position, you can't arm it. If we wanted to fire the bottles and rearm it.
Gotcha.
So which we haven't fired any, so we'll probably just leave it as is.
Would resetting it anyways hurt it at all to make sure that it's reset?
No. So the idea is like, if we had fired like 2 bottles, we're gonna want to reset the whole rack or rearm the whole rack, and in order to do that, the pin needs to be in the tooth needs to be in the home position.
Gotcha.
And if it's not in that home reset position, you can't put that pin in.
Gotcha.
So there's no way. I looked at it for